Greetings to everyone world over. Wishing you all a very, very happy welcome, happy day, wonderful Friday. It's a sunny day. I can see the sun is very bright outside. It's coming up, and cases are also reducing in India now. And it's only about 3 lakh people now, with a huge population of, when you talk about 1.38 billion, you can well imagine 300,000 is a peanut, and we got to overcome that and we got to improve that. So, ladies and gentlemen, while seeking the wellness and the global wellness and the global good health, and while everybody should remain positive, dynamic, vibrant, energetic, innovative, creative, collaborative, that is the way we should go for the sixth Global Education and Skills Summit this morning. Hearty welcome to each one of you. Pleasure to have all of you wherever you are world over. And let me share a quickly presentation with all of us so that the journey becomes smooth and we all know what exactly is the program. This particular event is live on the YouTube. You can just have all your well-wishers, friends, your teachers, your colleagues, your educators, your students, and the entire education fraternity can come on the YouTube. And the channel is GS Motivator. GS Motivator. Let them come on that channel. They can come over there and they can see the program live. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got our distinguished international speakers. We have got our Indian speakers. We have got from schools, colleges, universities, technical backgrounds, and we have got all the dignitaries from government, non-government, semi-government, PPP, whatsoever we can talk about, all the dignitaries. So we extend a very hearty welcome to each one of you. People are joining us from United States, from Thailand, from Malaysia, from Cambodia, from Indonesia, from Vietnam, from Philippines, Singapore, and then of course, besides that, we have got some people joining us from Central Asia as well, from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Middle East. When we go, we have got friends right in Saudi Arabia. We have got people in Doha, Qatar. Those are joining this program. Some of them are in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah. So hearty welcome to each one of you. As the day will proceed, there will be more warmth. More and more people will keep joining. So extending a very hearty welcome to all of you on behalf of myself personally, and then on behalf of Mr. Amit Pundir, the CEO of the Think Unique. Together, we extend a warm welcome to everyone, each one of you. You all are very precious to us, and you all are very important to us. So, ladies and gentlemen, Day 1 Summit, we will be focusing on school education, and heartiest congratulations to all of you because the new education policy 2020 has come in India. And our chamber, International Chamber for Service Industry, which deals with approximately 30 million non-resident Indians since 1994. We focus in services sector, service industry. Of course, agriculture and manufacturing is also the integral part of it. So that's the way we take on. And during this pandemic, like doctors, nurses, paramedical people, they are doing great job. I personally feel our teachers, our principals, our educators, our technocrats, and all those who are directly, indirectly with the education ecosystem, they are also doing great job. They're doing wonderful job, and they all deserve a big applause from all of us. They're doing great job. So, heartiest congratulations. Education, skills, and creativity. The new education policy in India, which has been announced on 29th of July, is wonderful. When you go through this particular policy, it's a paradigm shift, when you talk about creativity, collaboration, coding, vocational skills, competencies, going to corporate sector, interface, and bagless school days, and children enjoying. And Asha Bhosle ji, one of the most popular singer, the playback singer in India, giving a call to the government and telling, I'm so happy that now the science students can take music and commerce students can take fashion designing. So no arts, no commerce, no science, all being melted in one pot together, the confluence. So that is the new education policy of India. creative education. That is something very, very important, because unless you don't have the creativity, things don't move. Now, education and skills today, when we talk about during this pandemic, as per the UNESCO, 1.86 billion children being away from schools, colleges, universities, institutions. So big challenge to the whole world. And when you look at that, technology has played a very important role. Think about 25th of March when India had got into the lockdown, and think about today, everybody is taco savvy, everybody is using technology, everybody has become technology friendly, and everybody has adapted technology. You call it a flip learn, digital learning, technology-based learning, outside classroom learning, or blended learning, whatsoever name you want to give it, you give it. And you have proved it that it is possible. You can take any challenge at any point of time, anywhere. Our chamber, during this entire pandemic, we dedicated ourselves to only three key words: making education relevant. Making education relevant. And we have come a long way when we talk about it. And when you say how making education relevant, education got to be related to my day-to-day life, my living, my lifestyle, and my family, my home, my working place, my school, my college, my university. Unless education is not having a practical application, it has got no relevance. So thereby, all the deliberation and all the discussions which have taken place since 25th of March is something very interesting we would like to share. We are not only talking about education, we are talking about skills, we are talking about competencies, we are talking about technology, we are talking about women empowerment, we are talking about water saving, we are talking about what ancient value of education, when you look at Nalanda, Takshila, Vikramshila, what exactly was that education system? And this gentleman on 11th of September 1893, 127 years back, when he went to Chicago and when he used the first sentence, sisters and brothers of the universe, and the whole universe got up over there and they said, who is this man? Who is this person? So ladies and gentlemen, when you open your mouth, you tell the whole world who you are. And that's Swami Vivekananda, what he conveyed over there. Then Sunday morning, we take you all the way to America, Universal Studios, Woodbury University. The doors get opened up and we talk about Indians' ancient our Vedas. Then we talk about our Upanishads. Then 3 o'clock in the afternoon, every Sunday, we take you to ASEAN. Then 5 o'clock, micro, small, and the medium enterprise. And then with that, your health is also very important. So we are talking about health and wellness and holistic healing, yoga, meditation, naturopathy, nutrition, organic, positive thinking, positive living, no stress, no anxiety, everything coming nice way over there. And thereafter, every Saturday and Sunday, 8 p.m. in the evening, you have got special program from the non-resident Indians. Like tomorrow is Saturday, tomorrow at 8 p.m., you will have a live telecast coming from non-resident Indian from UK. Then Sunday, we are taking you to Houston, the Texas, where Mr. Modi, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, he had gone recently when the Howdy Modi was there. So this is the complete packaging. Every day at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you get 5 principals together on a common platform to deliberate how to empower teachers, how to empower technology, how to adapt technology, how to make education more relevant. And then 400 million plus youth and teachers, particularly from the northern part of India, they sent a request to us. Hey, we have got all the programs in English. Why don't you have some program in Hindi also so that we all can enjoy? So ladies and gentlemen, we wish to share over here through the chamber Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That is today when we talk about, but today it's going to be the integral part. We have got a motivational talk in Hindi. That is, what does today's youth want? Aaj ka yuva kya chahta hai? That is, every day we have got in the afternoon. So imagine, we have been holding 24 to 25 programs per week, and ICSI is going to get to the Guinness Book of Records now. By 31st of December, we would have done 500 webinars with 5,000 principals, vice chancellors, and educators in the global fraternity. And we are moving to the Guinness Book of Records on 31st of December, 500 webinars for making education relevant during pandemic. Okay, let me go to the next one. Our focus, youth empowerment. Our focus, teachers empowerment. When you want to empower and when you want to empower the teachers and the youth, education got to be relevant to my day-to-day life. What exactly I'm living. If I'm doing a polytechnic diploma for electrician, then I must know how to carry out the electricity work. Now, this is the next tragedy and a crisis which is going to take during coming times if we do not take the appropriate measures, because 152 countries during this pandemic, we have collected the census and the research. Water crisis is going to be the next tragedy world over. You will have a huge shortage of drinkable, consumable in your day-to-day life. Women empowerment is another agenda during education we have taken. Environmental protection and organic farming. And I'm so happy to share with all of you, right from 25th of March, I'm having organic plantation of my own. I'm eating my own vegetables, which I have grown on my rooftop, in my kitchen garden, in my frontal area, wherever I'm finding any corner in my residence, I have put over there the organic plantation. And believe you me, when you do it yourself, then you realize it. Organic farming gives you altogether a different lifestyle. It gives you different energy. My biological clock is 72 years, but my physical and my mental, when I'm talking to you, it's a 20-year-old boy energy which is radiating from my body. That's because of health and wellness. When you think positive, when you talk positive, when you live positive, because purpose of education is what is my life? What is the purpose of my life? Why I'm studying a particular subject? And that all depends on what I'm putting in this machine, what I'm putting in this body. We all got to understand that. Ladies and gentlemen, startup and entrepreneurships. We are doing a great program every Sunday that is at 5 p.m. under the dynamic and dedicated leadership of Mr. Ravindranath ji, the micro, small, and the medium enterprise every Sunday. If you want to be startup, if you want to be stand-up, you want to start your own business, you want in your school to have incubation center, you're looking forward to have Atal Tinkering Lab, you want to set up anything, including finishing school, our chamber would be more than happy to help you. This is the beaming what we are doing, 12 hours every day. We are starting early in the morning in Australia, then we are going to Fiji, then New Zealand, then coming to ASEAN, then we are coming to Central Asia, then we are going to Middle East, then we are going to Europe, then we are going to Latin America, then we are going to Canada, and then we are going to Mauritius, Seychelles, Africa, and then India. All the places when we talk about, and when we talk about finishing school, this is something you've got to understand. It's beyond E3. Education is not only for employment and entrepreneurship, it is for life management skills. Your life skills and your soft skills are very, very important. All the studies which are coming, your hard skill may be one, but your soft skill is about 70%, 75% to get a good job if you want to take care of. And then as a CSR activity, all the examinations which are coming for the school children, like the NTSC exam is coming now. So we have done for 500,000 children across India, cutting across all the boundaries. We have given them mathematics, chemistry, physics, mental ability, biology, social studies. That we have given complimentary, and all the lectures are available on the GS Motivator, 23rd November, 24th November, 25th November, 26th November, 27th November, 28th November. And you can watch all the video sessions, and you can also see practice paper day-wise, everything listed over there. Nowadays, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 4 days, because today is Friday. Last night we finished. Oh my God, mind-blowing. There are 37 sector skill councils in India. I'm sure we all are aware of. When I talk about these 37 sector skill councils, one of the sector skill councils is Media Entertainment Sector Skill Council. We are doing a program with them at this point of time, which is complementary. Schools, those are interested to empower their teachers and students, get across to this particular council. And during this pandemic, the research which our chamber has done, the world will get into new order. The world will have new norms. B2B is no more business to business. It is getting back to the basics of life. Our future is going to be back to basics. And there, your basic food, your basic health, your basic education, earn and learn that part we have to take care of. Today is the day one. And after this welcome address, we are going to have the deliberation. We have already got a distinguished guest, Mr. Michael from Malaysia. I will hand over to him. And then, of course, we have got all the technical session for which the details have been sent across to you. That is the day one we are talking about. Then we will also getting across, ladies and gentlemen, day two and day three. I will deliberate with you a little later, because the economy of time, when we talk about whatsoever human mind can conceive and believe it can achieve. Let's come together. Let's make this world a better place. Let's make education relevant to our day-to-day life. It's a global confluence of educators, motivators, technocrats, counselors, wellness experts, corporate, government administrators, and decision makers. International Chamber for Service Industry extends you a very warm welcome to be a part on this journey with us. Should you wish to send us any email, right over here. Should you get across to us on a WhatsApp, it's right over here. With these, it is 10:19 India, 1 minute before time. I'm getting back to the audience, and that should be the time management, and that is the way we have to go by whole day. Hearty welcome to all of you. Pleasure to have all of you. Let's start the day. And I extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Michael Teo Su Lim, founder, CEO, and head of the faculty, certified master trainer and a coach, Thriving Talents. He is joining us from Malaysia.
Thank you so much.
And it is 10:20 Indian Standard Time, and we are right over there with you. That is called Indian Standard Time. Hearty welcome to all of you, and I hand over the stage to you now. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gulshan, and a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you tuning in, no matter where you are. My name is Michael Teo from Malaysia. I run a company called Thriving Talents, and we are honored to be here with all of you right now. My dear friends, before I begin, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of the Global Education and Skills Summit, successfully organized for the 6th time, and also Mr. Amit and his team for organizing this. And hello as well to all our esteemed guests. My dear friends, brothers and sisters all around the world, fellow educators, entrepreneurs, and decision makers, before I begin my sharing session today, I would just like to do some technical checkups. Number one, if I could just screen share from my side. Yes, we can. So this would be the big reveal, the topic that I will be speaking and sharing my experiences with all of you, and that is in the topic of engaging your audiences virtually. Number two, I would really love to connect with all of you. I understand we have audiences watching all the way from YouTube. Please do go and go and find me on YouTube, and would love to connect. Without further ado, again, thank you again, Dr. Gulshan and our esteemed guest, Mr. Amit and the team. Let us begin right now. Today, we'll be talking about engaging your audience virtually, lessons from the pandemic. Why is it lessons from the pandemic? This is because the way and the behaviors of how our audiences are being engaged online. Either you are conducting online classes, or if you're in my industry, we provide leadership, sales, and marketing development for executives and companies. All those lessons are now being taught online. The question is, how do we make sure, as we are so passionately sharing our thoughts and our ideas that the other person across the computer screen is paying attention. This all started with an experience that I personally had, and that was to share the stage with the Right Honorary Prime Minister of Malaysia, Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin, and speaking at one of the largest virtual summits dedicated for young people, focusing on two very important topics, not only in Malaysia, I believe, but anywhere else across the world, that is entrepreneurship and employability for the youths. 3,000 people attended the summit online, and we had the opportunity to be on the same platform with the Prime Minister of Malaysia. The interesting part about this experience of mine is that with 3,000 people, how do we know if they're paying attention? How do we know if they are being engaged? And that opened a journey for me to really discover, to really study, how can we attract, engage, and get responses from the audiences as we go along. So that was what happened. I am the gentleman, if you see in the picture on your bottom left. And this led me to a journey where we studied, we improvised, we improved on the delivery of our training that has led us to have conducted 200 virtual learning sessions so far with some of the world's largest and also demanding companies, many of the Fortune 500s that have engaged our services in developing their leaders in mental health, sales and marketing skills training, virtual presentations, motivation, and also fun bonding activities. Because it is during this time as most of our employees, or in our case, if I'm speaking to you global educators out there, most of our students are at home. This is the time here that we all need a little bit of engagement. We all need a little bit more of bonding. And from my company, Thriving Talents, we have just been very honored and grateful to have improved on our virtual training experience, working with Fortune 500 companies across the world to be sharing our insights with you today. So this is the context that we have set. Why are we all here? We're all here to answer one question. How may we become more effective in getting our audiences to buy into our presentations and conversations virtually during a pandemic? I believe buying in means them being persuaded, them being attracted to actually respond to our presentations, to our teachings, to our lessons that we so passionately deliver online. I'll be guiding step by step with all of you through this. Now, before I begin, allow me to share that we have actually distributed a e-workbook to the chamber and to the organizers of the Global Education and Skills Summit. So you would be able, just write into them, get your workbook from them. You would need this workbook as an additional reference to all the ideas and insights that we will be sharing with you. Now, moving on, let's start our content. What people want now. As we're living in a time of a pandemic, there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of confusion, there's a lot of panic. Even from where I'm coming from, right here in Malaysia, we are seeing COVID-19 cases come up and come down. But we need to remain resilient, my dear educators, my dear brothers and sisters. So what do people want right now? Our students, our employees, our entrepreneurs, our general public want engagement, number one. Number two, they want alignment. Number three, they want motivation. But now the question is, how do we deliver engagement across the screen via the internet, virtually? Number one, I believe we need to be consistent. We need to give consistency in the way how we have reached out to our participants, students, executive, employees, entrepreneurs, people who are all learning through our lessons online. We need to reach out to them consistently. We need to create a culture, a habit of an emotional check-in, where we need to check in with them perhaps twice a week to just ask them, how are they doing? We should organize virtual gatherings just like this right now, like this summit, albeit in a smaller scale, to actually get them to express themselves. How are they feeling? Because this is the time during the pandemic that people want to be understood, that people want to be heard. People want alignment as well. Alignment in a sense where before we start presenting, before we start teaching them something, we should ask ourselves, what is it in it for them? Why is it important for them to be absolutely clear with whatever we are teaching them, with whatever we want to empower them, that it will change their life, it would shift their life to survive and thrive during this pandemic? At the same time as we host more sessions online to align their expectations with the lessons that we will teach them, with the information that we will give them, this will indeed reduce speculation, hence allow transparent communication. Last but not least, all of us here, we need a little bit of motivation. So for my fellow educators out there, just like Dr. Gulshan, how he started, start your day as an educator, start your day as a speaker, start your day as a trainer, start your day as a coach, a consultant, with a warm, loving energy, giving them a big smile. Turn on your webcams, say hello to your guests. Even they refuse to turn on their webcam, at least you know you are the one turning on your webcam, you are the one that is engaging them, you are the one that's giving them a smile. Because at the end of the day, that's what all of us want right now. We want someone to be warmer, to be caring, to be kinder to us all. This is what people want right now. In terms of us setting, preparing, delivering our virtual approach, virtual presentation, virtual conversations to them. Having said that though, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, educators from all around the world, how do we start engaging our audiences virtually? Number one, we need to set the context. Like all of you that are attending this summit right now, listening to me, Michael Teo from Thriving Talents Malaysia, you're here because you want to know how to plan, how to start your presentations virtually effectively, how to engage with your crowd. That is what I'm offering you, and that is what you're going to get. That's the same thing you need to tell your audiences. You need to let them know what they are going to get. You need to let them know that whatever information you share with them is going to be of value to them. So this is what I call the persuasion formula. How do you persuade them to give you get their attention? Number one, it starts with the context. Why is it important for them? Make a list, write it down. You need to be answered this question. I know whatever I'm presenting to you right now, it's important to you because it's going to help you be more engaging with your audience. When you're more engaging, you're able to, number one, impact more lives. Number two, get your information across. Number three, even make money by running your virtual session successfully. Take it from me, I work with the world's largest companies with their very demanding requests, and we have managed to do so. Number two, it's about credibility. We need to share with people, why should they be listening to you? Do not downplay the significance of sharing your credibility, because at the end of the day, it is so easy for people to be distracted because they're learning your information from the comforts of their home. You need to shock them. You need to surprise them pleasantly that, hey, they are listening to you because you have the credibility to share with them. You need to give them a promise. How are you going to guide them? What are they going to learn? You need to set the culture. You need to ask them, when you are presenting your ideas, when you are teaching them your lessons, your information, share with them, how would you want them to respond? Would you want them to respond by typing yes in the chat box? Would you want them to respond by asking questions? You need to tell them that. And last but not least, assure them that you would give them opportunities for them to give you feedbacks on the presentation, on the topic of discussion, to allow them to participate, to co-create that learning experience with you. These are the three elements of persuasion. I believe this is powerful. It has worked for me offline, also virtually as well. Number one, the words that you use positive words to excite them, to inspire them. Number two, your tonality. Use different tonation, tempo, and volume to emphasize important points. Last but not least, physiology. Physiology right here, as much as I would like to say, hey, you could run your sessions if you're feeling a little bit shy by turning off your webcam, but you can't do that. Because at the end of the day, you need to turn on your webcam, let your students, let your participants, let your employees feel your energy. Move your hands, raise your voice, give them a big smile, let them feel you. Back to the slides. that we have presented for you right here, that we have prepared for you. You could see the percentages at the side. You could download our workbook to also get this information as well. You could see words meant 7%, meaning words only has 7% of persuasion power, yet it's still 7% over there. It's still good. Tonality has 38%, but physiology, your body language, your posture, your gesture has 55% effectiveness to persuade people. Last but not least, from what we have learned, from our experience of working with the world's largest companies towards me sharing the stage with our Prime Minister in Malaysia in a virtual conference is this. Ensure that in all the content you have designed, you have 3 of these indicators for people to learn. You have visuals, you have slides, just like how we are presenting this seminar to you right now. You engage your audiences through their ears, auditory, where you have a different pacing, a different volume, a showmanship, if you may say, in the way you project your voice, in the way you tell stories, in the way you direct their attention towards certain lessons. And last but not least is kinesthetic. Kinesthetic here means in the way how you are presenting your presentation or your conversation. Get them involved. Get them to do some work. Get them to be writing notes. Get them to contribute their ideas. My dear friends, brothers and sisters, thank you again to the Global Education and Skills Summit. All these insights, experiences that I've shared with you didn't just come off from thin air. It came from our many years of experience running a successful consulting, training, and education company dedicated to develop leaders, dedicated to develop employees, dedicated to develop students from all of these organizations, the world's largest brands across 41 countries since the year 2012. Last but not least, I understand, Dr. Gulshan, I'm speaking to educators from all around the world. I am author of a book called The Potential Matrix, where we actually interviewed young and successful people that have been featured on the Guinness Book of Records, which I heard the Global Education and Skills Summit is going into the Guinness Book of Records again. Congratulations, Dr. and Mr. Amit. But these people have been featured on CNN, Forbes, TED, National Geographic. They've been featured in the world's most prestigious universities, Harvard, Cambridge University, to name a few, and have spoken on global platforms. We studied them. We basically really drilled deep into understanding what makes them tick. We came up with a model. We wrote a book, and I thought I wanted to extend this gift to all of the global educators out there. Just check us out at potentialmatrix.com. It's a book dedicated to help you understand what makes a millennial, a successful person, successful at their younger age. We have action steps, and for all of you academics out there, even academic references to validate our findings. This is our gift to all of you that is attending this right now. Go to potentialmatrix.com and get your copy. Last but not least, I look forward to keeping in touch with all of you. I understand this pandemic has been very challenging for all of us, but at the end of the day, we all can remember this pandemic, as much as it's a tough year for us, it's also the best year. Why? As a human race, it's shown how resilient we are, how strong we can be with our backs pushed against the wall, and how now we bounce back from the worst pandemic in human history. We come back stronger. We turn the worst year into the best year by reminding ourselves as educators, entrepreneurs, decision makers all around the world, we are a strong species. We can make the best of the darkest times in our civilization. Thank you so much to the Global Education and Skills Summit. Thank you, Mr. Amit. Thank you, Dr. Gulshan. And to my esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, do get connected on LinkedIn and Instagram. You can find me over there. I'm open to be connected. And this is Michael Teo, signing off from Malaysia, the trainer from Malaysia who had President Barack Obama visit his workshops as well. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Gulshan. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. It was wonderful. You have set the bar very high, and I think others have to put in lots of efforts now to somewhere to meet your standards, your energy, your synergy, It was something amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two important days in our life. The day we are born, that's a happy birthday. The day we are born, and second part is the day you come to know why you are born. These 2 days are very important for all of us. Whatsoever Michael is doing, he's passionate about that. He's dedicated to that. He's devoted to that. When you marry with your profession, when you melt into your profession, your passion becomes your profession and your profession becomes your passion. That should be the strategy. Whether it is Anthony Robbins, whether it is Jim Rohn, whether it is Brian Tracy, whether it is Les Brown, Michael, you'll be proud to know that our chamber initiated Asian Motivators Forum. And we have got more than 1,000 orators, speakers across entire Asia, all the countries, those are the member and those are the part of it. And today you join that club. Today I bring you in that club, seeing your energy level, seeing your dynamism, your devotion, your dedication. It is something wonderful. And what you have given. What I would request you, Michael, at least because the audience is in the YouTube, but my worthy principals and my educators, they are the key people, they are right over here in this particular group. So you should share your number in the chat box in this group so that they can reach you. Because most difficult process I have found in the ecosystem is people have got LinkedIn account, people have got Facebook account, people have got all kind of accounts, but by the time you reach them, you're exhausted and you say, hell with it, I don't need Michael. Why to have him? Let him be a good speaker. Why should I call him more than 2 times? So I do not want people should lose you and you should lose the people. Thereby, it is very important, at least this, this ecosystem of the educators. They can engage you, they can call you, they can have you, and at the same time, because my president is watching this program from Thailand and my other dignitaries, they are watching us from a couple of other places. So all my brothers and sisters, those are in this ecosystem over here, all my educators and all my panelists, Michael had been kind to share his number, but there are protocols of the mobile also. First, send a WhatsApp to a person. Is it convenient time? Can I call you now? Can we link up with each other? That is nobody should feel offended because God has made all of us different. Michael is more handsome than me. Michael is more fairer than me. Michael is more young than me. Michael is more smart than me. But Michael and me, we both have got one thing common from God. Whether somebody is in Malaysia, somebody is in India, somebody is in Canada, the quiz question is, God has given us 24 hours same to everybody. We all are different, except one thing which God has given. Nobody can criticize God. Nobody can complain to the God, irrespective of what religion you belong to, if He has given. I don't know. The ladies may say, how can you say He? The God can be she also. So, he or she, whatever it is, the God and the goddesses, whosoever has given 24 hours to all of us. Anita ma'am, you got to smile and you got to laugh. You are so serious early in the morning. I don't want you should be so serious. So, I wish to share with all of you, ladies and gentlemen, live your life, enjoy your life. Look at my age. My biological clock is 72 years. But I am that 20 years old young boy because I wish that I should contribute at least something humble before I disappear from this planet. And I always consider, can somebody tell me early in the morning, where do we have maximum wisdom? Where do we have maximum knowledge? Where do we have maximum creativity? It's in the graveyard. People have taken it with them. They have not shared with the world. It's a shame if we go from this universe without paying the tax or the GST over here. You must pay the GST right over here. And that is whatsoever God has given you. Somebody can be good in chemistry, somebody good in physics, somebody in mathematics, somebody in art, commerce, science, non-medical, medical, music. Nowadays, last 8 years, our chamber is working very hard. How music can be integral part of education. Why all the time principals are bogged down? We got to complete the syllabi, we got to complete the contents. Children, they are pressurized. Principal is so worried. Tomorrow is my inspection. Whether the cashew nut has been arranged or not, who is coming, whether they like salty cashew nuts, or they like almonds, or they like coffee, they like tea. You are more worried about these kind of a packaging than to look after, because what to do? The ecosystem has been created such. I only pray and I wish this new education policy should bring some change, because education is not what we are giving. Education is altogether different. If a guy is doing an electrician diploma in Polytechnic, and after 6 months he gets a diploma from there, and thereafter he is giving a telephone call and he says, "Uncle, could you please come to my residence? Our tube is not working. Can you change the choke?" And he has got electrician diploma. What is the use of that diploma? And that's what we were doing, and that's what we were thinking. Okay, first quiz question before the Michael signs off, and we go to the next video. And before I hand you over to Ajay to play the video, 2,000 rupees quiz question early in the morning. Let us see who is the winner. You can go to the Google Guru, Google Baba. You can open any book, any notebook, and all my audience, all people, those are on YouTube, and all the people, those are here in August gathering. The quiz question is, 1947, India got independence. 1968, it got the first education policy. 1986, 1968, then 1986, flip the last two words. That is 1986, you got the next policy. And then minor changes in 1992 or so. And now on 29th of July at 4 p.m. in the evening, when Manju Gupta ma'am is putting on mask, you got the next policy. And that is on 29th of July 2020, you got the new education policy. The quiz question is for 2,000 rupees. You have to quote the authority also. Anybody can answer this. Anybody. And it's an open question. What percentage of 1968 policy actually got implemented in India when I'm talking to you today on 11th of December 2020? Policy is a document, then policies are to be implemented, then policies to be monitored. That is something very important. So you can take half an hour, 1 hour, whatever time you need. Go through all the textbooks, whatever is there. Give me the correct answer. And if you give me the wrong answer and you will post it, you give me 500 rupees. Yeah. Okay, that's a joke. No problem. Don't give me any money. I'm just joking so that you should have active participation. Okay. So with these words, thank you very much, Michael. It was a pleasure to have you this morning with us. And we look forward to many more such sessions with you in near future. All the best. You have got a long way to go. Serve the humanity the best possible way. And early in the morning, I won't call it an electric shock, but electric spark what you have given. There is a new energy and a new vibration in the audience. I'm seeing them more energetic without breakfast. Okay, so in a digital way, they all are going to thank you. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you. And now I hand over to Mr. Ajay to play the video for 5 minutes. By the time people should have a cup of coffee or tea. Yeah, let's go ahead. Mr. Ajay, the technical soul. The voice is not there. The audio is not there, Ajay. There is no audio. Mr. Ajay, there is no audio. Because on the YouTube, you have not clicked the two buttons down below for the audio. Please click those two buttons. There is no audio. No, there is no audio. audio. So you take your time, you can play it later, but let's not waste time now. Okay, we will go to the next event, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move ahead and we go to the next part. I would request, Ajay, you can close it now. You can close it now. You try it out at your own end, and thereafter, please come. Once you are ready, do let me know on text, and then we will proceed from there. So we extend a very hearty welcome to Madam Anita Singh ji. Madam Anita Singh ji, yes, she is right over here. Hearty welcome to you. Pleasure to have you with us. Anita Singh ji is the Education Director, Oxford Green Group of Institutions, Noida. That is, ladies and gentlemen, it's in Uttar Pradesh, very near to Delhi, and that is the capital, national capital of India. Okay. Madam Manju Gupta. Madam Manju Gupta. Okay. Madam Manju Gupta is the principal, Kothari International School, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Madam Nikita Kothari. Oh, there are so many Kotharis. Okay, right. Nikita Kothari, ma'am. She is the principal. Madam Nikita Kothari is principal. Arunodhya Public School, Thane, Maharashtra. Hearty welcome to you, Nikita Kothari, ma'am. Pleasure to have you. Dr. Krishna Shivhare. Dr. Shiv Krishna. No, there is no video at this time, Ajay. No video now. Ajay, please do not disturb now, Ajay. Oh, technical people don't understand. They consider they can come anytime. They can consider. Ajay, no videos now, please. Ajay. Ajay, there is no sound. Technical people, please understand there is no sound. Don't waste time. You're wasting time of audience and mine.
The content is designed to make learning fun and easy.
Yeah, now the sound at the end had come. Okay, fine. You play it later now. After this session, I'll give you 5 minutes to play it. Okay, Dr. Krishna Shivhare. Dr. Krishna Shivhare. Yes, hearty welcome, ma'am. She is principal, Blossom School, Nagpur, Maharashtra, India. We extend her a very hearty welcome. Dr. Sikandar Khan ji. Dr. Sikandar Khan ji, सामने आ जाइए. आपने फोटो लगा रखा है. डॉक्टर सिकंदर खान जी, हुजूर सामने आइए. थोड़ा रूबरू हो जाइए. Dr. Sikandar Khan ji is the principal, Amar Memorial Public School, Naya Gaon, Mohali, Punjab, India. Hearty welcome to, Sikandar ji. Yes, that's better. That's better.
Thank you, sir. But one correction is there.
Yeah, very kind of you. Very kind of. हम आपको देखना चाहते थे ना, उसके बगैर हमारा काम कैसे चलेगा? देखिए ना, हम आपको देखना चाहते हैं. Okay.
It's a Dr. Sikandar this side, and I am not from Mohali, Punjab. It is the Amar Memorial Public School, Naya Gaon, Nainital, Uttarakhand.
No problems. No problems. इतनी गलती तो चल जाती है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
That's why I didn't bother it.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, without charging any money from you, we are taking you to Uttarakhand all the way from Mohali. Okay, we'll have a special flight being deputed for you. So with these words, I hand over to Madam Anita Singh ji to take the session forward. Anita ma'am, आप कहाँ चले गए? आप पेड़ लगा के चले गए यहाँ एनवायरमेंटल प्रोटेक्शन में. देखिए अनीता मैम, टेक्नोलॉजी में ये बड़ा मजा है कि जब मर्जी कुछ पेड़ लगा के चले जाओ, कोई बादल लगा कर चले जाओ. अनीता मैम, please come back from the Oxford Green Group of Institutions. That's why you are showing us so much of greenery. That's great, ma'am. That's a pleasure. That's a pleasure. But I think greenery we have seen enough. We want to see now Anita ji Rubaru. Please come, Anita ma'am. We got to start the session. And all the panelists of this particular session, you are requested to kindly unmute your mic, please, so that we can just go ahead and we can start the session. I think Anita Singh ji is having some difficulties. So how to improve the quality, creativity and performance and efficiency of learning. अनीता जी, आप तो बड़े अच्छे से आ गए थे, सबसे पहले आ गए थे. I think there is some technical difficulty she is having. Anyway, we can start the session. Anita ji would be joining in a little while. I would request Madam Manju Gupta. Madam Manju Gupta, you can unmute your mic, please. Madam Manju Gupta कहीं बात कर रही हैं. Madam Manju Gupta ji, can you be kind enough to unmute your mic, please? Can you be kind to unmute your mic, please? Manju Gupta ma'am. Namaskar. Can you unmute your mic? Yes. Namaskar.
I have. Namaskar.
By the time Anita ji joins back, I would request you to kindly start your deliberations. How to improve the quality, creativity, performance, and efficiency of learning. Because see, 10:45 to 11:40. So we got to accommodate everybody. 2 राउंड कर लेंगे. पहले राउंड के अंदर आप स्टार्ट कीजिए, 4-5 मिनट बोलिए, और फिर सेकंड राउंड में फिर हम आपके पास आएंगे. पहले आप थोड़ा सा वार्म कर दीजिए ऑडियंस को, सबको प्लीज. मंजू गुप्ता मैम.
Acha, I start with and
Yes.
Namaskar everyone. Namaskar. And you expect me, you give me the pointers. I want the moderator to help me.
How to improve the quality, creativity, performance and efficiency of learning.
All right. How to improve. Now, there are various factors which are responsible for improvement, and we have a very beautiful tool at the moment in our hand, which can guide the society also, and that's NEP. Okay. So with the help of, with the name NEP, we can design the improvement plan. And I start with that tomorrow is all about concept-based learning, not fragmented learning. So we need to work on our curriculums. And in these curriculums, across K to 12, I'll talk of only school education. So in this curriculum, we have to have the means instead of focusing on content, because content is available on a touch of a button technology, as you say. So instead of content, our pedagogies have to be, or our focus has to be the skill development. Till date, what we were doing, we were content heavier, content driven education system. That the teacher is the sage on the stage, and the students are listening to whatever you are talking, like, and so you passing on information. So we were, as teachers, information delivery people. Whereas today, Google is there, various other platforms are there, and these platforms help collect the information. So the teacher's focus now has to be on skill development, attitude development. So the curriculum has to have focus of skill and attitude. So the pedagogy accordingly, so I would say instead of having physics as a topic, physics as a vertical of learning, chemistry as a vertical of learning, maths as a vertical of learning, let's have critical thinking as a vertical of learning. Let's have creativity as a vertical of thinking, a vertical of learning. So the subject name should change. That's my one call, which may be taken as what is she talking? In physics, we can do critical thinking, but I say in critical thinking, have all subjects. In creativity, have all subjects. In communication, have all subjects. Instead of physics having all subjects, all skills, have critical thinking and have all subjects. That how do I think? So the focus has to change from subject verticals to the skill verticals. And we're trying at our school, and I see a lot can happen. So it is out of experience.
So madam, my question is, now there is a separate Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. And then there is a Ministry of Education. Right?
Sure.
So NEP 2020 has been brought by now earlier Ministry of HRD and now Ministry of Education. And if the focus is going to be shifting complete thing from content and from delivery to skills and competencies, then do you think
Yes.
that Ministry of Skill Development should take a lead role?
It's not about, I'm not talking of the skills of, like, livelihoods, which is the story of Ministry of Skill and Skill. I am
Okay.
talking education. I'm talking of the development of brain. I'm talking of the little babies, 3 years to 7 years to 9 years to 12 years, start thinking. We have been nurtured in an environment. I'm talking of overhauling of our education system. That's what I feel. That's my perspective. It's my opinion that we need to now think. Yesterday also, Mr. Pokhriyal, the minister, was speaking to all of us, and he said कि हमको वापस, can I speak in Hindi a little? Audience.
मैम, आप
Yes.
किसी भी भाषा में बात कीजिए, we will translate.
Yes,
No problem. हाँ जी.
I don't translate. People can understand Hindi. So मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि क्या हम बच्चों का डेवलपमेंट पर ना ध्यान दें कि हमारे जो संस्कार हैं और हमारी जो वैल्यूज थी और हमारी जो वैल्यू लेड एजुकेशन सिस्टम था, हम उसके ऊपर ध्यान देने की जगह हम कंटेंट हैवी एजुकेशन सिस्टम हमने बना दिया। ना हम उनको ये सिखाते हैं कि सोचो कैसे, ना हम इनको ये समझ सिखाते हैं व्यवहार कैसे करो। Please, the focus is I teach them content in today's schools, and hence very little, I would say, turn around 10% teach them physics, but 90% teach them life in the physics lesson and how physics can change their life. I'm a physics teacher, so I will only take names of physics. So teach them how to, with the help of physics, how you change the world.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a good input. It's a good beginning. And it's a wonderful, and physics is a very interesting subject. Physics की वजह से मैं पास होता था, बाकी तो मेरी परसेंटेज डाउन ही रहती थी. Okay, very interesting. Right.
Okay.
अभी now Nikita ma'am, by the time because I'm doing the role of Anita Singh ma'am.
I do understand.
Over here.
I do understand. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, sir.
Nikita ma'am, there is something very interesting. I would like to bring Manju Gupta ma'am के inputs और आपका input लेना चाहूँगा because I'm sitting outside. I'm sitting outside India. I'm sitting outside country, and I'm a true Indian. I'm binding 30 million, the non-resident Indians, Bharatiya Parvasi Divas, everything what we are talking about. But my challenges, अपने जो कुछ कहूंगा सच के सिवा कुछ नहीं कहूंगा। गीता सीता सब पर हाथ रख के बोलता हूँ। जब गीता और सीता पे हाथ रख के बोलता हूँ तो मुझे एक बात का जवाब दे दीजिए।
हाँ जी।
Is it really possible to take children back to that जो हम बात कर रहे हैं? क्या बच्चे वापस उस संस्कृति में जाएंगे? क्या बच्चे 70 साल में कहां उनको लेकर आ गए जहां वो वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड में है? When I travel to India and when I'm traveling in a bus, when I'm traveling in a train, when I'm traveling in a flight, and there's a youngster sitting next to me, and if I tell, and when he look towards me and he's putting earphone like which perforce I am putting at this point of time, and I tell him, excuse me child, what are you doing? He says, excuse me uncle, I'm busy. Okay, so he is busy in sending WhatsApp, virtual world, gossip, going, talking, laughing in an artificial world, and when a destination is about to come, he plugs out and he says, हाँ अंकल आप कुछ आप कह रहे थे, अभी फ्लाइट उतरने वाली है तो क्या आप कह रहे थे? हम कौन सी दुनिया की बातचीत कर रहे हैं? हम कौन से वर्ल्ड की बातचीत कर रहे हैं? चिल्ड्रन टुडे, वेदर, आप मुझे बता दीजिए कि क्या बच्चे माँ बाप के हाथ में हैं या माँ बाप बच्चों के हाथ में है? क्या मैं अपने बच्चे को मनाने के लिए, उसके लिए सब कुछ करने के लिए रेडी हो जाता हूं? गॉन आर द डेज कि हमारे पिताजी हमको 2 थप्पड़ मारते थे और हम चुपचाप बैठ के काम करने लग जाते थे। आप बच्चे को हाथ तो लगा के दिखाओ, आप बच्चे को बात तो करके दिखाओ। ओके फाइन। दूसरा, उसको उस वर्ल्ड में ले जा चुके हैं, वहां से वापस कहां लेके आएंगे? मैं खुद नालंदा की बातचीत कर रहा हूं, मैं खुद तक्षशिला की बातचीत कर रहा हूं कि क्या वो नालंदा में वापस जाना चाहता है? The thing is, what we are talking about, मैं अपने चेंबर के माध्यम से स्वामी विवेकानंद का प्रोग्राम कर रहा हूं। मैं अपने चेंबर के माध्यम से 6 महीने महात्मा बुद्ध का प्रोग्राम करता रहा। मैं अपने चेंबर से हर रविवार को सुबह अमेरिका से 9:30 बजे से 11 बजे तक श्रीमद् भगवत गीता करना चाहता हूं और इंडिया के प्रिंसिपल उपनिषद करना चाहता हूं. Who are the audience? Those are about 70 years of age. Is there any youngster in that? There is nobody. तो मैं एजुकेशन में बदलाव कैसे लेके आऊंगा जो मंजू गुप्ता मैम चाहती हैं? मैं कैसे करूंगा वो मुझे बता दीजिएगा निकिता मैम.
गुलशन जी नमस्ते. आपके सेशन में मैं हमेशा आती हूँ. आई एम द प्रिंसिपल ऑफ अरुणोदय स्कूल एंड बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग होते हैं. मैं बहुत यंग हूँ. मैं शुरुआत करूंगी बहुत छोटी बात से. हमने जब शुरुआत करी, हम रामायण पढ़ते हैं, हम महाभारत पढ़ते हैं. हम देखते हैं कि वो टाइम में गुरुकुल सिस्टम रहा करता था. आप तक्षशिला बोलते हो, आप नालंदा बोलते हो. गुरुकुल सिस्टम जो हमारा पहले से आते रहा है वो ब्रिटिशर्स ने आके चेंज कर दिया एंड हम ब्लाइंडली उसे फॉलो करने लगे. आप मुझे बताइए, आप वहां बैठे हैं लेकिन इतने सारे सेशंस के आप सारी दुनिया को जोड़ रहे हो, इंडियन का प्रचार कर रहे हो. आई एम इंडियन, आई एम ऑल्सो प्राउड टू से दैट आई एम इंडियन. गुलशन जी आप बताइए, सबसे श्रेष्ठ आजकल जो बोला जाता है फिनलैंड, वो क्या कर रहा है? वो हमारी गुरुकुल सिस्टम ही अपना रहा है.
बिल्कुल ठीक.
हमारे बच्चे हम कंटेंट बात करते. क्या हमारे बच्चों को स्ट्रेस हैंडल होता है? नहीं होता है. क्या हमारे बच्चे एंजाइटी हैंडल कर पाते हैं? नहीं कर पाते. क्या हमारे बच्चे क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट हैंडल कर पाते हैं? इस वैल्यूज पे हमें जोर देना चाहिए. हम एजुकेशन सिस्टम, हम सिलेबस बोलते हैं, हम करिकुलम बोलते हैं, हम इतनी भाषाएं इनकॉर्पोरेट करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये जो बेसिक मॉरल्स है या बेसिक वैल्यूज है, क्यों हम ध्यान नहीं देते इन पे? तो हमारा एजुकेशन, मैं कहना चाहती हूँ, आई एम यंग, आई वांट टू से दैट इसके बेस पे होना चाहिए. जो ये एनईपी आई है, मुझे बुलाइए, मैं आऊंगी जरूर. मैं हेल्प करूंगी एनईपी फॉर्म करने के लिए, करिकुलम फॉर्म करने के लिए. ये बहुत जरूरी है. एज अ चाइल्ड साइकोलॉजिस्ट आई फील दैट हमारे बच्चों को, हाँ हम देख रहे हैं हमारे बच्चे वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड में है, तो हमें उनको फिर से नेचर में लाना होगा. ये जो स्कूल है, जो मेरे पास स्कूल है, मैडम ने भी कहा कि हमारे पास 3 to 6 years है. जैसे ये एनईपी आई है तो 5 + 3 + 3 + 4 किया. इट इज वेरी गुड, बिकॉज जब ये बच्चे एक चेंज से जाते हैं, उनकी थिंकिंग चेंज होती है. So we will have to create that kind of curriculum for them. We will have to, what madam said is perfectly right, we will have to give them critical thinking, logical reasoning, blended learning. This is the need of the hour and I feel we should go about in this way. We have to teach morals. जैसे हम हमारे बच्चे, गुलशन जी आपने कहा हमारे मम्मी पापा तो 2 थप्पड़ लगा देते थे, तो हम उनको, आई मीन आई एम थैंकफुल दैट मेरे मम्मी पापा ने मुझे 2 थप्पड़ लगाई तो मैं इधर हूँ. I was very focused in my studies and similarly मेरे बच्चे को भी मैंने उसी तरह शिक्षण दी. और मेरा बेटा भी मुझे यही कहता है कि मैडम आप, मम्मी आपने मुझे इतना सिखाया, 1 मिनट, आई एम गेटिंग कॉल. सो इतना सिखाया तो मैं आज इंजीनियर बन पाया, आज कोडिंग कर रहा है वो. सो ही इज वेरी थैंकफुल. हमारे बच्चों को गलत और सही की राह दिखानी है, समझाना है. और हम जैसे, हाँ टाइम चेंज होते जा रहा है, विद चेंजिंग टाइम्स वी आल्सो नीड टू कीप आवर हैंड्स इन टेक्नोलॉजी. गुलशन जी जहां पे डांटना है वहां पे डांटना भी पड़ेगा, लेकिन बच्चों को समझना पड़ेगा. We have to understand them. They are our asset. They are the nation builders, and we have to guide them. टीचर वही कहलाता है जो क्यूरियोसिटी डेवलप कर सके बच्चों में, और वही टीचर श्रेष्ठ होता है, ना कि जो सिर्फ कंटेंट पढ़ाता जाए, मेरा काम है इतना कंप्लीट करना है. ऐसा नहीं होता है. जो क्यूरियोसिटी डेवलप करे, जो उसमें इंटरेस्ट ला चुके. और मैडम आप फिजिक्स की है तो उसमें मैथ्स भी आती है, बहुत मैथ्स आती है, तो मैथ्स फिजिक्स कंबाइन कर सकते हैं उसमें। एंड ये इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ सब्जेक्ट्स बहुत जरूरी है, ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग बहुत जरूरी है। और इसके साथ में हमको बच्चों को सॉल्यूशंस के ऊपर वर्क करना सिखाना है। मैं कभी कभी कुछ बच्चों को देखती हूँ, वो इतने उदास होते हैं कि उनको समझ ही नहीं आता। मुझे कभी कभी उनपे बहुत आई फील लाइक पिटी एंड सिंपथाइज देम, यू नो, कि क्यों नहीं समझ रहे, ताकि उनको ये कंटेंट समझ के आगे उनको एक अच्छा नागरिक बनाना है। हमें सबसे ज्यादा फोकस करना चाहिए ग्लोबल वैल्यूज के ऊपर। वेयर आर वी आर, हमारा अर्थ जो पोल्यूशन से जूझ रहा है, न्यूक्लियर थ्रेट से जूझ रहा है, क्या हम अच्छे नागरिक नहीं बना सकते? क्या हम वैल्यू नहीं दिला सकते? क्या हमें ये, हमारे सामने आंख है लेकिन हम देख नहीं पाते कि हम दुनिया को कहाँ लेके जा रहे हैं? सो ये क्यों नहीं सिखाते कि प्लीज, या अगर मैं बोलती
point well taken, point well taken. Manju Gupta ma'am from the physics background, Nikita ma'am from psychology background, point well taken, everything is fine. Let me move to Dr. Krishna Shivhare ma'am. And over here, my challenge is, the new education policy proposes कि अभी जो बेसिक फॉर्मेशन है बच्चे का, वो आंगनवाड़ी की तरह होगा, राइट? बेसिकली जो आंगनवाड़ी है और आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स है, आंगनवाड़ी के जो लोग हैं, वो आपके बच्चों को, काइंडली टेल मी, डू वी हैव सफिशिएंट, डू वी हैव एडिक्वेट नॉलेज, environment, physical environment, mental environment, creativity environment, and everything vis-a-vis any other convent school or any other institution where actually we are sending our children, where actually we are sending our children. मैं ये नहीं कहना चाहता, because at this point of time it is very difficult for me to say that whether from the political system or bureaucratic system or the higher up systems or others, उन्होंने अपने बच्चों को कहाँ भेजा, स्कॉलरशिप कहाँ से लिया, कहाँ भिजवाया, विदेश कैसे गए, कैसे पहुंचे, चाहे मैं संस्थाओं का नाम भी नहीं लेना चाहता. I don't want to discuss at this point of time because I am a very positive person. I am a very and last 40 years I have I think I have enjoyed about almost 120 scholarships. So I understand what exactly scholarship is, whether a 1 week scholarship or a 15-day scholarship. And having traveled about 119 almost countries now by this time, I have gathered, and I feel I'm the most humble person at this age because I have got nothing to take from. I have to only give. I have to give back. I have to give back because the time has come. I have to give back, and that is the way we have to look at. For that matter, जहां भी मैं विदेश में पढ़ाता हूं, जिस भी कंट्री में पढ़ाता हूं, जिस जगह जाता हूं, जो कुछ भी मुझे मिलता है, मैं वहीं स्टूडेंट बनता हूं. और कोई मोटिवेशनल प्रोग्राम, कोई क्रिएटिव प्रोग्राम, कोई इनोवेटिव प्रोग्राम, तो जिन चीजों की हम बातचीत कर रहे हैं, सब कुछ है, सारी चीजें बहुत बढ़िया है. फिनलैंड की एजुकेशन उनकी मातृभाषा में है. फिनलैंड की एजुकेशन में 14 साल तक आप कुछ लिखते नहीं है. अप टू 14 years यू डोंट राइट एनीथिंग. Then there is no examination system. हम बार-बार इतने डिस्कशन और डेलिब्रेशन हो रहे हैं इंडिया में कि आपका एजुकेशन सिस्टम ये होना चाहिए, वो होना. अरे भैया, एजुकेशन में एग्जाम ही क्यों होना चाहिए? किस लिए चाहिए एग्जाम? मुझे बता दीजिए ना, किस चीज के लिए, और कौन लेने वाला है एग्जाम? उसकी क्वालिफिकेशन क्या जो एग्जाम ले रहा है? उसको कहां से पैटर्न मिला कि वो एग्जाम ले रहा है? उसका मास्टर ट्रेनर कौन है? जब हम कहते हैं कि ये टीचर एम्पावरमेंट के लिए ट्रेनर है, फाइन, वेरी गुड. उसको किसने ट्रेन किया है? उसकी क्वालिफिकेशन किसने चेक किया है? उसका मेंटर कौन है? इट इज ए कंप्लीट इकोसिस्टम, वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड. और जो मैडम पहले कह रहे थे, इफ आई कम इन ए प्रैक्टिकल वे इन ए डिस्कशन, तो आपको 4000 वीडियोस देखने होंगे सर कैन रॉबिन्सन के, तब आप कहीं मेरी जैसी कंफ्यूजिंग स्टेट पर जिंदगी में पहुंचेंगे. और जब आपको पता लगेगा व्हाट इज द पर्पस ऑफ एजुकेशन, why to go to school, whether a home schooling or a particular schooling, and what are we teaching. तो मेरा चैलेंज आपके सामने ये है कि क्या कोई अपने बच्चे को आंगनवाड़ी के वर्कर से पढ़ा सकेगा? क्या वो उसको वो एनवायरनमेंट दे सकेगा? क्या उसको उस तरीके की सुविधा मिल पाएगी? आदमी अपना सब कुछ बेच के अपने बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देना चाहता है। अगर मंजू गुप्ता का बस चले तो मैडम ये कहेगी, मुझे 2 कपड़े ना मिले, मेरे बच्चे का स्कूल अच्छा हो जाए, इसका टीचर अच्छा हो जाए, इसकी शिक्षा अच्छी हो जाए। क्या ये सत्य है कि नहीं है? मुझे बताइए। अगर ये सत्य है तो क्या हमने आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर को उस लेवल तक पहुंचाया कि जहां पर वो बच्चे को उस तरीके से, क्योंकि इफ यू आस्क माई आत्मा, क्योंकि मुझे अपनी आत्मा को जवाब देना है, मुझे किसी और को जवाब नहीं देना है। और जब मुझे अपनी आत्मा को जवाब देना है, द टीचर्स दोज आर हैंडलिंग चिल्ड्रन अप टू 9 years ऑफ एज, शुरू से लेकर और जो 9 साल तक के बच्चों को हैंडल कर रहे हैं, दे शुड बी हाईएस्ट पेड इन द वर्ल्ड। दे शुड बी गेटिंग देयर सैलरी मोर देन प्रोफेसर्स, क्योंकि उस 9 साल में वो जो बन जाएगा वही उसका जिंदगी में आदर्श रहेगा, वही उसकी सोच रहेगी। उसी प्रोसेस, बाकी सब्जेक्ट में क्या पढ़ाना है, क्या चलना है, मैं साइंस में हूं कि मैं आर्ट्स में हूं कि मैं कॉमर्स में हूं, सब कुछ। थोड़े दिन पहले हमने आर्ट्स को ऐसे कर दिया था कि जैसे इसे कुछ नहीं आता तो इसको आर्ट्स में कर दो। जैसे टीवी के अंदर जब शुरू में दूरदर्शन चला 80s में, तो जो हिंदी में बोलता था उसको ऐसे लगता था जैसे पता नहीं गांव के कौन से पीछे लास्ट कॉर्नर से आया है, इस बेचारे को भी बुलवा लो। That is the kind of a patchy and that is the kind of a chronology we were taking in education ecosystem. तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं, आप मुझे बताइए कृष्णा मैम, अपने दिल पर हाथ रख के, मैं जो कुछ कहूंगी सच के सिवा कुछ नहीं कहूंगी। क्या अपने बच्चे को आप आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर से पढ़वाएंगे? मुझे बताइए।
First of all, thank you, sir, for your question, which is the need of an hour, you can say simply. But before proceeding, sir, I would like to add on some of my views for you itself, sir. Please listen, Dr. Gulshan, sir. When an incidental color or a random fragrance takes positions of our imagination, we can unexpectedly blossom into a new entity as it gives us wings and enlighten our horizon. Just like canary birds that feel stimulated and start singing as soon as sense the radiance of the sun through the reflection of the skylight. Great, phenomenal work, unique initiative day by day, respected Dr. Gulshan sir. Really, it was your dedication, determination, passion for excellence that brought us all together, not only our motherland, but outside the world at this international platform. Thank you, sir. So very regarding Anganwadi.
I've just taken an example. I've taken an example.
Okay. Divergent thinking, sir. Divergent thinking, actually, when the child is at the age of 5 years itself, the child critical thinking, creativity thinking, collaboration, communication thinking is to the level of 98%. As soon as the child reaches to 10 years, which you are saying ki 9 saal tak, hai na, foundational, as soon as the child reaches to the 10 years, automatically from 98% it decreases to 30%. Earlier, now all these things are there, but these 5 to 10 years where the thinking ability of the child is 98%, and there the respective teacher, dedicated teachers team, they are just nurturing the children. So it is possible if the teacher will decide, if the parents will decide for the upliftment of the students, it is possible. Why it is not possible? It is possible for the Angangava, the students, those who are going to Anganwadi also, the upliftment of the child is there. I'm just taking one of the more example. Try not to teach your fears. I used to convey to my parents also, try not to teach your fears to your kids. Introduce your children to what possible. The best way to influence your kids is to walk the talk. Model the behavior you wish to. Don't preach the beauty of books and learning and then head into your family to watch 3 hours of MTV. Remember those little eyes, everything, little eyes, foundational levels, those little eyes, those tiny tots, everything they are watching you to develop. Develop your children. See yourself not just a parents to your children, but as a developer. The parents must be as a developer. The tricone between the parents, teacher, and the students, it should be very strong. It is important to actively develop their minds, hearts, and souls. That's your job as a parents of your child, as a teacher of your child. Expose them to the great art. Introduce them to cool people who produce unique ideas, innovative ideas from the very beginning. If the mind of these foundational level students are strong, definitely they are going to do wonders. Inspire your kids. Big idea. I generally used to tell my parents also. Parents teach their children how to view the world. Parents show kids the way the world works. If you see the world as a place of limitations, so those particular little tiny dots, definitely they are going to raise. Try not to teach your fears to your kids. Introduce your children to what possible. Inspire them to be a great human being, value-based human being.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very kind of you for your most valuable inputs. I am so indebted. Let me just go all the way from Mumbai now. Ma'am, you are at Mumbai now, Maharashtra. Oh, you are at Nagpur. You are at Nagpur.
Nagpur.
Wow, that's great. Okay, so let's take a flight from Nagpur. नैनीताल के लिए मुझे कहाँ उतरना पड़ेगा, सिकंदर खान जी?
Sir, basically you have to take you have to depart at Pantnagar or Delhi.
ओके, पंतनगर आ जाते हैं. पंतनगर ठीक है. दिल्ली बहुत पोल्यूटेड है, दिल्ली नहीं जाना है अभी.
पंतनगर आइए, मोस्ट वेलकम.
अभी दिल्ली का पहले पोल्यूशन ठीक करना है. हमारा संडे रात को जो प्रोग्राम है, इट इज ए माइंड ब्लोइंग. देयर इज एन अमेरिकन प्रोफेसर हु इज कमिंग एट 8 o'clock and he is going to give some solution on environment, water and air pollution for Delhi and surrounding areas. There is a professor Shyam Shukla. He is a specialist in NASA. So उनको मैंने request किया है. He is coming at 8 p.m. on Sunday evening, sharing his vision on the new education policy, what we can do for Delhi NCR surroundings. So Dr. Sikandar Khan ji, Principal Amar Memorial Public School, Nainital. अभी मुझे थोड़ा सा आप ये बताइए, क्रिएटिविटी का भी बात हो गया, क्वालिटी का भी बात हो गया. अब थोड़ा सा मुझे टेक्नोलॉजी का बताइए आप, कि मैं बच्चे की लर्निंग को, टेक्नोलॉजी को कैसे इस्तेमाल करूं, क्योंकि सभी टीचर्स को, सभी प्रिंसिपल्स को, सभी बच्चों को मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, प्लीज डू सी वन मूवी कॉल्ड, इट इज ए 1 hour 27 minutes movie. Everybody must watch if you want to do justice to education, to your school, to your children, to your teachers, to humanity. If you are in education ecosystem, you must watch a movie. It's a documentary. It's called The Social Dilemma. The Social Dilemma. I would request each one of you, it's a 1 hour 26-minute movie, and you will come to know how basically the social media companies and the technology-based companies are working on your nervous system, on your brain, and they have not taken any hero, heroine in that. They have taken actual marketing heads, CEOs of a different corporate sector from technology companies and technological based companies, and they are giving you something remarkable as an input. तो आप मुझे ये बताइए, because technology is coming like a tsunami. Technology is going to play a very important role. और एक नया शब्द आ गया अंग्रेजी में, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। मैं ये सोचता हूं कि हम ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस की बातचीत क्यों नहीं करते? व्हाई आर वी टॉकिंग अबाउट आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सो मच? देयर इज समथिंग नोन एज ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस आल्सो। क्योंकि मैंने तो ये सुना है अपने ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स से कि वेदों का ध्वनि के अलावा मनन किया गया था, वेद लिखे नहीं गए थे, वेद व्यास जी तो बाद में आए और शंकराचार्य जी ने उनको चीजों को आसान करने के लिए उपनिषदों में और सब चीजों में किया कि लोग उसको पढ़ सकें, लेकिन शुरू में कोई ध्वनि थी। तो मेरे दिमाग में यह आता है, शुड म्यूजिक नॉट बी द इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ एजुकेशन? मंजू मैम फिजिक्स की है, ये बता सकती हैं कि ध्वनि किधर चलती, क्या चलती? मैं आता हूं इनके पास वापस, थोड़ा सा नैनीताल की हवा ले लूं अच्छी शुद्ध, और उसके बाद फिर आपके पास आता हूं। तो सिकंदर खान जी, व्हाट आर योर व्यूज? what exactly the technology and how much technology, और कहां पहले बच्चों को बोलते थे, और ये भी नहीं मुझे समझ आता है साइकोलॉजिकली। 12वीं तक स्कूल में बच्चों को बोलते हैं कीप क्वाइट, हु इज टॉकिंग, डोंट टॉक, शट अप, चुप हो जाओ, ये कौन बच्चा बोल रहा है, हम ये बोलते हैं। और जब वो बच्चा 12वीं करके जॉब के लिए जाता है तो वो कहते हैं कुछ बोलो, कुछ तो बोलो, कुछ तो बातचीत करो। वहां कहते हैं ना बोलो, यहां बोलते हैं बोलो। अगर उसको बोलना ही नहीं सिखाया, अगर उसने अपने इको सिस्टम को ही डेवलप नहीं किया, तो वो ऑल ऑफ ए सडन कैसे बोलेगा? मुझे बताइए ना। उसके दिमाग में बार बार ये बात भरी जाती है। जैसे आई विल टेल यू, बिकॉज आई एम ए फादर, आई हैव गॉट ए डॉटर। शुरू से डॉटर के दिमाग में ये बात डाली जाती है, ऐसे मत खड़े हो, यहां मत बैठो, ये कपड़े मत पहनो, ऐसे मत जाओ, उसके साथ फालतू बात मत करो, उस आदमी की बॉडी लैंग्वेज समझो, वो कैसे बात कर रहा है, क्या कर रहा है। एक साइको फियर बच्चे के दिमाग में पहले से हम बिल्ड कर देते हैं, एंड देयर आर प्री कंसीव्ड आइडियाज एंड प्री नोशंस। अब हम टेक्नोलॉजी पर आ जाते हैं। जो कुछ हम देखते हैं, जो कुछ हम टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से महसूस करते हैं, आप हमें ये बताइए कि टेक्नोलॉजी के बगैर भी काम नहीं चलेगा? टेक्नोलॉजी इज द इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ एजुकेशन ऑल्सो। हाउ मच टेक्नोलॉजी, विच वे टेक्नोलॉजी, व्हाट इज टू बी डन? बच्चों को स्पाइनल प्रॉब्लम शुरू होने गई है, बच्चों को आईज की प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है, बच्चों को बाकी दिक्कत आएंगी, बच्चों को बहुत परेशानियां आएंगी। अब बच्चा, अगर आप उससे कहेंगे कुछ और करने के लिए, तो कहेगा मम्मा आपको काम करवाना है ना, तो मैं काम कर देता हूं। आपको मार्केट से कोई चीज चाहिए ना, वो वहीं से ऑर्डर प्लेस करेगा और आपको आइटम दे देगा। वो कह रहा है आपको मुझे फिजिकली भेजना है कि आपको आइटम चाहिए? व्हाई आर यू ट्रबलिंग मी? तो साइकी ही चेंज हो रही है। टेक्नोलॉजी इज गोइंग टू मेक अस आलसी, टेक्नोलॉजी इज गोइंग टू मेक अस लेजी, वी विल नॉट बी डूइंग फिजिकल एंड मैनुअल लेबर। और उसके बाद टेक्नोलॉजी में, वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड में, आई एम सॉरी टू यूज दैट लैंग्वेज, बट एज ए एल्डर ब्रदर I can use that language and I can take a liberty to use that language. एक गेम आई थी पबजी, मैंने देखा जो टॉयलेट में थे, शिट पॉट पे बैठा है और वहां भी कह रहा है इधर से अटैक करो, ये करो, इधर से फ्लैंकिंग करो, ये करो। तो मुझे लगा पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है। मैंने उसको बोला एक्सक्यूज मी बेटा क्या हो रहा है? बोला कुछ नहीं डैड, मैं पबजी खेल रहा हूँ। Now can you imagine what exactly is happening? So technology, how it is going to overpower, how much technology and which way the technology। हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बातचीत तो करते हैं, हम ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस की बातचीत क्यों नहीं कर रहे?
Thank you, Dr. Wilson, and good morning, everyone from this gold place. So, Dr. Wilson, these days we have to depend on technologies. Like the pandemic is going on, and everywhere is an online systems started. We have to teach our kids online. Technology is much more important these days. But what I thought earlier, like when there was a normal schooling, I think most of the school principals will agree with me that we have banned the mobiles. And when there was a normal schooling, we all have banned the mobile in all the school systems. We ask our kids to not carry your mobile while you are going to the classes. I ask the students, I ask the parents, do not hand over mobiles to your children because they will kill their time. They will do something else what we don't want to teach them. So ये सब normal चल रहा था, and we are against the technologies. Things were going very right away. But as soon as the pandemic started, the people, those who are the school, those who are banning the mobiles and technologies generally, just online classes, we proceed to those online classes. Ask the parent to purchase the new mobiles, to buy a laptop, hand over to your children so that we can run the online classes. All of you agree with me this, I think? So what these technologies brings a boon, but same time these are a kind of curses. Like I'm giving an example. When we are the children, our teachers, our schools, and our parents, they try, they ask us to study as well as play properly. And moreover, we are playing, studying less. And the difference is that today the teachers, those who are the teachers these days, we are on the 40s or the 50s, we all are the from old schooling. Old schooling means the old times that we have grown up and then started the Gurukul kind of system. But these days, those who are our new generations, means the 20s, those who are in the 20s and those who are the teens, they will never be a teacher. Agree with this? Because they are in the learning in a process by which they are only learning to gain the marks, and technologies help them. Like we have these days schooling only. Well, we are discussing normal. These days schooling only for to send the children to develop the disciplines, to develop the attitude, to develop the behaviors and skills. Otherwise, all the content, the curriculum is totally we can get through the technologies. We have the badges classes, we have the Khan's Academy, we have the Unacademies, we have the lots of different sites, those who are providing the education better than the teachers we are employed in the school. So if the children want to get the education, sitting their home, they are using that Byju's, they are using the Sun Academies, Khan Academy. Believe me, I am a bio teacher, and I have seen a lots of videos from the Khan Academies or the Byju's. They are teaching in appropriate manner so that student can learn very easily, and they don't need to come to the school. They don't need to go to the classes. But what's the importance of this school? When the kids are coming to school, we not only teach them the content, we not only teach them the curriculum, we try to bring them, we try to motivate them as a learner to develop the discipline, to develop the entrepreneurial skill, and moreover to develop the social behavior in them so that the student, the kids can stand into the society. So
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Khan. Point well taken. Yes. Point well taken. Point well taken. I'll come for second round for 1 minute. Be ready. Be ready. I'll come for second round. Now, all my participants for this particular session, 1 minute each. And Manju Gupta, ma'am, what do you expect from parents post-COVID? 1 minute, ma'am. Manju Gupta, ma'am, what do you expect from parents post-COVID?
We expect from the parents हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, बल्कि एक्सपेक्ट करने की जगह हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कि उनको अपने साथ मिला के चलें और उनको ज्ञान दें, उनको समझाएं कि न्यू वर्ल्ड कैसे होंगे। और उसमें हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि जैसे मैं अपने स्कूल का कल्चर बदलने की पूरी कोशिश कर रही हूँ, इन दिनों हम प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं कि बजाय इसके ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग मॉडल में कि जो पढ़ाई की बातें, जो कंटेंट डिलीवरी है, वो हम टेक्नोलॉजी मोड से करेंगे और चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट विच इज अ सोशल, इमोशनल, नेचर लर्निंग, वो कॉन्टैक्ट प्रोग्राम से करेंगे। तो स्कूल का जो मॉडल हम बदल रहे हैं वो स्कूल के मॉडल के हिसाब से हम उसका पैराडाइम ही बदल रहे हैं। स्कूल में अब मुझे फिजिक्स और केमिस्ट्री और मैथ्स और साइंस पढ़ाने की इतनी जरूरत नहीं है, वो तो टेक्नोलॉजी मोड से आ जाएगी जो आजकल हो रहा है। और हम बच्चों के साथ मिलके उनमें एटीट्यूड्स और सोशल इमोशनल लर्निंग, केयरिंग फॉर देम, एम्पैथी, ये सब करेंगे। तो अगर पेरेंट्स ये
basically soft skills.
It's not soft skills, it's not skill, it's an attitude for tomorrow. It's an attitude of yesteryears. It's an Gurukul brought
Yeah,
back to school.
but ma'am, in today's language, when you talk about critical thinking, analytical thinking, logical thinking, creativity, these all are the part of which is called in the modern management as a soft skills, or you may call them a life skills. You may call them life skills.
Well, that's skill, but I want a child to be a risk taker. It's not a skill,
Okay.
it's an
Okay.
attitude. So
Great,
I
great.
want to develop work on attitudes and
Okay.
the skills, but the content part will have online, and my parents educate our
Thank you.
parents to be with us.
Thank you, ma'am. God bless you. Dr. Krishna, ma'am, what do you expect from parents? 1 minute.
Parents, now it's a time of COVID, sir. And
Yeah.
from March, 2020 till December, it's 6 month already, more than that it passed. And it's not like school to school, it's a school home collaboration where the involvement of parents, where the involvement of teachers, where the involvement of students, Tricone, it's play a very vital role. So definitely, if parents will think that they have to uplift their child, no one is going to stop them. For that, the atmosphere, the do and don'ts, and even the at the foundational stage itself, if the teacher, she will think about the upliftment of a child at the foundational level only, so that particular child, definitely he or she is going to do the amazing workout.
Thank you. Dr. Khan, 1 minute.
So what I expect from the parents, or what I want from the parents, they should understand the teacher's problem along with their kids. If they will, it's like a blended learning, no? So what we have, blended education. We means teachers along with the parents, they blend together to develop their child in a way that we can develop the humanism inside the student. And when the humanism is there, they will learn everything automatically.
Humanity, it's play a very vital role.
Okay.
Yeah,
Values, implementation
that's
of values, ethics, that is like
the
what
question
we,
is, if we
what the
allow me,
tradition we
I want
follow.
to give an example. What we
Point
are
well
doing-
taken. Point well taken. Thank you very much. I think Dr. Nikita is not there. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, all my panelists. God bless all of you. Stay safe, stay fine. And any day you need any motivation for your children, for your students, anybody. And also, I would request you, please tell your teachers and tell your students to come 5 p.m. Monday to Sunday, all days. They should come, no login, nothing. They watch a video, they should come on the YouTube, and they can gain so much from world over what we are giving Indian Standard Time 5 p.m. every evening. So that's the way we can work out. Today it is a water management from Singapore, which is coming. So God bless. Thank you very much. And now I go to Ajay. I go to Mr. Ajay Kundal. Be kind to just play the video. You have got 5 minutes. It's 11:35. 11:40 we will get Madam Maria. She is going to be addressing at 11:40. And kindly, Mr. Ajay, we want to have the video quickly. You got to play it. Dr. Chitra Kapoor and Mr. Ajay Kundal. Your video, please. I sent a message to the technical team long back in lockdown core team. Could you please check up from India? Could you please play the video and ensure the voice is there?
Morning, sir.
Chitra ma'am, Mr. Ajay Kundal. Okay. Sandhya ma'am, I think they are just there to put their mic on and just to show that the camera that they are there, but actually they are not there. Right. Maria ma'am, we go ahead with you and let's start with you. And we extend a very hearty welcome to Maria Sebastian, ma'am. She's a co-founder, Cracks Lab, Mohali, that is a part of Punjab in India, and that is near Chandigarh, because Chandigarh everybody knows in India, beautiful city, green city, neat city, and Mohali is, if I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Mohali is the only district in Punjab for which the zoning has been done right from here by Jurong and Surbana, that is from Singapore. And it's a wonderful place. And the world, I think the maximum capacity stadium is coming up also over there. With these words, we extend a very hearty welcome to Madam Maria Sebastian, and she is going to talk about smart solutions for education to improve the quality, creativity, performance, and efficiency of learning. Madam Maria Sebastian, ma'am.
A very good afternoon, Dr. Gulshan. Thank you very much for the warm welcome, very kind words. And I would like to say I pretty joined in late because I was getting issues with the network here. But Dr. Gulshan, whatever I heard what you said in the last few 5 minutes, it made so much of sense. And because Cracks Lab is a research and development company, I can clearly associate to what you were clearly trying to figure out in the education industry. About talking about my Hindi is not so good, but I could relate to what you were saying about students, teaching in Gurukul. So it doesn't matter where does your child study, because I lived in the UAE for 22 years, and it's just been a year that my kids and me shifted to India. And the last year of my daughter, she studied her 10th. She did homeschooling. And I just wanted to experience as a parent, and I'm talking now as a parent, that parents should come out of their box and not to fear about how your child is going to study, whether he's going to go to an Ambani school or a big school and score marks and be a successful person, or whether he's going to just study in an ordinary school and still be a successful person. It doesn't matter. It's all on the upbringing of the parents. Because my daughter, she did homeschooling in her year 10, and that was a big challenge, because my friends and people around me, they said, are you crazy? It's the 10th year of your child and you're taking a risk. I said, no, I want to experience how homeschooling is. And my daughter loved it. And in her 10th in Dubai doing homeschooling, she scored 93% in her final score. And I was like, wow, it's amazing. And throughout the academic year, I just left her alone to do what she wanted to do, because most of her work involved in doing researches, going on the internet, finding things. And it was really a beautiful journey that year, And of course, involving myself with Cracks Lab, it's been over a year now. And basically, we as a company took the challenge to change the world and the education system forever. So I'm going to share my screen with you.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, we can see, ma'am. We can see.
So Cracks Lab basically is a center for research in applied cognitive sciences. And this company has been for over 10 years. So basically, what we want to do, what we want to change in the education system, what we want to change how parents think about education. Because education is the only industry where parents basically pay money upfront to the schools, to the organization, not knowing the outcome, the result, what's going to happen. Okay, we invest a lot of money paying the fees, extra programs, apps, everything what is involved with education, and the parents, they feel, oh, my kids need to have this to be successful. We spend a lot of money, and we're not talking about a year or two. From the child goes to play school up to you know uh, post graduations, MBA. It's like 15-20 long years. You're putting so much of money, so much of efforts, and basically the outcome, we are uncertain about the outcome of the child. Now, we being a research and development company, we took the challenge to change the world and the education system forever. So we did a survey around 300 plus schools from rural to urban, 10,000 plus students from nursery to higher secondary, 1,500 teachers from primary to again higher secondary, and 6,000 plus parents, illiterates to postgraduate. And according to the survey published in the National Journal of Multidisciplinary R&D, Research and Development, according to the survey, 93% of the parents believe that academic performance equals to hard work. During the parents teachers meeting, because I as a child also had went through this session, me as a parent went through these sessions with the parent with the teachers. The only thing that the teachers could show is mark sheets, and the only things that we could say is that during a parents teachers meeting, the child is intelligent, the child is smart, but the child lacks focus, the child needs concentration. So how do we solve that particular solution? What solution do we have to that particular problem? Now 100% schools agree that they cannot guarantee success of students. 78% students are not inclined to academics. 7% teachers had the aim, had the aim and the goal to become a teacher. That means 93% of the teachers do not want to take teaching as a profession. And 92.2 parents do guesswork when it comes to education and career solution. Now, every parent's desire, every parent's desire that your child should be famous, should be happy, should be kind, should be a good citizen, and of most of all, to be a successful person in life. Now, if you look at successful people in this world, talk about Sachin Tendulkar, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg. If you look at their background, did they have high scores and degrees? Did they have money power? Or did they have powerful family background like the Tatas or the Ambanis? Or was it their destiny? Nothing above in them was common factor. Look, I've been doing a lot of research among the most successful people in the world. But the one thing that was common in the successful people was the smart mindset. They were all talented learners. They began early. And the most important of all, they had self-confidence. They were all natural performers. Each of them had their own natural quality and ability. And that is what the parents and the teachers have to identify in a child. When I talk about being natural performer, let me give you a simple example of Sachin Tendulkar. If everyone knows his academic performance, he was not very good at academics. But if his parents had to tell him, look, son, I would only get you a cricket bat if you score well in academics and get an 85 percentage, which he would never get. But instead, his parents focused on his strengths. They focused on his strengths and they worked on his strengths rather focusing on his weaknesses. Now, the whole thing it comes around is about the mindset, how we can basically work on the mindset of children. So we at Cracks Lab have designed a platform where we basically work on the mental and natural abilities of the child. Now, this platform supports academic. We are a non-academic platform which supports academic, where we identify the IQ, the focus, the creativity, the decision making of the child. And this helps basically not only the parents to understand the child's learning pattern, but also the teacher to work closely with the child. Now, everything in science can be measured today. You talk about weights, you talk about speed, you talk about your blood reports, your temperature, everything can be measured. So what is missing in education? What is missing in this sector? What is missing is the measurement of human mindset and the learning nature. Once we understand the learning nature of a child, of a student, it will be very easy for the parents and the teacher to coach the child. So the solution is that early, even if the child is in play school, to diagnose the child's human mindset and the unique learning nature of the child. And how we do it? We deliver standardized solutions to test, analyze, build human mindsets, its potential, strengths, and skill set. Now, our research and development works have been highly appreciated in the Reimagine Education Forum in San Francisco, USA, and ICAS London. Our research works have been published in the European Journal of Behavioral Science and International Journal of Indian Psychology, and recommended by top educators, evidence of effectiveness and case studies published in highly reputed journals in India and abroad. Dr. Howard Gardner does not usually endorse any product, but we proudly claim and state that he has personally by email appreciated our platform for using his practices and theories. And we personally have an email from him. We have been also shortlisted and presented in the Google Startup Grind California 2020. And we were listed among the top 300 startups around the world. So this was a big achievement for us. Now, coming down to our platforms, I would now like to share with you how our platform will basically help students and schools from all around the world. So I'm going to quickly share with you. This is one of our platform. Of course, we have many platforms. Can you all see the screen, please?
Yeah, ma'am, it is there, but can I make a request to you?
Yes.
People are asking the last slide which you have shown, that you have shown too quickly, where your cell number and your email has gone.
Sure. I'll share that again.
People have not noted that so far. Okay.
Okay, fine. I will share that again, but before that, let me go through this platform.
Sure.
I will definitely share that slide again. So basically, I want to explain to everyone here, all the participants here, as a research and development company, the platform that I'm showing to you now has taken 10 long years. We have conducted researches and surveys and experiments with the numbers that I mentioned before. And because I confidently claim and state that because these platforms are standardized, I'm talking about standardization, and you as experienced people would know what standardization means. Once the child attempts to take, or the parent says, yes, I want to assess my child, I want to know the natural and mental ability of my child, there is an assessment on this platform. So if the child is between play school and grade 2, the assessment is done by the parents. From grade 3 onwards up to grade 8, the assessment is done in 2 parts, one part the child, one part the parent. Once the assessment is taken, as you see on the screen over here, you get the natural and mental ability score of your child out of 10. For example, if your child natural strength is linguistic, it will give the parent and the teacher to understand this more better. Let me give an example. If a teacher is teaching in a classroom to a set of 20, 30 students, hats off to teachers, hats off to principals and to schools. Amazing. Me, a mother of 2 kids, I always got stressed to handle my 2 kids. But I don't really understand how teachers, how schools, how the principals, they manage these number of children in such a short time. Also, what happens is that in this 20, 30 minutes, so I really want to congratulate all the educators present here, because you're doing an excellent job. And I really want to congratulate all of you for the expertise and the contribution you're making towards education. So I want you to understand, when the teacher is teaching in a classroom to 20, 30 students in a period of 30, 40 minutes, it's impossible for the teacher in such a short time. They have to complete their syllabus, their portions. It's not possible that the teacher can go to every student and give individual attention. So how can we help? Where is the solution? The solution is we as parents expect too much from the schools. We expect the schools to do everything, but that's not possible. The school is already doing too much. We as parents have to come in and take a role, play a role, a coach to your child. Because now we have a platform here, you understand the learning pattern of your child. What happened in the classroom when the teacher taught the subject of maths? Some children score 100, some score 50, some don't even make it. Is that child not capable of learning or understanding? No. Every child is unique and every child is smart in his own way. something that your child is good at and best at, maybe another child is not good. He could be better at something else. In this platform, we identify the learning pattern of the child. For example, I have a test report of a child called Yashvi who's in grade 4. Her natural strength is linguistics. So basically, her score in linguistics is 7.23 out of 10. So based on the assessment that we do, we basically get these scores and we work on the top 4 strengths of the child. What I see in India is, out of fear, out of concern for our children, the mistakes that Indian parents we do is we focus on the child's weaknesses. This is where we go wrong. You don't focus on something that you're weak on. You focus on something that you're good at, you're strong at. Because when you focus on your strength and your capabilities, what you're good at, your weaknesses will just fall in place. You don't have to work on the weakness. I have so many friends who are parents and they say, oh, my child is not good at sports or dancing and I want to. I said, no, just let him do what he's good at. If he's good in photography, let him take it as a passion. Let him go ahead with photography. If he's good at something else, do not enforce your child to do something what you were not able to do as a child. For example, if both the parents are a doctor, they expect their child also, if both the parents are doctors, so you as a child also got to be a doctor. Probably the child is good at sports. Why do you want to force your child to something that you want to fulfill? You have your dreams, you keep it to yourself, but let your child have his own dream. Let him be successful in what he's in, because probably he will become a doctor because you wanted him to, but he'll never become a good doctor. He will become a doctor, but he'll never become a good doctor. Now, so based on this report, you get to understand all the 10 strength and skill set. Out of that, we work on the top 4. So now we have the cognitive profile here, and we have the score of the dynamic IQ, the focus factor, the decision making ability, and the creative quotient. Now, how this platform will help schools? Because when we go to a parents teachers meeting, the only thing we see is mark sheets, and the teachers will discuss about the child's performance. But we as Cracks Lab can offer this unique dashboard to schools. When the next PTM happens, you have a dashboard on explaining or discussing with the parents the overall cognitive development of the child. And we are into the process of doing this tracker test quarterly. So every 4 months, you will get a tracker test of how the child is performing. For example, if you have a quiz competition where mathematical quiz competitions in India, or something to do with the school. So you can basically filter out the kids who have logical intelligence. So you can basically pick up those students who have logical intelligence to participate in the maths competition. If there's a dance competition, you can basically pick up students who have the natural ability of music in them and pick up those students to participate in the musical or a dance competition. So in this way, basically, you can identify the cognitive profile of a child, where the child is lacking, whether it's decision making, whether it's focus factor, whether it's IQ. Now, let me tell you, when it comes to cognitive profile, all the 4 are important. IQ is important, focus factor, decision making, creative, all this strength and skills are important. But the most important is decision making. Because if your child in life is not able to make decisions by himself, then his cognitive development is very poor. And we got to work on that. And how this platform will help parents to identify and to strengthen that. Let me go to the dashboard. So once we do the assessment, there are weekly worksheets over here assigned to kids. And let me tell you, these are all non-academic worksheets.
Yeah, Maria ma'am.
Yeah.
You have got 2 more minutes, ma'am, to wind up.
Yes.
2 more minutes. Yes.
So basically, there are worksheets over here. There are personal activities every month, 30 activities every month where the child can perform. And this is also a parenting guide as to what kind of movies, what kind of books, and what kind of games children should play. Because when Mr. Gulshan was explaining about children sitting on the pot and playing PUBG for too long, because of course parents, they do not have the guidance as to what kind of books, what kind of games, or my child should play. So over here, we have a complete guidance upon up to what movies the child can watch, what books and what games they should play according to their strength and skill set. Because I have 10 minutes now, I'm going to share the previous slide with you because many of you wanted to take
not 10 minutes, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, sorry. Sorry, 2 minutes. So while I talk, I am sharing the screen of my number and email. And I would love everyone here who's present today, who's attending and listening to me, I would like to offer you as a school, as an organization, to allow you to experience my platform. So if you can please send me an email or a WhatsApp on my mobile number, which you can see displayed on the screen, I would send you a try login and password for all my platforms.
It has not come.
Pardon?
It has not come so far.
It has not come. Oh, sorry.
It has not come to public so far.
Okay. Can you see it now?
No, not as yet.
Oh, that's wrong. Okay. All right. I think now you should be able to. Can you see it now?
Yes, it is there now. So, ladies and gentlemen, world over, it is +91 93 72 14 7184, because a lot of people are asking me in the audience also. And then her email ID is Madam Maria. Don't write Madam, it's MARIA, Maria @CRACSLAB.com, right? Is that your web portal also?
Yes.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now you've got the cell number and you've got all the details with her, whatever we have got. Okay, ma'am. So we can close this, and there are few questions, basically to share quickly with you. We have got 1 more minute because I started early with you for 5 minutes. So I got to finish 5 minutes because there's a video waiting, which has to go on. Instead of 11:45, I started 11:40 with you.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, I would. I'm welcoming.
Let's close it, ma'am. Let's close it.
Fine.
Then you come live so that we can just close it. Okay, fine. Now there is a quick 2 takes, which we have got the questions which have come to me. Number one, that is it that you are having some schools already with you, or are you looking forward to individuals?
Okay, we have many schools in Punjab we have tied up with.
Okay, you have got schools in Punjab you have tied up with. Okay,
yes, right.
That is one to start with.
Yes.
And then you made a mention that 22 years you were in UAE. UAE. Was that Dubai or somewhere else?
In Dubai.
In Dubai. Okay, that's great. Because we got lots of friends over there, people from Kerala. You originate from Kerala?
No, I'm a Goan, born and brought up.
You're from Goa. Goa. Okay, great. So then coming on to second part, very important over here, that you mentioned that your daughter has done 10th as a homeschooling.
Right.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, post-COVID, because in America, right over here, a lot of people have taken that 30% children are going to switch over to homeschooling now. So that is another challenge. 11 million girls are going to get married prematurely now. They'll be dropping out from schools post-COVID because so many challenges are coming up and all. So just wind up in 1 minute, what solution actually you want to provide? Give in 1 minute, if you have to give in nutshell. A lot of people have joined late. A lot of people didn't join initially. Like, they didn't see the initial part of it. So they are asking me, so just tell in 1 minute the solution, what you provide.
Okay, basically, what I want to convey the message is that Unlock is the most advanced platform. Okay, it's basically a parenting platform where we can build the true potential of your child. So Unlock captures the complete learning nature of your child, and it offers customized learning activities and solutions.
Okay, great. Yes. Point well taken. Now somebody is asking, and that is the closing remarks. Somebody is asking all the way from Dubai to Mohali. How is it possible? This question is difficult for me to ask. Because is it your own venture or you're working for any company?
Okay. Basically, the change was because of my daughter. She wanted to come down to India after her 10th and pursue her studies in media.
Okay.
And that's the reason for the shift from 22 years to Dubai. But of course, when
Great.
she completes her studies, she wants
Great.
to
So is it your own venture?
Cracks Lab. I'm a partner. I'm a co-founder in Cracks Lab. So
Okay.
basically, when I came down to India, I was looking at something in education, something to do with, because like me, parents, they fear to take
Understood.
experiments with their children.
Right.
And I'm
Understood.
doing that with my children. I'm doing
Point.
experiments with my children. So
Point well taken. Point well taken. Thank you, ma'am. And we close with those remarks, and very kind of you. It was a wonderful, Maria Sebastian, ma'am, and co-founder Cracks Lab, Mohali, Chandigarh. And it was a pleasure to have you with us. Tell your daughter Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 4 days.
Okay.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 5 p.m. She must log in, because there is a program from Media Entertainment Sector Skill Council. Media Entertainment.
How does she log in? Where do we log in?
YouTube, GS Motivator like today.
Okay, all right.
GS Motivator. We have partnered with Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and Media Entertainment Sector Skill Council is with us. She has, like you see a film, like you see a song on the YouTube, she has to just come on GS Motivator at 5 p.m. in the evening. So
Okay.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 4 days. It is for Media Entertainment Sector Skill Council.
Wow.
That's what I just thought, because you mentioned. So I
Right.
thought I should share with you. Great to have you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Gulshan. Thank you,
God
everybody.
bless you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I hand you over to Mr. Ajay Kundal. And Ajay Kundal, you have got 3 minutes to play your video along with Dr. Chitra Kapoor. And thereafter, we will go for the next session. I got to, and Madam, Dr. S.K. Rathore to be ready. Okay, Ajay, we want to get your audio.
The digital age has brought the world at our fingertips. And education needs to be in step with this change in order to prepare students for the future. While digital teaching tools in classrooms are making a difference, students are not able to access them outside the classroom. Moreover, with schools being able to devote only a limited time for each subject, there is a strong need for accessibility of digital content at home for students to learn at their own pace. And that is exactly what FlipLearn Prime app does. It makes cutting-edge FlipLearn content available to students on their devices, so that they can learn at their own speed and revise each topic as many times as they need to. FlipLearn Prime offers personalized learning to students and supplement the classroom teaching at home or on the go. It is the only online platform that gives students access to the study material of 2 extra grades, that is, the previous grade and the next grade. FlipLearn Prime is very easy to use. All a student has to do is install the app or access the website, sign up with his or her details and select a subscription plan, and explore the world with a click. FlipLearn Prime content is mapped to cover the curriculum prescribed by CBSE, ICSE, state boards and international boards. The content is designed to make learning fun and easy through 2D and 3D animated videos. Students also get the option of checking their understanding of the concepts in an engaging manner through interactive games and quizzes. There are also a number of other learning aids like sample papers and mind maps that enhance the grasp of the students on each topic, along with synopsis of each topic that makes revisions very easy. FlipLearn's comprehensive and personalized approach has helped students improve their marks and performance. In fact, students can also challenge other students across India to participate in the online quizzes. And the easy-to-use dashboard also allows parents, teachers, and students to monitor the progress. With the ease and convenience that FlipLearn Prime offers, parents, schools, and teachers can just sit back and let students guide their own learning. Flip Learn Prime.
Thank you, Ajay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Chitra ma'am. Both of you have qualified the exam from Singapore. I give you the certification because your audio was okay, your video was okay, and both of you have qualified. Now, let me just go all the way in India to Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, India, beautiful place, because my ex-boss is the member parliament from there. So, General VK Singh. Great. So, how to strengthen education system for improved learning? We extend a hearty welcome to Dr. S.K. Rathore, the founder, chairman, and MD of Stanford Group of Schools, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. Rathore ji, आपका स्वागत है. हम लोग पहले भी मिल चुके हैं. Yes,
sir.
I've heard you before also. हाँ.
This is always a privilege to speak to you, sir.
Great.
ये तो मेरा सौभाग्य है कि आपसे इतनी जल्दी दोबारा से मिलने का मौका.
नहीं. Thank you.
Yeah,
so let's go to the Stanford where learning begins. Yeah, please go ahead.
So my topic is how to strengthen education system for the enhanced learning. So सर आपके सामने तो बोलना एक मतलब सूरज को दिया दिखाने की तरह.
मैं अपना वीडियो छुपा लेता हूँ.
नहीं सर, वो कोई बात नहीं है. तो
मैं सिर्फ आपकी आवाज सुनूंगा. बोलिए.
थैंक यू सर. So see, we all educators across the country, across the world, whether we are in small city or villages or in big towns, metros, we always try to work towards the strengthening of education system. I'm using the word try because we can try only the kind of environment, kind of facilities, kind of infrastructure, the limited kind of everything what any educator have in their own institution, in their territory, in their, whether they are working in government sector or private sector, they try to bring out the maximum things for the student out of that infrastructure and facilities. So whatever I will speak, I'll speak taking in account of government schools and private schools, small cities, villages, and big towns. See, now as many of the schools, or rather I can say most of the schools are using technology these days because of COVID. The schools who were not into technology, they have adopted immediately to deliver the education. So, but still there are lacks of schools in rural areas where still they don't have even the computers, even the net connections. The students of those areas are away from the education. और अगर मैं कहूँ वहाँ पर उतनी सुविधाएं अभी तक नहीं पहुँच पाई हैं तो उसमें कोई बुराई नहीं होगी कहने में. लेकिन वहाँ के भी टीचर, I have seen many videos, I have seen many news, the teachers are working very innovatively in those areas. Teachers are doing their best to deliver the education in the village areas where net connection is there, where computers are not there with the students. तो वहाँ पर वो बहुत ही innovative तरीके से लोगों को, बच्चों को छोटे छोटे ग्रुप्स में बुलाकर और वहाँ पर वो एजुकेशन डिलीवर कर रहे हैं. अब आफ्टर दिस नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी जो अभी आई है आफ्टर 36-37 इयर्स, उसके बाद एजुकेशन सिस्टम में क्या बदलाव हम लेकर आए, क्या हम और अच्छा करें जिससे कि हम एजुकेशन को और बेटर तरीके से डिलीवर कर सकें बच्चों के लिए. तो there are few things what are there in my mind. One, neither teacher nor student nor single-handedly nobody can change the ecosystem. We all, management of the schools, then teachers, then student and parent, all need to work in synchronization to deliver or to enhance the education system for the better learning for tomorrow. So we need to adopt technology as fast as it is required, because in many of the cases we keep on waiting कि ठीक है next version जब आएगा तो हम इसको adopt कर लेंगे. We need to work on the technology front, one thing. Second thing, we need to work on the innovations. Every teacher should work as the mentor, not as the teacher to deliver the lecture, to dictate the their lessons, to take the examinations and assess the students. teacher should work as a mentor and guide of the students. In most of the cases, in most of the schools, still in today's world, most of the teachers are role is to complete the course content well on time, जिससे कि उनका course complete हो जाए, एग्जामिनेशन लें और उसको असेस करें, बच्चे को प्रमोट करें और वो अगली क्लास में बच्चा चला जाए. तो ये इसको चेंज करना होगा. Parents should the confidence of parents should be they should increase their confidence in the teacher and the student and the school. In metros and in public schools, majorly private schools, parents put up many questions in front of teachers. I have seen myself in PTM, a single parent can take 30 minutes, 40 minutes sitting with one teacher. I don't know what a parent discussed during that 30, 40 minutes. If the parent is involved in the education of their child on daily basis, I think not more than 5 minutes is required to give the inputs or to take the inputs about any particular subject of the child. So I think responsibility of parents should be increased. So I'll come one by one on each of the things. One thing, we need to change the environment of the school. We need to change the role of the teachers. Environment means today is the world of skills development. As Sir Dr. Gulshan was saying, they are associated with skill development ministry. So skill enhancement of the student is required, or skill development of the student is required at the age of, I think, 14, 13, 14, 15. आज की डेट में हम कोडिंग क्लासेस की बात कर रहे हैं, वाइट एट जूनियर और ऐसे कई और इस तरह के ऐप आ गए हैं जो कि 6 साल की एज से बच्चे को कोडिंग सिखाने की बात करते हैं. तो अगर 6 साल का बच्चा कोडिंग पे काम करना शुरू कर सकता है, तो व्हाई नॉट स्किल्स शुड बी डेवलप्ड at the school time only, in the school premises only. It should be a part of the course curriculum. It should not be additional subject or optional subject. Skill development should be a part of main course content. So we should work on the skills. One thing, we should the teacher's role should be find out or assess the interest of student, which side student is taking interest. अभी तक हम लोग बात करते थे कि ये साइंस लेगा या ह्यूमैनिटीज लेगा बच्चा या कॉमर्स लेगा. साइंस में किस तरफ इंटरेस्ट है बच्चे का, वेदर द चाइल्ड वांट टू एंटर इनटू टेक्नोलॉजी फील्ड और मेडिकल फील्ड और कोडिंग और व्हाटएवर. So we should create that kind of environment in our school to assess the interest of the child, and in the same way we need to enhance the skill of the teachers so that they can assess the child. टीचर्स को जब पता नहीं होगा कि कैसे असेस करना है बच्चों की स्किल्स को, तो टीचर्स ने अभी तक 90% ऑफ द टीचर्स आर ट्रेन्ड टू डिलीवर द लेक्चर्स, टू डेवलप द नोट्स फॉर द चिल्ड्रन, टू प्रिपेयर द क्वेश्चन पेपर्स, टू check the question paper and prepare the results. Now the teacher's role should be changed from all these things to assess the skills of the child and guide accordingly, so that whenever the child passed out from the school and enter into professional education, he or she should be in a condition to take the right or choose the right subject to study at the time of university education. So this should be the role of teacher in future, what I can see. One thing. Second thing, management of the school should be liberal to do the experiment in the classroom. Actually, what happened, I am also a part of management. So most of the management people, most of the promoters of the school, or even in government school, principal asked for the result. 99% कितने बच्चों के आएंगे इस बार, 100% कितने बच्चों के आएंगे. So management should not focus on the percentage. Management should focus on the placement in the right subject after class 12. Management should focus on the competitive examinations पर. कि बच्चा ठीक से उसके परसेंटेज अगर 80 भी आते हैं तो मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन वो बच्चा जिस तरफ उसका स्किल्स था, जो स्किल सेट था उसका, उसके अकॉर्डिंग वो एंट्रेंस एग्जाम क्लियर करके वो राइट सब्जेक्ट चूज करके अपने हायर एजुकेशन में जा रहा है कि नहीं जा रहा है, द स्कूल शुड बी रेटेड ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दिस रिजल्ट, नॉट ऑन द सीबीएसई और आईसीएसई बोर्ड रिजल्ट. Second thing, parents should give the liberty to the teachers. Parents should not ask n number of questions. Parents should take the responsibility rather. In today's world, what we are seeing, most of the parents put all the allegations on the school. अगर कुछ गलत हो रहा है तो स्कूल की तरफ से हो रहा है, कुछ अच्छा हो रहा है तो बच्चा कर रहा है और पेरेंट कर रहे हैं. और मैंने तो ये भी देखा है कि अगर बच्चे को मच्छर ने काट लिया तो स्कूल में बहुत मच्छर हैं जी आपके. मैडम हंस रही हैं, रिचा मैडम, शायद इन्होंने भी ऐसे क्वेश्चन फेस किए होंगे कभी, तो हम लोग फेस करते रहते हैं. तो ये पेरेंट को फेस करना चाहिए अपने बच्चे के ऊपर. पेरेंट शुड नॉट कंपेयर देयर चाइल्ड विद अनदर वन, देयर with the sibling or with relative child, with the neighbor child, and give the right guidance. आज के बच्चे को हम लोग डांट के नहीं पढ़ा सकते, आज के बच्चे को हम समझाकर पढ़ा सकते. Today's child is very, very smart. So we need to guide them properly. We need to create an environment at home and at the school at the same time. Right kind of environment is required to make them understand why should they devote more time in their studies. Because this is the time what will decide their future. In most of the cases, parents give the facilities. मोबाइल भी देंगे उसको, लैपटॉप भी देंगे उसको, टैबलेट भी देंगे उसको, बाइक भी खरीद के दे देंगे अर्ली एज पर ही. फैसिलिटी से ज्यादा हमें पेरेंट एज ए पेरेंट हमें उनको मेंटोर करने की आवश्यकता है, ना कि उनको फैसिलिटी. व्हाटएवर फैसिलिटी इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर देयर लर्निंग, दैट शुड बी देयर. तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, पेरेंट का रोल ऐसा होना चाहिए, ऐसा मैं देखता हूं. दूसरा, स्कूल्स में वी नीड टू वर्क ऑन द एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. Not many schools are creating environment for entrepreneurship. We need to create an environment to develop more and more entrepreneurs at early age. And for that, we need to mentor them accordingly. We need to have industry connect. If we found any skill in any child, suppose IT में किसी बच्चे को interest है, we need to have a tie-up with any IT company in our neighborhood. And we need to invite people from that company to deliver lecture, to motivate the children, and we need to take the children to that company so that the child can see how the work is happening in IT field, what kind of work they can do. And we need to create small projects, entrepreneurship project with the small funds, and that funds should be created in the school by pooling from the students itself. So this kind of environment for entrepreneurship we should create in our schools, and I'm sure the result will come out very well. Another thing, innovation. See, innovation in the school, it's not necessary कि innovation teachers ही करेंगी. I tell you, I've seen young children to come out with good ideas. So encourage children to do the innovations. Give complete class, give some topics, not a single topic, give some topic of their interest. You please do the project work on, so that we can create this business model. We should talk about the business model. हर चीज का, हर innovation का कोई financial output होना चाहिए. Then only the child would be encouraged. If that project, we have invested, suppose 5,000 rupees in any small project, so how to sell this project in 6,000 rupees or 5,500 or 10,000 rupees? So we can display that project in whenever the PTM is happening or any exhibition is happening, and ask them to sell that project. Ask them to sell that thing what they have developed. So ये कुछ चीजें हैं जो इनोवेट करके हम लोग बच्चों में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप स्किल्स डेवलप कर सकते हैं. इसके अलावा गवर्नमेंट का बहुत बड़ा रोल है. whether we are running a private institution or a government institution, see, government should be liberal. The role of government body is not positive, I can say in front of the public. Government role should not be a regulator, as a regulator. Government should not work as a regulator. Government also need to work as, I can say government should focus on the outcome of the education. अभी क्या होता है, हम लोग CBSE, ICSE, whichever board we want to take the affiliation, we need to run behind the people to take the affiliation. We need to run behind the people for the renewal of the affiliation. Why should it be done? The school, once the affiliation is done, a school should be given authority to run the institution and focus on the outcome. Outcome should be fixed, and there should be a body from the government who can check the outcomes. If any school is giving results means not CBSE or ICSE percentage results. If they are creating good students, well-behaved student, well-mannered student, talented student, skilled students, well-placed students, then the renewal should not be issue. So government bodies' work should be to focus on the outcome of the education, not work more and more on the regulations. Wherever regulation comes in the picture, तो बड़ा डर लगने लगता है कि अब ये वाला डॉक्यूमेंट मांग लिया जाएगा, ये वाला और in one go they don't ask all the documents. पहले वो 2 डॉक्यूमेंट मांगेंगे, फिर वो सबमिट करेंगे, फिर वो तीसरे डॉक्यूमेंट के लिए चिट्ठी दे देंगे आपको. तो जो भी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में जो पीपल है, उनका काम ही होना चाहिए कि स्कूल को और कैसे बेहतर कर सकते हैं, वो डिपार्टमेंट्स में भागते रहते हैं. कभी फायर डिपार्टमेंट में भागेंगे, कभी एनवायरनमेंट में भागेंगे, कभी CBSE में भागेंगे, कभी DIOS में भागेंगे. तो पूरे साल एक इंसान यही काम करता रहता है. तो ये कुछ चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, तभी हम आउटकम को अच्छा कर सकते हैं, लर्निंग को एनहेंस कर सकते हैं. इसके अलावा इंटेलेक्चुअल और इमोशनल जो वैल्यूज है उस पर काम करना पड़ेगा स्टूडेंट्स की. ये भी टीचर का ही रोल है. अभी क्या होता है कि हम लोग एज ए मैनेजमेंट वी पुट प्रेशर ऑन द प्रिंसिपल फॉर द एडमिशंस. प्रिंसिपल पुट प्रेशर ऑन द टीचर्स फॉर द CBSE रिजल्ट, क्योंकि CBSE रिजल्ट अगर 99% आ गए तो वहां एडमिशंस की लाइन लग जाएगी. प्रेशर शुड नॉट बी देयर. आप जो काम कर रहे हैं स्कूल में वो काम बोलना चाहिए, ना कि परसेंटेज. आपका स्टूडेंट अलग से स्टैंड आउट होना चाहिए, स्टूडेंट अलग से पता लगना चाहिए. अगर कोई बात कर रहा है स्टूडेंट किसी भी दूसरे इंसान से, तो उसको पता लगना चाहिए यार ये उस स्कूल का बच्चा हो सकता है. उसकी पर्सनैलिटी में झलक कर आना चाहिए, ना कि उसकी मार्कशीट में. कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए बच्चे के अंदर. आई टेल यू, आई हैव सीन मेनी स्टूडेंट who scores 99% and they can't speak in front of anybody.
Doctor, we should be in the winding mode now.
Yeah.
We should be winding up. wind कीजिए. Take your time.
Yeah. So बच्चे को we should work, school should work for the personality development of the child. I come from government school. I am passed out of government school and government universities. In my time, I got a chance to come on the stage at grade 8. And today, my wife runs a chain of preschools. And today, we ask a child of 2.5 years to come on the stage to deliver whatever he or she want to deliver. Once in a week, on every Friday, every child has to come on the stage. Even then, in many of the schools, because I visit many schools, in many of the students, जब प्रिंसिपल इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं या टीचर इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं कि ये बच्चा हमारा मोस्ट टैलेंटेड बच्चा है, he scores or she scores 99% in 10th बोर्ड एग्जाम, जो भी होता है 12th में, ये देखिए 99% है. जब मैं बात करना शुरू करता हूं तो वो बात करने में सक्षम नहीं है बच्चा. So when we talk about the entrepreneurship, when we talk about the skill, this is the first skills to develop in the child. So our teacher need to work on the personality development. Even a child who passed out from any good engineering college with good score and he appear for any interview, he may be not offered a job just because टेक्नोलॉजी तो उसको समझ आती है, लेकिन वो जब उसको सीनियर पोजीशन पर अगर अपॉइंट करना है तो कैसे लोगों से बात करेगा? How he will present his whatever product or services he is presenting in front of the client. So we need to work on the personality, overall personality development की हमें बात करनी चाहिए, उस पे काम करना चाहिए. इसके अलावा we need to invite parents to deliver lecture in the classroom. Parents, there are many parents in all the schools who are good in communication, who are good in experience. Motivational बातें होनी चाहिए कुछ जो हमारे सर करते हैं, शर्मा सर करते हैं, उस तरह की बातें अर्ली एज पर. देखिए, we can change personality, we can enhance personality at early age. मेरी एज पे चेंजेस करना बड़ा मुश्किल है. जब बच्चा यूनिवर्सिटी में चला जाता है तो चेंजेस करना बड़ा मुश्किल है. So at early age, from the early age, we need to have these kind of sessions. I have seen in schools when the child comes in 11th and 12th class, so lots of seminars and these kind of things are happening because now the child has to appear for higher education. So keeping in that mind, management decide to invite people to deliver lectures, career counseling, this and that. But this career counseling should start, I think, from class 6, 7.
Thank you, Rathod sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was wonderful to have you today with us, and what a pleasure. Thank you. Lot of takeaways. बहुत कुछ आपसे सीखने के लिए मिला, बहुत कुछ आपसे ज्ञानवर्धन, बहुत कुछ आपने दिया और बहुत सारी चीजें आपसे मिली. Yes, education is going to totally change. There's going to be a new paradigm shift you will have taken into consideration. You should go through the latest document of the UNESCO also. There's a 25 pages document which has been released day before yesterday. We must go through that. You will come to know what exactly education is going to be in future. Secondly, what's going to be the role of technology? That is also going to be very important. Thirdly, parents' role is going to be more accountable now. Besides teachers' role accountable, because education is going to be transparent now. अभी तो सब कुछ छुप के होता था, एक चार दीवारी के अंदर 30 बच्चे बैठ गए, आप पढ़ा रहे हैं, and everything is going on over there. That part is over now. Now it's going to be exposed, it's going to be transparent, it's going to be visible, and something very interesting. Before I go to Richa Sethi, I would like to share with all of you something very interesting. 500 principals together. There is a conference going on, and all the 500 principals sitting over there. When I was telling them, so you all are the leaders, they said, no, we are not principal. I said, please don't say like that, you are not principal. Then who is the principal? They said, no, we are not principal. I said, no, they said, we are the learners. I said, that's fine, there is no problem, you are the learners, but who is principal then? They said, our teachers are teaching, parents are sitting next to the children, they are watching and they are observing, and they say, ये रिचा सेठी तो होमवर्क करके आई है, ठीक से पढ़ाती है, ये मारिया थोड़ा थोड़ा है, ज्यादा नहीं, ये तो ठीक है, लेकिन अच्छा है, चलो कोई बात नहीं. विनय दीक्षित अगले प्रोग्राम में आएगा, लेकिन पिछली बार सुना था कुछ ज्यादा अच्छा नहीं था. So the thing is, parents are now watching and they are the principal. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Dr. S.K. Rathod. And with these words, we are going to Madam Richa Sethi. She's the CEO and co-founder. GetLit, the best reading app for kids. Wow, GetLit app, the best reading app for kids, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Hearty welcome to you. Pleasure to have you with us. And Richa Sethi ma'am, you can go ahead. You can unmute your mic, and we are longing to listen to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. As you rightly said, technology is going to make education and learning, I would say, transparent and accessible across the globe. It's ready to transcend boundaries. So I think that's going to be the beauty, and I'm sure the coming months are going to bring in more interesting insights towards that. So, as Dr. Sharma said, I am co-founder of GetLit. It's a reading platform for children. I'm going to share my screen to kind of give you a glimpse of the work that we're doing. And so it's wonderful to be actually present in such honor to be here amongst esteemed, I would say, panelists and the huge number of participants. It is great to see the relentless work being done by everyone to further the cause of skills and education. GetLit has been created with a strong belief that every child has a right to access stories. And with that thought and belief, we are creating the largest platform for children to be able to access the diverse stories and books that exist out there in the world, as well as provide them with tools to be able to share their own stories with the world. I think whenever we pick up a story or a book, something magical happens, and I think that's the idea behind carrying that magic forward. Anyone who's present here in today's session, they will agree with me that reading, writing, and arithmetic are three of the the basic skills on top of which the entire learning journey of a child is created. Unfortunately, in India, not just a rural child but also an urban child lags behind those essential reading and writing skills. And for us, these are not just your basic transactional skills. We believe that these are your much required life skills, which makes us human. It allows us to access knowledge, interpret that knowledge, and then share our opinion and beliefs with the rest of the world. In India, I think we are still a long way to go. We are not able to create a great access point for reading. If you look at the developed countries like US, UK, Canada, Singapore, Australia, they all understand the power of reading and writing skills, and they have worked for decades to kind of create a motivating infrastructure and community to make these skills accessible to children. And because of that, now they make sure that there are at least 4 books available every child. But if you look at India as a country, we have not even started on that journey yet. So you can see the huge amount of disparity and lack of access for our basic skills, on top of which we are actually trying to create a educated society. And that's where, because of this huge gap, GetLit came into existence to create a largest platform, a technology-based platform, which allows children to be able to discover the wide range of literature and also to be able to create their stories. And at the core of this platform is a child. We know, I think Dr. Rathore also mentioned earlier that you can't tell children that, okay, you have to do this and you have to do that. They have a mind of their own and they need to be motivated. They need to find it enjoyable if we want them to kind of really move ahead on these skills. And because it's a platform which is keeping children at the core of that experience, they are, motivated, extremely motivated to go on that reading path. They have a choice to pick up any of the literature. We have highly curated content on the platform. They're rewarded for every bit of activity or progress that they make on their skills development. Currently, I think we can proudly say that GetLit hosts multi-publishers. Currently, we have around 25 plus leading publishers across India and internationally. Some of the names must be already familiar to you: Amar Chitrakatha, Tinkle, Tulika, names like Terry, which has been doing some marvelous work on environmental, books which are non-academic. We have Lead Start. Commandeer Press is a Canadian publisher, acclaimed, and we've got those literature. And currently, we are touching more than 500 titles on the platform. And currently, we can easily say that the literature is diverse and global in nature. We've got award-winning and CBSE listed recommended list on the platform. And also one of the biggest initiative currently that we have launched is our Global Reading Olympiad. So I'm going to give you a glimpse of that. In past so many years of running the platform, we have understood that if we are able to create a motivating environment for children, they automatically move ahead. They take ownership of their own learning. In fact, on GetLit, we have seen children doubling the amount of reading within 3 months of being on GetLit. I'm going to quickly share with you, give you a glimpse of the platform, so that you understand or see what we are talking about. So I'm taking you live on GetLit. I hope it's visible to everyone. It's a library which is available on website, accessed on laptop or desktop. It's an app which can be accessed on your Android mobile phones and tablet, as well as on iPad. So when a child enters GetLit, this is the kind of library that they get to see. So they have a huge library of books that they can access. They can pick up any of the titles and they can read. So this is an award-winning book by Katha. You can look at the beautiful illustrations that have been, that are part of or a trademark of every children's book. There are some very interesting, because children love games and rewards. So there are multiple choice questions in the form of book dares, where we ask them 3 fun book trivia. And, if they get all the 3 questions right, they get a trophy. And so this is a kind of trophy that you get, and you have moved ahead on a prolific reader badge. And as you move out, these badges are seen on top of the child's book. So this really motivates them to read more. We have got some of the most award-winning titles on the platform. You've seen Unicorn. There's books like Salim Mamu and Me, which is based on the great Birdman of India, Salim Ali, and it has been written by his niece, Zai Vitakar, who's now 80 years old. And you can look at the kind of the beautiful content and the storyline which has been created. I would say not just for a child, but even an adult like you and me would love to kind of, pick up these books and start reading. So they get access to a wide, range of literature on various topics: biography, adventure, folk tales, history. So these are the kind of books that are available. Each child has a unique access. They get to see their progression, the amount of jugnus that they've earned, the kind of badges, the book day trophies. They can write book reviews. We've got 6,500 book reviews, which have been written only by children. There's a leaderboard that allows them to kind of see their progression, all India basis, city-wise, school-wise, and grade-wise. So extremely motivating for children. And now we have launched one of the biggest global initiative, which I talked about, the Reading Olympiad. A Reading Olympiad actually doesn't exist. We are the first ones to create such an initiative. It has just been launched. It's for grades 2 to 7. Each grade has a reading list prescribed. So grades 2 and 3 have 8 books which have been prescribed, and they will be they can start reading immediately. And in fact, the Olympiad will be held and they'll be asked questions. So this is the reading list for grade 5. Kalpana Chawla, Cyrus the Virus. Again, this is a book which has been released during COVID times. It's a book which has been written by Zai Vitakar, whom I mentioned earlier. And it talks about how Cyrus the Virus beats COVID virus. So it's a very contemporary literature which is being, being published, and we are fortunate to have it on platform. Saving the Gulmohar is again a book which is published by Terry. So you will see that children get access to a wide, range of literature. I talked about international publishers. The Adventures of Grandma Saurus is a book by Commandeer Press, who's a Canadian publisher. Children get access to this entire literature. So the whole focus is how do we really motivate children to read more and move ahead on their reading progression. And in that endeavor, the Reading Olympiad is one of our leading programs where we are inviting schools to participate and offer it to their students. I hope you get to kind of discover and go further on that platform. Coming back to what I was sharing about us. So as I have given you a glimpse, you've got a wide range of books to pick up from. Olympiad is something which is in the second edition, helping children build their reading habit, creating a community at every school level. The target grades that can participate are from 2nd grade to 7th grade. Each grade has a prescribed reading list, and they will be quizzed on the content and the understanding of the books. We will not be looking at memory-based questions during Olympiad. Idea is to get them excited and help them move forward on reading more books. We have a lot of awards and recognitions being planned. The Best Reading School Award for based on the number of children participating and reading. Most motivating librarian. I think librarians do a tremendous job in developing this habit, but we really think we need a platform where we can acknowledge the work which is being done by them. Certificates for all participants and prizes for the top rank holders. These are few of the schools which have participated in the previous edition. So it's across CBSE, IB, IGCSE, SSC schools. Names like Bombay Scottish School, Chaturabhuj Narsi, JBC and International, Somaya, St. Gregorius, Bhavans has been keenly participating in this endeavor. This is a glimpse of the last year's reading list. I would stop here because I think I have quickly tried to give you a glimpse of what Get Lit is all about, giving them access to the best of the literature, and the Reading Olympiad is a step in that direction. My contact details and email ID is given. So any queries, any schools who are really keen to take it to their students, this year it's going to be global. So we're looking at participation coming across the globe, and the platform can be accessed not just in India, but every part of the world. So it's a great opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope I have not exceeded my time.
No, you have been so wonderful and so kind. You have taken 1 minute less for my question. You have been so kind. I've got one question. You can close this, then I'll ask.
Sure.
You can close this. Yeah. I've got one question, ma'am. Thank you very much. It was wonderful to know. It was wonderful to have you with us. And I think it's something very creative, innovative. Now, one of the future trend which is coming in a very big way, Richa ma'am, that people are not interested to watch too much on television, YouTube, everything and all that. Although they are posting, we are posting, so we are also on the YouTube, all that is there, fine, it's okay. People are more interested for audio. When you are driving, when you are walking, when you are jogging, when you're going for morning walk, when you are in the gym, like music used to come earlier, there is a new trend which has come in a very big way now. Motivational audio books in Hindi. Oh my God. This is a new trend which is coming in a very big way. And there is a quantum jump of 72% in the audience. Audio books written by authors, and now they are from English converted into Hindi. वो कई बार तो हिंदी बोलने वाला बेचारा मेरे जैसा है, बहुत अच्छा नहीं है. But the thing is, what I'm telling is, you're getting the meat, you're getting the content. So do you see that there is a shift now which is coming through in the digital media or in a learning process, that people are going to be more into audio ecosystem than to be a reading system? How do you look at that?
So I think, Gulshan sir, you pointed out at a very, a relevant, I would say, trend. So I think that new things are going to come, and they're then going to balance out one another. For example, earlier people used to tell us that, why are you making reading on digital? And I used to tell them that, the goal for all of us is to read. Whether a child gets excited through a digital platform or a physical book is secondary. First, we have to make sure that they start accessing stories, they get hooked onto stories. And I think audio is going to play the same role, because reading and then writing and expressing yourself requires effort. You have to think, you have to, imagine, and you have to use your mind. So I'd say all these three forms are going to complement one another. And absolutely. I don't think it's going to be a complete shift. All of these are going to coexist and support one another.
Okay, great. Point well taken. It was wonderful. Our greetings to you. Thank you very much. I hope the corona situation, when it is improving in India, it's improving over there in Maharashtra also. I think things are better now.
Yes, much better. So we hope we are
Great.
move out of our houses very soon.
Great, great. Thank you very much, Richa Sethi ma'am. God bless you. Pleasure to have you. And let me now, ladies and gentlemen, roll over to the next session. We have got a wonderful session coming through now. Why is global collaboration important for students? When we talk about the cultural understanding, communication skills, knowledge, awareness, challenges, virtual collaboration through innovative online pedagogies, when you talk about conducting international collaborative research and how to manage cost and funding. Great. This particular session would be taken care of by Mr. N.V. Sarat Chandran ji. Thank God you have come. पहले वाले सेशन में से वो मैडम महिला चली गई थी, मुझे चाय पीने का मौसम भी नहीं दे पाया, मौका ही नहीं मिल पाया सुबह से. So, hearty welcome to you, N.V. Sarat Chandran ji. It's such a pleasure to have you with us. And he's going to moderate this technical session, this particular session. And we also extend a hearty welcome to Mr. Tejay Gupta. Yes, Mr. Tejay Gupta is the co-founder and co-Bachpan, COO Bachpan and AHPS Group of Schools, Delhi. Hearty welcome to you. You're very handsome, Tejay ji. You're very young and very handsome. Wow, COO. Future is all handsome young, like Richa ma'am from Maharashtra, such a smart lady. And you are such a smart gentleman from Delhi. Great, wonderful. And Madam Sandhya Diwanji. Madam Sandhya Diwan. Yeah, Madam is right over here. Principal, Cambridge International School, Nakodar. Nakodar should be in Punjab.
Sir, I am from Punjab. It is located in Jalandhar.
I guess Mr. Sharma is having some technical issues.
Screen has been frozen.
The digital age has brought the world at our fingertips. And education needs to be in step with this change in order to prepare students for the future. While digital teaching tools in classrooms are making a difference, students are not able to access them outside the classroom. Moreover, with schools being able to devote only a limited time for each subject, there is a strong need for accessibility of digital content at home for students to learn at their own pace. And that is exactly what FlipLearn Prime app does. It makes cutting-edge FlipLearn content available to students on their devices so that they can learn at their own speed and revise each topic as many times as they need to. FlipLearn Prime offers personalized learning to students and supplement the classroom teaching at home or on the go. It is the only online platform that gives students access to the study material of 2 extra grades, that is, the previous grade and the next grade. FlipLearn Prime is very easy to use. All a student has to do is install the app or access the website, sign up with his or her details and select a subscription plan, and explore the world with a click. FlipLearn Prime content is mapped to cover the curriculum prescribed by CBSE, ICSE, state boards and international boards. The content is designed to make learning fun and easy through 2D and 3D animated videos. Students also get the option of checking their understanding of the concepts in an engaging manner through interactive games and quizzes. There are also a number of other learning aids like sample papers and mind maps that enhance the grasp of the students on each topic, along with synopsis of each topic that makes revisions very easy. FlipLearn's comprehensive and personalized approach has helped students improve their marks and performance. In fact, students can also challenge other students across India to participate in the online quizzes. And the easy-to-use dashboard also allows parents, teachers and students to monitor the progress. With the ease and convenience that FlipLearn Prime offers, parents, schools and teachers can just sit back and let students guide their own learning. FlipLearn Prime. The digital age has brought the world at our fingertips. And education needs to be in step with this change in order to prepare students for the future. While digital teaching tools in classrooms are making a difference, students are not able to access them outside the classroom. Moreover, with schools being able to devote only a limited time for each subject, there is a strong need for accessibility of digital content at home for students to learn at their own pace. And that is exactly what FlipLearn Prime app does. It makes cutting-edge FlipLearn content available to students on their devices so that...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And there was I figured out what exactly was the problem. And technology-based learning, all is the integral part of the education ecosystem. Sarat Chandran ji, you can hear well?
Yeah, I can hear you well. Thank you.
Okay, you can hear. So, great. So, what we do is, we would request you now, I think I have extended already the warm welcome. This particular session will be chaired by Mr. N.V. Sarat Chandran ji. Then we have got Mr. Tejai Gupta, we have got Dr. Neha Diwan, Madam Sandhya Diwan, and then we have got Vinay Dikshit ji. So hearty welcome to all of them. Pleasure to have. हम विनय दीक्षित जी के पास थे, उनके हैंडसम की बात कर रहे थे और उसी टाइम पता नहीं क्या हुआ टेक्निकली, तो विनय जी हमको अपने साथ ही लेके चले गए, बट ही इज इन आगरा, अच्छा उत्तर प्रदेश. ओके, ग्रेट, फाइन, हार्टी वेलकम. Sarat Chandran ji, you can take on the session and let's have a wonderful deliberation. Why is global collaboration important for students?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. and welcome to all the eminent panelists. And on the onset, let me thank the organization for giving us an opportunity to deliberate on such a very important subject in the present context. That is global exposure for students. Now, we all know that, the boundaries of the world are shrinking. And when the boundaries of the world are shrinking, we have to make our students an edge over the other students of the globe so that they can really go and compete in the world. In the previous generations, if you really look at what was happening was anybody who is studying in a particular state, they used to be pretty happy to get a job there or do a business that in their particular area. Then the scenario changed a little bit. It could be anywhere in India. So then, multiple languages came into picture. Instead of learning just in English and a vernacular language, the knowledge of additional language has given an edge to the people who know better languages to communicate. And now the present scenario is our kids have to really compete globally. They have to compete with the world, not within and the total world itself. How we are going to make this competitive and how the global exposure is going to help. That is what I think we should deliberate today. I'll just put brief points, my little points of view, and after that, all the eminent panelists will come up and they will start deliberating on it. What I feel is, first of all, the cross-country culture, because we are really accustomed to only a particular way of life, particular way of food, particular way of behavior. We feel there are certain things what we think is only right, the other thing is wrong, and it's all comparative and according to the context. Here, the global exposure will definitely help to understand cross-country culture, the other exposure to other languages, and the aspects, the working environment which is existing in those countries, you get exposed. Second point is the kind of soft skills which we will acquire. Of course, we give a lot of emphasis nowadays for soft training for our kids from the beginning stage itself. But, I feel that's not enough, what we give today. They will acquire a lot of soft skills while they're given a global exposure. And they will understand how to handle situations much better than what we are. The third thing which I feel is the kind of technology what will be applied and the kind of knowledge what they will acquire. The fourth point is the kind of systems what they will understand. What is the kind of systems, what is going? We are just talking about only an educational system which we are putting within a framework of what the government is giving or a particular board is giving or a particular organization is giving in India. We are not going beyond that thing. This will give a chance for the children and even the mentors, I mean teachers or the educators, to get an exposure. What are the kind of systems existing in the outside world? And then we have to adopt. I'm not just telling that, we have to just blindly follow whatever is happening there just for the sake of change. But we should have a judicious way of selecting what is best for our country, what is best for the context, and which will make our students enabled to understand and adopt those systems which will make them better competitive. Now, saying all this thing is easy, but then the kind of challenges which has come in that thing. We are talking about technology, how to get it, expose them through technology, how to do the learning, and we tell, there should be visits of those people to us, visits of our students to those areas. But then it becomes virtually difficult, though we talk about it, to make exchange visit, make for all those people. Number two, we are talking about technology. Till I will tell you, though we have advanced very much in the last 2 decades or 3 decades as far as technology is concerned, still the kind of infrastructure what is required in information technology is existing basically in grade 1 or grade 2 cities. When you go to grade 3 cities or villages, there are certain areas where it is non-existent, and there are certain areas where it is available only partially, because we already seen during this pandemic time online teaching how it is effective, and it is virtually effective. We have to admit to the fact that it was effective only in tier 1 and tier 2 cities, not in the small places where the internet connectivity is not proper and the kind of infrastructure is not available. So then we are today talking about a global exposure. Global exposure, while we are talking about, it is not just meant for the city kids. It is meant for every kid. Our idea of education is giving a global outreach to every child. That should be. I'm telling you, because what I talk, what I profess, what I tell is not that easy to achieve, but then every educator has to work towards such a thing that, this can be made possible. So there are a lot of issues involved in that thing. What kind of technology we are going to adopt, and how it is going to be financed, how it is going to be economically viable to make this reach. I have just put across the point of view. I welcome Ms. Divyalal also into that thing. Good afternoon. So now I leave it to the panelists. One by one.
Sarat Chandraji, before we go to the panel,
yeah,
this little doll and this little sister of mine, whenever she comes on a platform, I always tell her, send my blessings her from abroad. I tell her she brings a new energy, new vibrations, and she's so dynamic, particularly understanding the education ecosystem. I always tell her I would like some of the UNESCO's program to be, moderated by her from India side also. Something nice we can work out, all of us together. Sarat Chandraji, hearty welcome to her.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I know Divya from the inception of the initial company from that time. We have worked together, I think, last almost 2 decades.
Yes, sir.
To bring in technology into India, which we could pioneer.
Yes.
And she was an integral part of the whole thing. So we work together. So I know what Divya is. So she will be an asset to any organization, especially as far as this global exposure is concerned. She's one of the right person to talk about it, because she has virtually worked on that.
She's already asset to our chamber. I'm going to involve her in a very big way. She got to work in all continents with us now. I will not let her only work in India. She has to help us in all the continents. That's the way we have to work on. Sarat Chandraji, please take on. Please take on, sir.
Okay. Now I think, I have talked, the initiation I have done. Now I leave it to the panelists. Whosoever can pick up first and start talking, there is absolutely, it's up to you.
Up to me, sir? I don't know whom are you telling. You are the moderator, sir.
I told my panelists. Because I am talking. Okay. I am talking to equals. I should not pick up somebody whom I don't prefer. So I told any panelist can start with.
Yes. And I come from the armed forces. Give choice to ladies first.
Okay.
Women empowerment is very important. First, ladies.
Extremely. I totally agree with you, Dr. Guru.
Yes. If we want to live peacefully, come on. Let the lady give a chance. Get a chance. Come on. Sandhya ma'am, let's go with you. Then Neha Diwan. Then third lady, we have got Sandhya Diwan. Yeah, Sandhya ji, please start. Come on. Let's start, ma'am. Yes, hearty welcome to you. Sandhya ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
You are audible, you are visible, you are smiling. Please go ahead.
So a very warm good afternoon to the resilient minds present here. At the outset, I would like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji for providing me this opportunity to share my views on this phenomenal platform. I have been listening to Sir since morning, and the way he delivers everything is really commendable. In the morning, he told us that he is biologically 72 years old, but he seems to be 20 years old. And it is really a tutor. So the way he delivers, the way he interacts, the way he inspires. Sir, we have so much to learn from you. And sir, I have written one couplet which is dedicated to you. So I would just like to say, a person of true vision, a person of true vision is not easy to find. They have a spark to ignite millions of minds. Thank you, sir, for being so supportive and so kind. So, with this couplet, I come to my topic. The topic which I'm going to speak is, why is global collaboration important for students? Sir, and this is, I think, one of the pertinent issues which all of us are speaking about, all of us are discussing about. And sir, if we see on a broader canvas, we can say that global collaboration refers to the methods through which the institutions and the students, they are going to communicate with one another across the world, across the globe, just in order to experience their various cultural differences and the things which they are blended from. So if I have to if I have to sum up my things, I have written 7, 8 points for this. So first of all, global collaboration builds cultural understanding. And I think this is one of the most important things which we are talking nowadays. Our students, they have to be globally collaborated. They need to understand the cultural differences within us and within the other countries, because only if children, so just 1 minute, let me switch off my mobile. So, sir, if we are able to cope up with the cultural understanding of the other different cultures and various countries around the globe, only then we will get familiar with what is going in other countries and how our students can benefit from them. Because our culture is totally different from other countries, if we see. So when the students, they start collaborating globally, when they start interacting with other children, they start understanding that what is the difference in the culture and what all things they can implement in our culture. It is not like this, as sir was saying in the morning, Chandran sir, that it is not that we have to incorporate everything whatever we see in the other cultures, but at least we can incorporate those things which we think are feasible and which we think that we can gain out of them. So second thing is that when we just globally collaborate with each other, we get familiar with the communication skills of people. If we are sitting here now in Punjab, maybe my communication skills are different from the person who is speaking, who is residing in South. So it is just India we are talking about. So when we start getting connected with other countries over the globe, we will realize, we will feel that the communication skills are different. And when we keep on interacting with them, of course, our skills, they are going to improvise. We are going to learn so many things from them. My third point would say that connecting globally sparks curiosity and independent learning. So when we start interacting with children, when we start interacting with other people, we start becoming independent. We start learning so many things from them. And in the same way, we start weaving our own ideas, our own things, our own, you can say, prospects with them. And then it comes like a global platform where all of us, we start weaving our things and ideas, and we start learning from each other. Next is, it's easy to incorporate core curriculum. There are many things, there are many curriculums these days which have been designed, and it is a core curriculum which we can design with each other, and we can come up to their expectation. We can learn from each other, and thus it will be a global platform where we are sharing our views, where we're talking to other students, where we're presenting our views, where we are just getting connected with them, and thus we will be just, it's the whole of the world will be one platform to learn. It's a very important, this word is very close to my heart. It is Vasudev Kutumbakam. which says that this whole universe is one platform. It is one family. It is not like we are living in India. We are different. The person who is there in UK, he is going to be different from us. Like in the morning, we had a very beautiful person who was speaking, the resource person from Malaysia. Like when I was listening to him, I thought that he's as equivalent good as we people are. He is as lovable as we are. So when we are when we speak to these people, when we listen to them, we are getting collaboratively with each other, and Vasudev Kutumbakam is going to be in a real form only if we live up to the expectations of each other, and we work on and we walk on that framework. Next is when we work globally, it encourages a lot of problem solving. Maybe when the students, they get interacted with each other, there are problems in their domains. When they just talk with other people, they would listen to their problems, and maybe many times the things which we are not able to find or which we are not able to solve, there are things which those people, they would help us, and those children would help us, and we would be able to solve those problems. Next is the students become more worldly. Like in India, if we talk about, say, NEP 2020 is coming, and it is going to bring, it is a revolutionary change in the field of education, and we are really we are awaiting that policy, that when it would be implementing and when our students would be learning. So when our students would go abroad and those students would come here in India, so we are going to become worldly wise. We are going to learn from each other. We are going to come up to the expectations. We are going to learn new technology, new devices, new methodology, new pedagogies, everything new we are going to gain from them. Right. So next from this is, apart from this, the students, they are even able to share their challenges. Supposing if they have some challenge in their work side, or they have some challenge in their own behavior problems, or so whatever. So they can even have a very, you can say, they can just speak to that person or to their pen pal, and then of course the problems which they have, they can find a solution from each other. So that's why globally this one connection is also very important. And next is very important, very close to my heart, is that the people, and even we will start embracing each other, and we will start appreciating the framework of the globally connected friends, right? When we start embracing people, by embracing over here, I mean that when there are no differences, then there is no language barrier. When there is no, you say, difference in mental horizons, or we start loving people, we start embracing. This is not like we should not be feeling inferior. Like supposing one of a student, some person is coming from abroad, and he says that I won't be able to face that person, or I won't be able to communicate. So if we are globally connected with each other, when we start embracing people, each other, so those things will keep on, those things will start pouring in our mind. So next is the assimilating and comprehending the pedagogies. Again, a very important point. So we start we start collecting the various pedagogies which are used in the various platforms, and we will start improving upon them. And then the students would also learn new innovatives and new methods, right? So when students, they globally, they connect on a global platform, they will learn new innovative techniques and methods. And if we think the world to be a one family, or the world to be a global whole, it can, of course, it can be proved to be an asset for us when all the students, all the people all over the world, they are connecting. And global collaboration is one of the most important and most phenomenal, you can say, platform on which we can connect with each other, and we can just go ahead with all the possibilities of life. And if we talk about challenges, so I think there are 3-4 challenges which are coming into my mind. So first of all, so Gulshan sir is writing the message, so we have to respect time factor. So this is all. Then I'll be sharing my next viewpoints later on. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. That's nice. So we heard your points. I think as Dr. Kulshan Sharma has told, let us go to the next lady.
Yeah.
Sir, can I share my viewpoint? So
Please.
Thank you. I think I want to thank you, Sandhya ma'am and Charat sir, for a brilliant start to the panel. I want to give it a couple of more perspectives. India, a country with 30 crore young children, the youngest country in the world, today is at this pinnacle moment of, courtesy the pandemic, getting into an infrastructure in a ready space where collaboration across the world is now a natural extension to what we are doing. I think collaboration in India was never higher than what it is today. And we've understood sitting in our own places, we can connect, we can get a lot of work done, and which was, I think, more of a mental barrier before and has got enabled. Which essentially means that if you're looking at 30 crore of this population actually becoming skilled, competent, self reliant, contributing, the global collaboration is a natural instinct. I think it's going to open up opportunities of progress, which could lead into maybe more professional development, employment. It could lead into synergies of today. Children initially look at what kind of jobs are available within the country. But because of now the whole world going online, and with this collaboration, I think what we are looking at as opportunities could come from any part of the world. And your skill sets that are needed will become at the fore of it. I think Sandhya ma'am did discuss about the NEP coming in. And I think one of the biggest parts of the NEP is all about skill. How can we bring application based learning? How can we do skill based? And I think a lot of NEP can get implemented without an implementation guideline to come in. There are a lot of parts that we as a part of the whole education domain can start implementing, so that we are able to start moving results on a day-to-day basis and not really waiting for a point when somebody says 3 2 1 go, now we start off. I think what is important is, if you're saying application based learning, if you're saying skilling, how can we go back within the K-12 segment of interweaving this in the learning assignments that we are doing, and using technology as a natural definer to connect could be a great mesh to bring the story to life. So I'm going to restrict myself to these 2 points and come back later to join the discussion where we discuss challenges and other perspectives to this piece. Back to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next panelist.
Neha ma'am, please come from
Dr.
Meerut and
Dr.
join
Neha
us.
Dhawan.
Yeah. Neha ma'am, you are still in Meerut. Please come out. Come out.
Yes, good morning. Good
Yeah.
afternoon, everyone. And I've heard Sandhya ma'am and other Gulshan sir, and I'm really impressed. I don't know what to say after
And Divya Lal ma'am also. Divya Lal ma'am also. Yeah,
Yes, Divya Lal ma'am,
yeah.
actually. And thing is that I have same kind of point of view in mind. Regarding the global collaboration, since this is the world of AI, and high AI changes the world overnight. So you never know whether if today your company is $1 million company and tomorrow it stands nowhere, and it could be vice versa as well. So it is all because of the high use of AI, and that is the main role. If we don't promote our students to understand different culture, difference in opinion, they will never be able to grow. The growth factor in today's world actually depends completely on how collaborated and how understanding you are with the others in the world. So difference of opinion and understanding of their culture, and similarly understanding of point of view, listening to four other point of views, that a final decision, that a person the conclusion is the best conclusion when you listen to so many point of views. So this is I want to say. And as you know, this we are living in a unipolar world. And these days, every now and then, the people talks about depression so much. People are talking about mental health, just because the world is like that. They don't want to interact physically with humans much. They want to interact with everyone over internet, over phone, over online. So it is like, it is very important to collaborate. Children should make best use of this collaboration in their academic level as well. And as you know, man is a social animal. So one children these days doesn't want to collaborate physically, like in their families also. They want to stay alone in their rooms or things like that. But once they are in the ground and on online, they can learn so much, and they are eager to learn. So this is my point of view, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Neha. I think let us go to Mr. Tijay Gupta.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Gulshan, sir, your energy is amazing, and you're saying me as a handsome man. Kindly share this word to my wife also. She'll be more than happy to listen. But I believe this is more with the technology and cameras. We have high power laptops, we have good cameras nowadays. And please don't mind my words, all the ladies, they look beautiful. Anyways, coming back to the topic and going back to the theme, I will put with my points. Why is global collaboration important and what we see with it in the future? Few years back, in fact in 1985, my father bought a torch and then from Australia. We used to export garments and all those things to Australia. And I remember I kept that soap and other things in my Elvira for another 5 7 years. When I use it after 5 7 years, when my family told me now you should use it, it will get expired. The same nature of fragrance, I got it even after 5 or 6 years. So what I'm trying to say, we as an Indian always learn from any of the country. I may sound an anti-democratic kind of thing as of now, but I believe they have good factors in us. If we go to US, UK, or Europe, or China, we always get something good from them. So it's never bad to get something out of the pocket, out of the country, and implement it in India. We should accept that fact that we are 30, 40, 50 years behind. And in terms of education, also, it may be more than that. I think everybody will agree to it. What we are getting from global collaboration is, I'll cover into a few points. I think we can show our student that we are more alike than different. We always believe as an Indian that the classroom we are not learning those kind of things, or we are not adapting that kind of technology or the curriculum which is being implemented in any school in Finland or any school in US. I think now we have global platform. I think Neha ma'am was explaining about the pen pal schools or the Belega or the Generation Global. I think now these are global platforms where teacher or the student can share their thoughts, can share the questions, and gradually that can be discussed online. I think if I put up a question in a forum and one student from America or UK will answer it, the Indian student or the vice versa will be able to understand what kind of thing is going into particular student's mind. With global collaboration, now our student can be teachers. How? When student can work with learners in other classrooms, they can become the teachers. This is what I believe. If we have 30, 40 students from different countries, we can get the question database, we get the answer database, and I think our students have more formulas to explore in any kind of technology. In terms of choosing the career, again, global collaboration plays an important role. We have the limited jobs in India, we have limited platforms in India, but on a worldwide level, on a global platform, we have unlimited opportunities. I think with global collaboration, that again comes out as a major point to get the jobs. Our student can get the career which they have never imagined. Recently, I met a guy who is from Australia. He's an Indian. He went to Australia and become an automobile engineer. What he used to do, he used to repair the helicopters and the what we can say the motor system of those helicopters. What he made me understand that this was not available in India. I went to Australia to understand this,
and now I'm coming back to India, and now I'm operating on a world level, and I'm getting the technology done for the premium luxury cars. I mean, 1 crore car, 2 crore car. Now he's in Bombay, and he's repairing the cars of all the top business houses or all the top actors like that, and he's earning in millions. So, in any way, if you example it is always helpful. I think coming back to shortcomings or the future, I think we can take others' view also, and I'll come back on that. Thank you.
Mr. Vinay Dishit.
Yeah, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Bhushan sir, and good afternoon to all my panelists who are virtually present here. Myself, Vinay Dixit, I am from basically Agra, sir. And first of all, I would like to say thanks to Bhushan sir and you, sir, also, and other panelists who are hearing to me, and Mr. Amit Pundir also, to giving me such opportunity to share my views and ideas on this wonderful, topic, international collaboration. As the earlier, I think ma'am and sir, and most probably the other panelists have already shared the good content regarding the international collaboration, why is it important. International collaboration is important to connect, I think, in the world. First of all, the international collaboration is main equal purpose to connect. First of all, in this world, we have to be identify why we are connecting with us. Our purpose to connecting and respecting with each other is the same. It emphasizes mostly on the same intellectual meaning and the same thing why we are connecting with each other, to share the ideas, to share the cultures, to share the language and the other things. So equally we can connecting. Here we are just connecting, and morning I can see many of panelists from Malaysia. They are shared lots of things, and it's a virtual connection meeting that we are connecting with each other. And many of LMS system, learning management system, or technology management system are available in nowadays to connecting uh, with technology using with each other. But the main problem is that, sir, I'm not totally satisfied with this international collaboration. I think it is not yet started. It is started earlier. In medieval India, in ancient India, many of the psychologists, they came from China, like a Fahan, like a Wei Shang. They also came to India to discover the India, to adapt the culture of India, to take the study in Nalanda University and Takshila University. So international collaboration is not started yet. It is too long earlier. And if I'm just talking about my experience regarding this collaboration, my school is 14 kilometers from the city of Agra city, where the school is located, and it is most probably 60 to 70% student are coming from villages area. So in this pandemic year, in this pandemic situation, in month of March, 20 March, something around 22 March, suddenly the lockdown started, and near about to 2019 session will be getting over, and we have to be think about how to be start a new session. So it was very challenging for me, not for me, I think my teachers, even the student, and not for in my school. I think most probably in villages area the school, those are just near about to city, and there are the resources are minimum. There the the technologies are minimum fact. Even the resources and other facts are limited portion. So it was a big challenge for us to connect the student. Even the WhatsApp numbers are not available because we are just connecting with them in a text message. And most probably the farmers are there.
It's a beautiful music, but
yeah,
yeah, please.
Multimedia.
Why are you bringing Manisha Koraila again and again? Please don't disturb us. Come on. Vinay, go ahead, Vinay.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So it was a big challenge for me and my management. system, but really encouragement to connect the most and most, students, even the parents, to give them education. We cannot just say that most of the parents call to me that we are not supposed to offer multimedia phones because in this the markets are totally closed and we are not supposed to purchase the phone and the internet connection is not available. So we are not just let them go, okay, just go, because we have to be as much as a student can connect. And sir, we did a lots of work hard. We are just encouraging them, okay, just go and near about your friend circle, your family's members and other person. If you are having a such, mobile phone and other sources are available, so we can connect your student. And now I'm just completely said that 60 to 70% of students in my school are connected with this. But I'm just eventually just explain this thing. So first of all, if we are talking about international collaboration, I think the national collaboration is also important. In national collaboration, because I am not talking about the metropolitan cities school. Metropolitan school, there the parents are mostly educated. There the resources are available. But what about in village area? What about the nearest village area? Why they are not connecting first of all? Why the other virtual, the virtual classes, virtual platform, webinars, media, virtual things. Why they are not
There is some disturbance. There is some disturbance, Vinayji. I don't know. I'm sorry. Am I only finding in
No,
Singapore?
no,
Or
no.
it's
There is some disturbance in the voice. Voice is cracking.
Because I'm not able to hear in Singapore. I'm not able to hear you.
There is a problem of the network problem, so I think so.
Yeah. Now it's better. Now it's better. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Sorry. Please go ahead.
I think here is a network problem, a network issue. That's why. Sir.
Yeah. Now it's fine. Now it's fine. Come on. Now it's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I just come on to the conclusion point. So as an international collaboration as much as important. So first of all, the national collaboration is much important. We have to be connect in metro cities schools as much as the training workshop and other, whatever virtual technology meetings are available. First of all, we have to
Vinayji, I think I'm sorry. I'm not able to get you. I'm not able to get you. Saratji.
No problem.
Saratji, you can take on.
Yeah, I think. Okay. See, I totally agree with what Mr. Vinay has told, because initially itself, I was telling this point. We are talking about a global collaboration when we are not able to connect nationally. So, of course, this is a big point which every educator should note, that there must be an infrastructure development as far as information technology is concerned nationally. One. Number two, I would like my panelists just to briefly, because I think our time is limited, which nobody has talked about. There are 4 points which I would like to put across to you. One is how it is a global collaboration is going to help us in lateral thinking, out of the box thinking, experiential learning, and exponential learning.
Actually, sir, hello.
Yeah, please.
Hello.
Saratji, please go ahead. I can't hear you, Saratji. I can't hear you.
Hello.
Now it is clear?
Yeah, now it's clear, Saratji. I think Vinay has got some technical difficulties. No problem. We have taken his point very well. Please go ahead.
We have taken it. It's a very valid point which I have mentioned, because national connectivity is a big issue, and we have to work on that thing. Of course.
Yes.
Every forum has to take up this issue. We totally agree with. So now the kind of points what I have told, can anybody deliberate on this thing? How a global collaboration, I'll repeat for everybody since anybody has not heard it properly, how global collaboration is going to help kids in lateral thinking, out of the box thinking, experiential learning, and exponential learning.
1 minute each.
Okay.
Yes.
Please go ahead. You can start with Devalan.
What will be critical will be, how we structure the assignments for this collaboration. Because, if you're looking at school to school, level to level, globally, the level of education is different. So even on the age groups, if we kind of match out and construct maybe programs that enable to bring out such factors, I think that will be critical. And maybe, we at GSS, we could take a lead, set up a few programs and enable collaboration, because I think the whole thrust has to be on the design of
Exactly,
the thing.
exactly.
If we're
I
able
totally
to
agree
put in
with
as
you.
educators,
So every
that can help.
educator has
Yeah.
to, come out with a program in
yes.
which we can get this done.
Correct.
Yeah, please.
Correct. Yeah. So, okay, for others to share.
Dr. Neha, Sandhya Diwan, Mr. Tijay.
1 minute each, everybody.
We are running short of time, I know.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Gulshan Sharma, I know. Because next session is on.
I'll go ahead. I think creating 3 kind of layers or 3 kind of systems can bring out of the box thing. Maybe we can go with a project-based kind of learning where a common project can be given. Or
Very good idea. Excellent idea. Yes.
hands-on activities could be harnessed through. To get the maximum output, we can create a wall of discussion globally and get common inputs or common outputs out of that. I think these are the 3 brief points. Project-based learning, hand-on activities, and creating a wall of discussion would be beneficial in this regard.
Good. Very good. Anybody else? Okay, since we are running short of time, I do understand we have to.
We are back to you. We are back to you. Your views, your concluding remarks.
Okay. I had all of you. One point which I would like to suggest to all the educators that, we are all always looking at a collaboration with the developed only. It is not necessary that, to really clearly understand the world, you should collaborate with the underdeveloped and, developing world also. This is very much necessary. If you are talking about a global exposure, that means you are seeing only the greener side of it. You should see the other side of it to give a real exposure of global wealth to the kids. So this every educator has to take out that thing. Number 2, the research for optimum technologies with judicious use of technology. That, technology, everybody has got a feeling that, technology is very costly. I think there I should appreciate Divya, especially working on this point to bring that, technology is affordable. That's very good. And as a person, I would still prefer it to become much more economical so that we can go to, again, as I started with, Tier 3 cities and even villages, so that we become communicable with them. And then, the IT can be best used by all the kids. Like Mr. Dishit has really put the point. I also face in many schools in small cities and villages that, online classes could not be conducted. A simple thing like online classes. So we should work on that. Then we should work nationally, basically. So it need not be international on the 4 valid points which I talked about. That is lateral thinking, out of the box thinking, experiential learning, and exponential learning. This, even while we start working nationally, it will allow our kids to really compete globally, so that the kind of knowledge what we have got is deep and it is related with the day-to-day life. And what value addition global exposure will bring is, with global exposure, the kind of experiential learning what they do with day-to-day life of ours will get connected with experiential learning which is happening there also, which itself will lead to exponential learning of that. This is what I firmly believe in as far as global collaboration is concerned. I think I have given my part, and now Dr. Gulshan Sharma has had everything. I would like his points to come in.
Thank you. No. I got to just conclude it. But before conclusion, I want to share something very important. And what I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell you as Indian, as an elder brother, as a part of family. There is a psychographic and psychomotric, kind of analysis which we have to carry out. I do not know why, unless you don't travel, you don't come to know. The best education is not in the books, it's in the travel. Having traveled all the continents in the last 35, 40 years, what I have picked up, on my passport, I have got about 119 countries. And I have seen across the world, first of all, every Indian should start feeling that you are the best, you are the best, you are the best. And India is the best. There is no other country which is better than India. First of all, let's start believing that. Number two, second part, you need not to ape any education ecosystem of the world, because when I take an example of Finland, look at their population. Look at what size they have got. I think where Sandhya Diwan is sitting, her population in the district or the state is more than the Finland population. So please, we cannot ape any country's model. We have to take that also into consideration in education ecosystem. Number three, we have got our own culture, we have got our own heritage, we have got our own values. And when anybody comes for any program and they say, Aristotle told this, Pluto told this, such and such told this, I always feel very sad and bad about it. Why don't we talk about Swami Vivekananda? Why don't we talk about Chanakya? Why don't we talk about Aryabhat? Why don't we talk our own people? And I still recall at the age of 72, my grandmother, my dada and my nani, they used to tell me a small story before I used to sleep night time, and that used to be Chanda Mama, ek Vikram tha, ek Betal tha, my own stories, Mahabharata, Ramayana and all. The time has come. Madam like Divya Lal ma'am, she should work a little bit more on India's epics also. I'm telling you, if you want the global leader, if you want to become global leader, stop using in your textbooks the examples of foreigners. Everything originated from India. The most unfortunate part is it traveled from India abroad. We never did the patent of that, and that is going to happen with our Ayurveda also, let me tell you. That is going to happen. Lot of medicines. आपका जो kitchen है ना, आपका जो kitchen है, because when you are talking about education, you have to talk about health and wellness also. Don't forget, because children are going to have spinal problem, children are going to have eyes problem, children are going to have a lot of other deficiencies. So there, when you talk about your own system, education ecosystem, when we are talking about global collaboration, I want to tell you something very important. World is looking towards India. Forget about IQ. Come on, EQ, emotional quotient, empathy. Don't talk about sympathy. You don't require. And another thing, in higher education, I always tell, nobody will come to India to learn anything else except when you want to get peace, when you want to get happiness, when you want to get holistic healing, when you want to have spiritual part of it, spiritual journey. There is a gentleman, my friend, you must be knowing Deepak Chopra. Read his books here. Read his books. What he's talking about. There's another gentleman who has lost all his hair like me. He is Robin Sharma in Canada. Uski kitab padho, uska cheez dekho. And he always talks about Yadav's kitab hai ki a monk who sold his Ferrari, and he talks about Himalayas, he talks about meditation, he talks about yoga, he talks about naturopathy, he talks about organic. Sarat Chandran ji, I had a friend from Kerala, his name was Sarat Chandran. He was the HR head of the Jet Airways, and that gentleman recruited 3,000 children from the interiors of India to whom our chamber gave free of cost education. What I want to share today with UNESCO, UNICEF, UNDP, World Bank, International Labour Organization, you name any organization, anybody. अरे इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. The only thing is Indians should stop packaging alone. We should start working on research and innovation of our own. बाहर से सारा मटेरियल लाके IT engineers are doing extremely well abroad. Take out the list of all the CEOs, the top 50 when you talk about the Forbes magazine and all that. इंडिया में सब कुछ क्यों नहीं कर रहे और अपने बच्चों को हम I don't know the recommendation which we have made to Honorable Prime Minister of India. Anybody, any teacher who is teaching up to 9 years child, 1 साल से 9 साल तक के बच्चे को जो टीचर पढ़ा रहा है, they should be highest paid in India. That's what is our recommendation, because it's a formative year. It's a pre-year where the clay is to be molded in your way. There, Divyalal man की जो technology है, we are already bringing 5 principles every day in the afternoon. At 3 p.m. you all are more than welcome to join every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all 5 days from abroad. Everybody is watching our 5 principles. And there is only one agenda. Only one agenda. Don't talk about children anymore now. Don't talk about students anymore now. Talk about your teachers. Talk about your educators. You got to empower your educators. Your children are very creative. They are very vibrant. They are very dynamic. They are. Do you know what is the latest study from the Harvard, Stanford, and Wharton? I want to tell all of you, and from the Recon Institute of Singapore also, please go through. Any child who is born of his mother today has got 136% more intelligence than his mother. So क्या बात कर रहे हैं हम बच्चों को? अभी education, thank God we have started realizing in the new education policy, it is not teaching centric, it is learning centric. Now, whatever energy you want to spend, please spend only on teachers' empowerment. Otherwise, the time is coming too soon. Every child would be knowing more than the teacher. और class में आते ही बोलेगा कि ma'am, what you are teaching, this is already obsolete, ma'am. This is the new app which has come, ma'am. This is the new pedagogy have, ma'am, come. Then ma'am would say, sit down. He'll say, I will not sit down, ma'am. I will tell you first what exactly is the latest, ma'am. Because you have got many other commitments. You've got to look after your family, your children, your relatives, your parents. So many other things are there. Children have got all the time. And in a natural way, they are creative. They are born in the environment with the gadget. हमको पहला मोबाइल कब मिला? अभी तो बच्चा ही. My grandchild, who is 8 years old, he asked me so many things which I am unable to reply. And I tell him, कि मैं बेटा शाम को बताऊंगा. He says, Nanu, you don't know na. That's why I know. You will read and then you will tell me. Nanu, I will tell you before that. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, the foreign collaboration is required. Don't forget our own roots. Our roots are very strong. Our foundation is very strong. Our values are very strong. What we need is teachers empowerment. And Divyalal ma'am, आज के बाद आपको कसम खानी है. मैं जो कुछ कहूंगी सच के सिवा कुछ नहीं कहूंगी. Dr. Gulshan Sharma, I adopt you as my elder brother. हम हिंदी स्टोरीज को लेकर आएंगे. हम अपनी स्टोरीज को लेकर आएंगे. हम अपने चाणक्य को, अपने विवेकानंद को, अपने आर्यभट्ट को, अपने क्या एरिस्टोटल और क्या प्लूटो और क्या वो, अरे वो चला गया, छोड़ दो ना उसको अभी. We got to change it. I'm sorry, but I get emotional whenever I talk to my brothers and sisters in India, and I do not know. I have told Divya ma'am, whether you like it or not, I have adopted you like my little sister and younger sister, and that's why I take liberty to talk to her on that. I talk to her on that. And Sarat Chandran ji, it is only and only education. दूसरों से सीख लो, दूसरों से ले लो, लेकिन करो वो जो भारत को सूट करता है.
Sir, I started with that only. See, when I started my brief, I started with that only. Studying that, you adopt what is good. Otherwise, leave that. And number two, Abhi, you also all quoted Harvard and water and all those things. Way
तो
back
सर
in
कुछ नहीं है सर, मैं
way
अब
back
बात नहीं
in
करूंगा.
way back in 2003, I gave a full page interview to Indian Express. What I told at that time was, unless until you train our teachers, whatever you are putting in paper, nothing is going to work. The most important thing is teacher training. Now Wharton and Howard, everybody has researched and told. I have told it in 2003. So
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
you should give value to that thing.
Thank you, sir.
Number two,
Thank you,
since
sir.
you
Thank
told
you,
this
sir.
thing, wherever I get an opportunity, I always bring in those topics. Like, everybody talks about Pythagoras theorem. Pythagoras has done it, after 300 years of Bauthayana doing that thing. How many people do that thing? I try to propagate, and there is a group of awareness. We do propagate on all these
God
kind of
bless
things.
you. God bless you. Thank you
Not
very
that
much.
thing. We should take the initiative. I totally agree with you. There is no better culture than Indian culture. The whole world is looking at India as far as that part is concerned. I 100% agree with you.
Thank you, sir.
What he told is, I think I'll conclude by telling this thing. People talk about holistic education. What exactly is holistic education? Holistic education is to whatever you are talking about, all these new pedagogies, all this technology and all those things, unless until you are not able to create a good human being, none of these things are absolutely no value. That's it. So this, I think our culture really plays a big part of it. Our heritage should help in that thing. That, we should adopt what is good for us, what is better. One area, of course, we have to tell that, we are not spent so much on research. So this is one area India should concentrate. And if you work on that thing, higher education sector and our research sector, once start working, it will give us tremendous thing, and we will be the world leaders. Take it granted.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this was a wonderful session, very innovative, very creative, very vibrant, and lot of deliberation. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Piyush Gupta ji is already here, लेकिन इनसे रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि सिंगापुर में लोगों को खिचड़ी खाने के लिए 5 मिनट का समय दे दें, क्योंकि 5 मिनट के बाद हम शुरू करेंगे. This session was so important. Learn from everybody, but do your way in India. Number 2, new education policy. Let us focus on teachers. Let us do the hand holding of teachers. Let us empower teachers. बच्चों को कुछ नहीं चाहिए. बच्चों को इतने क्रिएटिव हैं वो लोग, अब सोच ही नहीं सकते. And what Sarath Chandran ji initially mentioned, let's make optimum, best, positive use of technology. So I am signing off for 5 minutes to have my khichdi. Otherwise, I'll not have the energy for Dr. Piyush Gupta ji. मुझे 5 मिनट का समय दीजिए. सादर प्रणाम, सादर आमंत्रण. आप thank you for coming, and Sarath Chandran ji and Tejay Gupta ji, your wife should start feeling as my daughter from today that you are the most handsome person on this planet. Okay, I am going to tell her. And Dr. Neha Diwan, we will always take you by surprises when we will call you. And Sandhya Diwan ma'am, thanks for the nakoda. Keep your safe Punjab, wonderful Punjab. Okay, Maria is here and Supreet has joined. Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you very much. And 5 minutes break.
Gulshan sir, last time I would like to conclude. I just want to conclude with that. Let's depart with an earnest hope that we do meet again on some another platform to discuss various issues, so that we come out to be good Indians, as you say. We are Indians, we love Indians, and all the cultures, they are mingling over in India, This is the reality of life. Whether it's yoga, it's naturopathy, it's allopathy, whatever, all the people, they're coming back to India. So we should be proud of our India.
Samvad should continue. Samvad.
And Sandhya ma'am, as a brother, I'll tell you, Mohammed Rafi ka ek gana zarur suniyega, because I'm working for last 8 years, music in education, music for mathematics, music for chemistry, music for biology, music for everything, last 8 years. और अभी जो मीडिया एंटरटेनमेंट के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, we are going to change the whole pedagogy. Music in everything has to come. फिर मिलोगे कभी इस बात का वादा कर लो, हमसे एक और मुलाकात का वादा कर लो. That's a Mohammed Rafi's beautiful song. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah Chandan ji. Thank you, Maria. Thank you.
The digital age has brought the world at our fingertips. And education needs to be in step with this change in order to prepare students for the future. While digital teaching tools in classrooms are making a difference, students are not able to access them outside the classroom. Moreover, with schools being able to devote only a limited time for each subject, there is a strong need for accessibility of digital content at home for students to learn at their own pace. And that is exactly what FlipLearn Prime app does. It makes cutting-edge FlipLearn content available to students on their devices so that they can learn at their own speed and revise each topic as many times as they need to. FlipLearn Prime offers personalized learning to students and supplement the classroom teaching at home or on the go. It is the only online platform that gives students access to the study material of 2 extra grades, that is, the previous grade and the next grade. FlipLearn Prime is very easy to use. All a student has to do is install the app or access the website, sign up with his or her details and select a subscription plan, and explore the world with a click. FlipLearn Prime content is mapped to cover the curriculum prescribed by CBSE, ICSE, state boards and international boards. The content is designed to make learning fun and easy through 2D and 3D animated videos. Students also get the option of checking their understanding of the concepts in an engaging manner through interactive games and quizzes. There are also a number of other learning aids like sample papers and mind maps that enhance the grasp of the students on each topic, along with synopsis of each topic that makes revisions very easy. FlipLearn's comprehensive and personalized approach has helped students improve their marks and performance. In fact, students can also challenge other students across India to participate in the online quizzes. And the easy-to-use dashboard also allows parents, teachers and students to monitor the progress. With the ease and convenience that FlipLearn Prime offers, parents, schools and teachers can just sit back and let students guide their own learning. FlipLearn Prime.
Right, we are back. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to have all of you once again with us. And Dr. Piyush Gupta ji, the Principal Consultant, CSC Academy, CSC E-Government Services India Private Limited, SPV, Special Purpose Vehicle, under the Ministry of Electronic and IT, Government of India. Wow, that's great. My friend is there, Mr. Ajay Sahani. Oh, yeah. Okay. So Dr. Piyush Gupta ji from the ministry. That's great. That's a pleasure. That's a pleasure to have you. I think there'll be a lot to learn from you. इन लोगों को सबको आपकी जरूरत है इस समय. पूरे भारत को इस समय आपकी मिनिस्ट्री की जरूरत है और आप लोगों की जरूरत है. I think that is the most important thing which we have to make. Right. Gupta ji, I think I will tell these people, technical people, to kindly close this, and then we can immediately go for your views. And thereafter, let's start.
Is my presentation visible?
ये आपका है जी, ये CSC.
Yes.
ठीक है. ये आपका. मुझे लगा कि शायद ये लोग दिखा रहे हैं. बिल्कुल ठीक है जी. Please.
So how much time, sir, we'll have?
गुप्ता जी, आपको 25 मिनट 20-25 मिनट में अपना बात अच्छे से दे दीजिए पैकेज बस, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट स्पीकर शी इज आल्सो हियर. तो जो अपने श्री यूनिवर्सिटी है रविशंकर जी का कटक से, तो मिसेस रजिता कुलकर्णी, आई कैन रीड हर नेम, शी इज ऑलरेडी हियर. सो आप अपना विचार रखिए. सो विद दीज वर्ड्स, डॉक्टर पीयूष गुप्ता जी, hearty welcome, pleasure to have you.
Thank you. Well, it's a real opportunity to really talk about this. And in this, my focus basically will be rural India, because I work with an organization called CSC. Now, what is CSC? CSC is basically a common service center which has been set up by Government of India under Ministry of IT. And the whole idea of this Common Service Center, when it was born quite early in around 2010, so idea was that all government services should be made available at the village level itself, not really at a district level, which was already there at district level. So villagers, they had to come to the district to really avail any of the government services. So the objective was very clear, focus that provide all government services in a digital format through online, some connectivity at the village level itself. So this business model of involving a village level entrepreneur was born, really. So these common service center, which we call as CSC, and in many states they are called with a local name also. It could be like Pragya Kendra, ya Lok Seva Kendra. So different names say these are being called, but the CSC, they are owned and managed by the VLE, who is the entrepreneur, right? So the complete infrastructure, everything is owned by this villager, and he knows the community, he knows the children, he knows the adults, he knows that very well. He's part of that village. So to set up a CSE, primarily when it started for these digital transaction related services, so a very small minimum amount of infrastructure was required. You require some space, maybe one room in your house itself they had, or maybe they had rented out, whatever, and a computer, a printer, a webcam, and you also require today authentication device for Aadhaar authentication, and of course, most important is broadband, some internet connectivity, and power backup, because this is a digital online service center provider at a village level. Okay, so that's the whole concept with which this was really born. And whole lot of services today, they would be huge, around 300 odd services would be there. So central government services, state government services, and there are a lot of programs under various schemes, whether it's for the farmers or for the pensioners, across the board. So all these services today, even the banking services, okay, as a business correspondent, this really has become a business correspondent. So at the local level, if it is a HDFC bank, any villager can open a HDFC account in the through the CSC center, and then also withdraw and deposit money into his account. He need not really go to a bank, HDFC bank or a ICICI bank or a SBI bank. So, or to the ATM, they go to the CSC center, the VLE acts as a banker for them. And many times, what it happens is, if somebody, because it's a village, right? So this particular VLE is well known in the village. So they will say that, okay, I can't come today because maybe handicapped or whatever challenge, physically challenged, Divyang. And so the VLE will go to the house and then do that business transaction, whether they want to avail some service or whatever they want. Okay? And two important things were there as a part of this. One was skill development, and second was education training part. Okay? So slowly, this particular component emerged as a very major part subsequently. So what we really were trying to address as we were moving forward in this journey of CSE over the years with these VLEs, village level entrepreneurs, was to address these four key challenges. One is accessibility. When we talk of digital, now where is the internet connectivity in a rural, at a household? Okay, and then computers. So this was one of the major in terms of accessibility of infrastructure, what we're looking at. Then affordability. So all the content, all the digital, if you're talking of structured content, I'm not talking of the YouTube content, which anybody can pick up and ad hoc manner, they can learn a lot of things, of course. But if you want a structured content learning program, and if you want to connect to a digital online postgraduate program also, sitting in your village, you want to do postgraduate diploma in business administration or data analytics, okay, so many things. So affordability was one of the major things. So how can we bring that urban content, which was high quality at an affordable cost to the rural person, rural youth, or maybe a child? So K-12 content. Then of course, quality of content is was one of the major things. So then of course, teachers is one of the major problem in rural India. Okay, and even if a lot of these we have try to study also, a lot of these children, they do go for tuitions, but tuition kiske paas jaate hain? Same teacher, okay, who was teaching in the school, same teacher is teaching for the tuition also, right? So the quality would remain the same. In a school they are teaching to 50 children, maybe 25 children, and here again they have the same children in tuition also. So we were trying to address these particular type of challenges which are there, and the CSC over a period of time really enhanced the infrastructure also. And today we have CSE centers which have infrastructure ranging around 7,000 square feet area into multi-story building, and then somewhere around 50 or 100 computers also available. This is rural India I'm talking. Okay, and many of the esteemed participants, delegates in this may not really be aware of that common service center exists, which deliver, apart from the transaction services, government online services, education and skill related programs also. So who are the real customers for these VLEs, the CSE center? So it's a whole bouquet. If you look at in terms of the participants. Okay. So you have the school children and of course parents, because in rural the children they can't really pay money. So it's the parent who really goes and sees ki ye theek hai ki nahi hai, okay, then they pay. And college students are there. Then in service, a lot of people who are already doing services in service in jobs in rural India, or maybe entrepreneurs, shopkeepers, they would like to do, senior citizens. Okay, and I'll give you a lot of examples on this, how we are really addressing these as through the digital format, e-learning format. Okay, in a basically I won't say totally e-learning, but blended form. And school dropouts also, because that's a big area where we were trying to address. And of course, the Divyang, okay, because it's very, very difficult for them to really go out. If anybody wants to do a postgraduate program in a prestigious institution of the country, which is known not only in India, but global also. So how do they do that? One was affordability, then access to infrastructure. And then for them, it was the physical reach, okay, going over there, staying, so all that. So today, this CSE center has become a very, very important delivery channel for education for these people also. And of course, government has to train a lot of their employees on various software applications from time to time. So at a village level, at the ground root level, whether it's the agriculture of your person or the health worker or the education workers, so everybody, teachers, they can be trained at this particular level. So huge amount of stakeholders in terms of customers are there. Okay. Then one of the very prestigious program which came out as early part of Government of India scheme was which is called today PMG Disha, Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Saksharta Abhiyan. So the whole objective of this program is, it's still going on. It's around 6 crore to 8 crores people have to train. This is only for rural India. Each and every household, at least one person will be trained to digitally understand and use the digital gadget, whether it's a tablet or laptop or mobile. And what all they should be able to do, they should be able to browse, they should be able to send an email, and they should be able to use various apps for government services. And last, not the least, most important, I'll say, is financial transaction. So using the app, using their particular mobile or coming to a CSC center, they should be able to do those interactions with their bank on their own. Okay. And who were the recipients of this? Anybody ranging from 14 to 60 years. Okay. And any child who is in a school where computer is being taught was not supposed to be a part of this as a participant. Okay. So the VLE had to select per household at least one person. And today we have completed somewhere around in this over these few years, around 2.5 years, around 3.85 crore plus have been registered and who have completed training. This is a 20 hours e-learning component. And then the VLE also has a faculty, local faculty, who helps facilitate. The VLE himself is a trained IT person. So they facilitate the person to really use the computer and go through the various lessons. And then we have a certification. And certification is awarded through a proctored exam. That is very, very important. So the person has to come to the CSC center in the village, and then it is administered through a proctored, remote proctoring is done. And then we have external agency who does that particular part. And today we have a WhatsApp chatbot and multilingual content is available in this. Okay, so whole lot of now you find this particular on the this particular side, you find a lady who is working, and she is 58 years from Andhra Pradesh, and she was very keen when she saw this. She used to go to the CSE for various services as such, so for pension and all those other government services, and she saw this PNG Disha poster, and she asked what it is. She said, I want to learn. Okay, and she learned, and today she is very, very confident. And even this, on the other side, you find another old lady. So they have been a vast set of people who have been very, very keen. I was hearing a story from one of the VLE in Andhra, that the parent, the father, he had to, his children were studying in Hyderabad, and so he had to go to the physically cash deke aate the. Okay, so because cash transaction electronically they weren't really confident. Okay, so he had to go to the Hyderabad to give that money to the children every month for the hostel fees and all those things. But after PNG Disha, now he's able to do transaction. He's 100% confident, and he sees this as a secured way of doing a transaction. Okay, so that's been the power of this huge program, which started as a digital literacy program. And moving forward, what we said was, yes, these are small digital literacy programs, but how do we really take it much ahead? And can we make rural India as an education hub by setting up excellent infrastructure? And infrastructure, when I say, I'm talking of this, what you see, the pictures, these are from rural India. The CSE, the VLEs, they have these particular centers running over there where examinations, online examinations happen, not only from the CSE side, but other also. Okay, it may be university exam, it may be for some of the private organization exams also. And apart from that, whole lot of programs that take place in these centers. So these centers today, what we now designate as CSE Academy centers at a block level. So there are somewhere around 6,000 plus blocks in the country. Okay, block is below level. Okay, and each block has one academy center. So we have somewhere around 5,200 plus academy centers which are approved, because we verify, physical verification happens and all those. But during COVID time, this has slowed down a bit in terms of the approval. So we have 5,200 as of today. And these centers, they are equipped with around minimum 15 computers, a webcam, a broadband connectivity with 5 Mbps minimum, and then a CCTV camera, power backup, and of course, good seating arrangement is there, reception, and all those things are there. So this is the next level of CSE. CSE, normal CSE was for only transaction services. So those are still existing. Those are there. So 3.5 lakh plus CSE centers are there. Out of that, 5,200 plus have been selected as CSE Academy to work as CSE Academy education hub over there. Now these centers, they basically are talking of lifelong learning. So how can we really take this lifelong learning approach to the rural India? So today we have a whole lot of bouquet of training programs in a blended format, some of them completely online, some of them in a live classroom format. Because of COVID, that has given an excellent experience to the rural India also, and the really interacting in a live class environment. And then of course, blended format. So there are local faculties there, whether it's C programming or it's just basic operations of the computer, or it is Photoshop, Corel Draw, any other designing. So there are a whole lot of programs bundle. And we said, right, preschool, where we are talking of schools which are called CSE Bal Vidyalaya. Okay, I'll just in that as we move forward. And this approach in that is basically, how do you make children learn in an experiential, playful learning manner? Okay, rather than teacher. Just now, in fact, we were hearing that music is very, very important. So how do you help the child learn ABCD in a musical way? Normally, teachers may be doing in a classroom in physical format. But if they see a video, then the recollection is very fast. Okay, so you all of you, you are from the education background, school and college, you are more familiar of this pedagogy, and the accessibility is available now today at the CSC Academy Center. Then primary school related, secondary school related programs are there, career oriented, preparing for competitive exams, okay, whether it's IIT or NEET, or it is basically for any of the jobs also, okay, whether it's SBI, defense, any of those banking, any of those examinations. For that also online coaching, training courses are available. Then professional development, postgraduate programs are available. And then, of course, there are a lot of programs for self-development, hobbies, entrepreneurship, and all those things are available. So we are trying to focus on the approach lifelong learning, taking this to the rural India through the CSE Academy network, which is across the country as such. And what we did was we keep on doing a lot of experiments also. We wanted to see again that whether the child who goes to a school is able to really, they are acceptable or receptive to a digital teacher rather than a physical teacher. Because we were told by some people when we try to put a digital online content for the K-12 in rural India, that no, rural children, they are more keen ki physically samne some teacher has to be present. Okay, so we said let us experiment. So we did this in somewhere around with 100 children across slum area, as well as through a lot of in the village level through our CSEs. And we gave them a digital content for their particular class, and CBSE or state board, wherever they are. And the content was in Hindi and English. And they 1 hour every day for 14 days, we tried to observe them. So we were trying to look at two things, basically observe. And our people used to frequently visit them and try to see how they are moving, receptivity and their feedback. And of course, the one of the prime thing we wanted to also see that whether the child really improves in the weaker subjects where he is weak in the class. Okay, so these were the two key parameters which we were trying to look at. Okay, and it was amazing. In fact, some of us, we were very clear, yes, it will be a positive response. And when we went out, it was amazing, in fact. And I remember one of the girl in Rajasthan, she was saying that our maths teacher is not there for 3 months. And another teacher came, and then that teacher also went out. Okay, so we don't have a teacher and exams are there. So we gave her this particular 14-day thing, and she was studying only maths subject in that. And what she said is already there. She said, I was able to understand maths without the presence of a math teacher in the school. And the teacher, whosoever class teacher, she said that you explain this to other children also. So she was teaching the other classmates also what she was learning. And she scored well in between. There was an exam test also, class test also. So she scored very well in that. So then children were learning geography. So she said, rivers and forests ke naam, I could never remember those names. But when I saw these videos, so the receptivity in rural, in the slum area is also there, very much there. But the whole issue was in terms of accessibility, infrastructure, and affordability. All these courses, whether you talk of any of these, they are quite expensive in terms of. So our objective was to take this at an affordable cost. Affordable means I'm talking of maybe small percentage of what really it costs in the urban area. So today there are a whole set of streams of programs which we really talk about in this at CSE Academy, whether it's simple education, we talk about AI, artificial intelligence program courses are there, 3D printing, and now the CSEs, they are also up 3D printing machines, printers, and they are trying to make business out of that particular thing. Okay, so there's huge lot of things which they are learning through this e-format, in a blended format or through the live classes. Okay, and broadband connectivity was a key issue in rural India, but through the CSE Academy centers, this has really been taken care of. Okay. And then we have courses on cyber security, financial literacy, And then for the K-12 digital content, coding, not really the normal programming, C programming, that's separately, that's also there. But the normal coding where the child can really learn logical capability, building, creativity, all those things. And of course, we have a lot of Olympiads competitions also. And then we also do a lot of other work as a part of the other activities. So sanitary pad manufacturing, so training for that, everything is given online through live classes, all those things. So this is a huge bouquet, and if you look at, we have Symbiosis is there, where we are at a very affordable cost. The people in the rural India can join their postgraduate programs, and these are completely online, so they can come to the CSC center. There are live classes in that, and everything. They don't have to go to the Symbiosis university or that particular center at all in Pune. And then NIES related programs are there, admissions and all those things. And then a whole lot of IT programs are there. We have a tie-up with IIT Bombay under one of the MHRD project, where a whole lot of IT related courses are available at a very low cost. Like if somebody wants to learn C, somewhere around 100 rupees is the fees for that. Okay, so we are talking of affordability. Okay, we are not talking of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 rupees course for doing a C programming. Okay, in rural India, everybody is very excited on IT. Okay, so they do a lot of these programs. Okay, and high level programs. I'm not talking of just low level programs. Okay, yeah. So this is what I was talking of from IIT Bombay, and whole lot of programs are available under this. So we
Doctor, we got to wind up in 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, I'll do that, sir.
Last 1 minute,
yeah, I'll do that quickly. Then a live class was another very interesting thing which came up, especially during this COVID time. So we had English learning live classes we do, and one day every day sort of thing, because in rural India, spoken English, that's what they want to really learn. Then we are doing some classes for Sanskrit also we started, and there was huge demand, Sanskrit in rural people want to really learn, and everything at affordable cost, live classes. So whether they could use it through their mobile smart phones, or they could come to the CSC center. And digital teaching tools for the teachers, rural. How do you use a software free of cost, which is available to simulate a chemistry lab or physics lab or biology lab or geography related things in a virtual environment for your students in the school or virtually. So that was another important program which was going on. And another interesting thing, everybody is well in rural India. In fact, smartphone penetration is quite high as compared to what we really think is. It's not, but it's high. And we were doing live courses through WhatsApp, okay, which was very interesting, mind-boggling. And we had one of the best professors,
Professor M.M. Pant. Professor M.M. Pant, Pro Vice Chancellor earlier of the Indira Gandhi Open University.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's very good. In fact, we are taking his help for the northeast part of India.
Okay, great. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this was, so we are not experimenting, but we know what will work in the rural, and through the VLE, our end point is VLE. Then we have a lot of CSR initiatives. So a lot of corporates, they fund, and we have mobile vans which go to the local part of them. You can see a mobile van where computers are there, digital literacy programs, camps are held, all those things. So a lot of these digital literacy programs take
Wonderful.
place.
Wonderful.
Just to close, I would just like to take you through this particular part, because this is very exciting, which got started during COVID, CSC Bal Vidyalaya. Now here the whole idea is basically, how do you enable a child, maybe giving an Alexa in the class and asking the teacher to act as a facilitator. So the role of a teacher completely changes. It's no longer they teach, but it's facilitate. So how do the children play around and learn through each other or through Alexa type of a digital teacher? Okay, so this is another thing, and we'll be too keen if teachers or principal would like to volunteer some of their time, or maybe take some classes for live classes for the teachers. In fact, teacher training in this. We'll be too keen to
Wonderful,
involve. Yes.
wonderful, wonderful. We would be more than happy from our chamber to be associated, because Ajay Sahni, the Honorable Secretary of the Ministry,
Yes,
with Ravi Shankar Prasad ji, is a very dear friend, and we would love to help from our chamber what best we can do. And under CSR, we can take up some project with your coming on the platform today, Dr. Piyush Gupta ji. We would certainly be more than happy, and then we can involve some other NRIs also who can be a partner in this particular process. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you. Is this all available on any web portal so that people can reach right over there directly? Like when you're talking about eGram, Swaraj through digital villages.
Yeah, if you Google or go to the YouTube, lot of videos would be available on CSC.
Okay. What do they have to type? CSC.
They can just type CSC, Common Service Center.
कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर ओके फिर आपने कहा कि कुछ जगहों पे लोक सेवा केंद्र इस तरीके से अलग अलग नाम भी है थैंक यू वेरी मच सर थैंक यू इट वाज सच अ प्लेजर टू हैव यू विद अस व्हाट अ वंडरफुल प्रेजेंटेशन यू हैव बीन सो काइंड we send all the best wishes from Singapore to you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure to have you. And
I have a question for Dr.
No, Maria, afterwards, child. Gupta ji, आप अपना नंबर जो है वो चैट बॉक्स में डाल दीजिए so that she can go through and she can ask you later.
Please.
All the participants, those are coming here, panelists. If you want to interact with others, I would make a humble request. Maria, we are running short of time, child. Okay. So. Yeah, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have been joined by Mrs. Rajita Kulkarni, the President, Shri Shri University, Cuttack, Odisha, India. The role of the university on promoting entrepreneurship. Wow, that's great. We would love to have on that, and I would request you, ma'am. Once again, we extend you a very warm welcome. You're always smiling, always happy with the entrepreneurship, taking Shri Shri University forward, and all the time bringing new vision to the whole universe. Great, that's nice. So let's travel through your lens and let's travel creating a startup culture. Is that yours, ma'am?
Yes, Dr.
Okay,
Sharma.
Great.
Thank you very much for inviting me today as part of this World Summit on Skills and Education. And thank you for asking me to speak about a subject which is very, very close to my heart. Just to get a clarity, how much time, Dr. Sharma, I have?
Ma'am, you have got about 25 minutes.
Okay, that's a lot of time. Thank you very much. You're
very kind of you.
So Dr. Sharma, what I am going to do is speak a little bit about the journey of a startup and what are the different stages in it, what is the context of India, what is the context of the state we belong to, Odisha. And I want to share what are some of the activities, initiatives that we have taken in Shri Shri University to create an ecosystem of entrepreneurship for our students. Our founder and our lifetime president is Puja Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar ji. And he has always been he has always urged students to instill a spirit of enterprise, to ignite a spirit of enterprise in them, so that as they pass out of their courses, they not only become job seekers, but also job creators. So I'm going to go through it rather fast, given the time we have. So if you look at the global context for entrepreneurship or startups in particular, it's really becoming the global engine of change. The startup economy in the world today is almost over $3 trillion, which is a rise of about 20 to 25% just in the last 2 years. If you look at it in context, it's larger than the GDP of UK or France or Brazil. So just the startup economy of the world is today becoming bigger than the GDPs of countries. If you look at India in terms of its context, about 100,000 plus people are employed in startups in India. This is about a year-old data, so maybe this number is more. It has driven close to $35 billion worth of investment, internal and external, domestic and foreign. And just in the last 2 years, we've had close to 10,000 startups that have now mushroomed in India. We are growing at a rate of 12 to 15% in a year. We are, and of course, all of us know about the incredible initiatives that Startup India is forging. It is making easier to do business by making compliance easier, by making exit processes easier. If you have a startup which doesn't work and you want to shut the company or you want to exit the industry, so some of these processes have become much easier. Legal support is available to startups. There are some state initiatives for different states and centrally as well. Fast tracking of patent applications, the lifeblood of any startup is the patents that it files. So the fast tracking of the applications, and again, exemptions on income tax, capital gains tax for eligible startups. There is a fund of funds for infusing capital into startups. There are so many incubators, innovation labs now, and Startup India as an initiative, since it has come about, has become like the centrifugal force, if you will, to really provide that momentum to the startup ecosystem of India in general. In Odisha, where Shishi University is again under the guidance of Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik ji, a lot of activities have happened. Startup Odisha is a very, very vibrant initiative. They do a lot of skill-based trainings to encourage youths to take up startups. Conventionally, people feel, let me take a job, it is more secure, I will get a fixed income every month. There is a fair bit of risk in starting your own enterprise, and the government of Odisha is doing a lot of trainings to help people understand even what is the dimension of that risk and how they can even think of starting their own startups. The government is doing a lot of liaison with the private sector to encourage CSR funds for skill and infrastructure development for startups. So that's a very good sign from the current private sector. There is a good target. Naveen Patnaik ji has taken of 1,000 startups in the coming 5 years. So that gives a quantitative direction. There is a very good institutional framework. In fact, there is a system they have now where they give a monthly stipend for startups. It may not be much, but it gives that a monthly income to startups to sort of fall back on. So we are very lucky to be in the state of Odisha, where there is a lot of focus on this. In terms of creating a successful startup culture, I know many people who are listening to this conversation might be interested in this. There are certain building blocks that I think are important. The startup community, where we are, the city where we are, the state where we are, what is the culture of startups there. That kind of gives the external atmosphere. If you're in a city like a Mumbai or a Delhi or a Calcutta for that matter, or even Pune, there is a general vibe about startups, and that definitely helps create a good culture in the city in general. What are the opportunities that students and youngsters have to build professional skills? Today, FICCI or CII or even ASSOCHAM or NASSCOM, many of them have a number of programs to help aspiring startup entrepreneurs build professional skills. So what are those opportunities we have, and what are the professional skills the students or the entrepreneurs themselves have? What is the level of industry engagement available? Again, through business chambers of commerce, through platforms like these, or through other platforms available in the city or in the industry particularly. How can you engage with larger enterprises that already exist in that industry? What is the mentorship? I feel mentorship is really the umbrella necessity for any startup. All the startup entrepreneurs whom I coach, I tell them that they should grab mentors. Without a mentor, I don't think I think it's very essential to have a mentor. And mentors are successful people who probably have they have the expertise, the experience in the field, so they don't have the time, but you have to grab mentors. And the more mentorship you can get, I think the more substantive your own journey can be. So mentorship is key. essential skills, professional skills give you the professional foundation. But I think running a successful startup needs a lot more than professional skills. It needs skills on how you can tell your story. Today, storytelling is the biggest skill required for a startup entrepreneur. How you can take people along, how you can be resilient, how you can take risk, how you can bounce back. So all these, I call them as essential skills. People call them soft skills. I think they are no longer soft, they are essential. And how can you build them? And lastly, funding and support. Of course, the blood of funding. Without that, we cannot, startups cannot exist. There are also a number of, steps in the journey of a startup. Idea generation. What is the idea you have? What need does it meet in the market? How is it financially viable? What market will it serve? How well placed it is in the time and space of the world that we are in. So idea generation and validation, scalability, feasibility, viability, all of that comes in the validation stage. And this, I think, is very, very important, crucial stage. Market acceptability, what kind of investment is required. So all kinds of feasibilities and viabilities. Co-founder identification, sometimes very, very underestimated, but it is like a marriage. So when you marry someone, you choose the partner which matches you in values, you get along, you're aligned to a common vision. So co-founder identification is a very, very crucial step. It is in fact the most, I think, important step, because if the co-founders are not aligned, even if everything is otherwise all right, I think the startup may not succeed. Then the prototype creation, minimum value proposition, product development, very important steps, again sometimes underestimated, because people think you have an idea and you can go to market. No, you need to test it, you need to test the waters, you need to do a small deep, you need to sort of wet your feet. This is the wetting the feet stage. The launch, again, I always coach entrepreneurs. I say, don't do a full market launch. Test market is the best way to do it. If it succeeds, you know what worked well. If it didn't, you didn't lose too much. So market launch, also the time to plan expansion strategies, marketing strategies. That makes us close to investor readiness and pitching to investors. One of the mistakes I have also seen young startup entrepreneurs make is they think they have an idea and they want, they're ready to pitch to investors. No, you have to go through all these steps, which is when you come close to pitching to investors. And that's where, again, a lot of readiness is required. Do you have an elevator pitch for your product? Can you tell your story in 2 minutes? A lot of that kind of training is very, very important at this stage, because nobody has the time today. And then comes the market and team expansion. Again, many times I have seen people have an idea, they think it's a great idea, they want to expand, and they say, oh, you know what, I want to hire 50 people. It's not necessary at this stage. It may not be even, it is not even profitable for you at this stage. It comes at a much later stage. And finally, that's what gets you to the investment stage. And really, up to this level, it's really bootstrapping. You have to subsidize yourself. You have to pay for yourself. You have to pay from what you make in the market. And it's a bit of a chicken and egg, but that's the reality. So the reason I'm sharing this is because now I want to come to how in Sri Sri University we have initiatives and interventions at every stage of the startup journey. So at the ideation stage, we do workshops on concepts like disrupt. Disrupt is a very fabulous concept. Derive, include, separate, repurpose, unite, personalize, transplant. So it's a way of ideation, brainstorming techniques. So we do workshops on that. For opportunity screening, we again have idea validation workshops through decision matrix analysis or paired comparison analysis, 5Q framework. We give training to our students in all of this. For product development, we do a number of workshops, programs, and boot camps on product prototype design, MVP, product labs, lab connect support, and so on. For the patent stage, in fact, this is one area where we've done substantial work and helping not only our students, but also making it available to other startup entrepreneurs, how we can, help them do IPR filing, patent filing, copyright, trademark filing, what are the different, nuances in it. There's a lot of legalese in it. So how can they, prepare themselves? We reach out to lawyers who can support them in a pro bono way. So this is a big way we help students. Market and industry linkage, I think this is also again an area where we are doing phenomenal work, whether it's with business chambers of commerce or linkaging with other startup associations or organizations overall in the community. We are doing a lot in that area. Investor readiness, again, this is something which we pride ourselves on. We do a lot of training for our own students on pitch deck development, giving elevator pitches, making business plans. We invite industry experts to help students make business plans. Investors meets, pitch labs we have done. So at every stage of the startup journey in Shishu University, we have a number of interventions and initiatives to help students. So we are actually known as the University for Startups. In the last 3-4 years, we have 35 startups successfully started by our students. Some of the big stories, this is India's first, world's first, I stand corrected, moringa leaf-based tea, which has been started by our students. Again, many awards they have won. This is Krishako. It was founded by 2 of our students, and it connects small and marginal farmers to agri-input companies. They have helped more than 5,000 farmers in Odisha. Stellar Grid is again 2 of our students to bring solar energy to SMEs for the first time in India. Again, more than 100 SMEs in India, they have reached out and impacted microfinance with energy. Many of our startups have filed patents. So this is a IoT-based apiculture startup. This is biodegradable straws, again in the COVID time, very important. This is room fresheners from natural ingredients. These are all patents by our startups. Incense sticks from Panchagavya. Panchagavya is the 5 outputs of a cow. So urine and cow dung and such, 5 such things. And this is a automated cow dung cleaner. So some really innovative and exciting patents have been filed by our students. Many entrepreneurship events we have hosted. This is all pre-COVID era. Now it's all online. We've had a Hack for Food hackathon, prototype development competition, startup forerunner event, idea competition, think within the box, think outside the box. We every year hold a national startup week. We have a co-founder identification workshop, which is incredible. You have to participate in it to feel the energy and the spirit. Motivational talks, of course, by alumni who are entrepreneurs now and successful. IPR workshops. Many such. So boot camps, startup boot camps. We've got a number of awards in Odisha for example, hosting this most successful startup boot camp in the state. We've got this award from the Chief Minister. We are quite integrated with the Startup Odisha entire ecosystem. We are a nodal agency for government of Odisha to evaluate startups for their funding, so that we take a lot of pride in. This year, after the COVID attack, we realized how people are losing jobs. Dr. Sharma, 20 million people have lost jobs this year since April. And so we organized a global ideathon. We had participants from many countries of the world and mentors from many countries of the world. The Minister of State for MSME was involved in it. And in this, we got 150 plus ideas were applied, out of which 42 ideas were selected, shortlisted for pitching, whom we are helping Dr. Sharma get funding. And 10 of these we are funding ourselves, which I think is a great step for a university to take. And as I said, many awards, rewards, a long way to go, but we are proud of what we've achieved in the last few years. Do I have a couple of minutes, or I can stop?
Ma'am, I need 2 minutes with you for interaction.
Okay,
And
so
then
I'll
you can
stop.
wind up. You can talk to all of us for
Sure.
2 minutes and then we can wind up, ma'am.
So I I will show this. It's pretty self-explanatory. Dr. Sharma, I advise students that even if you don't want to continue a startup, because in our university, especially MBA students, we allow them to start their own startup after the first semester. So for 3 semesters, we can and the faculty can support them. And I tell students, you start something, even if you don't want to continue. Why? Because it helps you create your design thinking skills, analytical skills. These are employability skills. Then with this experience, you anyways become a good first choice for the recruiters. And then, of course, it is giving you very critical life skills. So whether you want to continue as one or not, it's good to start, learn something from it. So I will pause here and turn to you for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Pleasure. It's indeed great pleasure. And we should talk to you for 2 minutes before we close the session.
Sure.
What was coming to my mind is, one is something I've written for you in the chat box. You can have a look at it. And secondly, what comes to my mind is, before we close this particular year, the new education policy 2020 has come.
Yes.
Why not we should get 20 startup of yours and showcase to the entire world, so that all the non-resident Indian which are world over, I can get them, let's take it about 100 plus countries together on a common platform to get an idea, because it is not only India. In India, people are losing jobs. It's world over. That is the situation. Absolutely. And everybody is looking forward to something new. And maybe some institutions, some organizations, some chamber overseas would like to collaborate with Shri Shri University in Cuttack. Why can't we work out a strategy on that before we roll to 2021? कल किसने देखा है, कल किसने जाना है ना? जो भी एक पल है वो यही है, कर ले पूरी आरज़ू. That is a song of Asha ji. आगे भी जाने ना तू, पीछे भी जाने ना तू. So why not we should work out before we roll to the next year, before we go to the next year, why don't we plan a strategy that 20 best startup of yours, and each one of them, अगर 20 लोग हैं, तो आप ये लिखिए कि 5 मिनट अगर एक को मिलते हैं तो 15-1.5 घंटे 2 घंटे का शो हो जाएगा, आपका एक स्पेशल प्रोग्राम, and that can be a gift to the world.
Definitely, Dr. Sharma, it will be our honor to do it.
Great.
Our students are our real crowns, and to showcase them, it will be our honor. You please
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. We will work out a strategy. You can depute someone, and our chamber would be more than happy to showcase 20 top, startup of yours with the global family and the global fraternity. And Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, आप लोग तो बोलते ही हैं, तो उस चीज को लेकर चलते हैं. Let's work out a strategy. Thank you very much, ma'am. Namaskar.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for coming. Very kind of you.
Thank you very
much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on further, and we will take on the next session now, and that is going to be our Divya Lal ma'am. She would be joining now the next session we have got with her. Is Divya Lal ma'am there? The team ICSI, the team Amit Pundir, kindly get in touch with Divya Lal ma'am and please update me, because 3 o'clock, it is 3 o'clock and
Dr.
it's
Sharma,
not in.
Dr. Sharma, I'll act as a proxy for Divya ma'am.
Okay, Supreet, you are going to be there. Okay. Great. Thank you, Supreet. That's why how can I miss such a handsome Khalsa? How can I miss?
Thank you, sir.
Great. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, smart solutions for education to improve the quality, creativity, performance, and efficiency of learning. And we extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Supreet Singh. Let him share his views and give us something innovative, creative, dynamic, vibrant, futuristic, because like Divya ma'am always comes like a wind. She takes every flow and thereafter she moves. Great. Supreet, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. I think by saying and talking about Divya ma'am, you already raised the bar too high. I don't think I have enough energy to match yours or Divya ma'am's, but I'm going to still try my best, sir.
Please go
So
ahead.
once again, welcome everyone. My name is Supreet and I represent FlipLearn Education. Today, what I'm going to present, what I'm going to talk about is the way ahead, in learning through online mediums. What we have done, what we are doing, and now what we're going to do about it. So let me share my presentation and just take you through a few slides first. Right. So where we were, we all know, the chalk and talk method that have been running for years now. We've been doing that. Where we are is completely a drastic shift towards the online education. So from the traditional chalk and talk method, we have moved to the laptops and the digital era where suddenly students are on one side of the online wire and teachers are on the other side of the wire. But do we want to stay here? Is this what was planned? No, this was something that just came about and we all had to shift gears because this was the need of the hour. But what's next? If we were doing something and now we are doing something, what is next? The next thing that the schools and the entire education system will have to move ahead to is a blended approach, a blended learning between what we were doing and what we are doing. And what is that? Mixture of face-to-face learning and online learning is what's called blended learning. We all have been talking about the flaws of how education system is running, how online education today is still not that effective. Teachers are struggling to deliver their lectures. Students are finding it really, really difficult to stay focused on an online medium for hours, for regular days, and so on. So we've been struggling with all of this. But why is that happening? That's happening because we've moved from one point to another, thinking that we can replicate point number 1 to 2. So let me put it in other ways. We were teaching in a classroom. A teacher used to come inside with a full control over the students, deliver a lecture through various different resources, maybe, through giving a lecture, through making an activity, through playing a video. But the purpose was to make students learn with complete control. The same thing is now being replicated through online channels, through digital medium. But is that what is required? Is that what is effective? No. The reason is that the control when we are on an online medium is not as strong as when the teachers are in front of the students, and hence students are losing their focus. So what's next? What can we do? The next thing that we got to do is bring the teachers to the online classrooms, but not to coach, not to teach, to transform. To talk about changes, to talk about discussions. So what we are talking about in FlipLearn is that the students, through this entire channel, FlipLearn application, the students can be given tasks. They can be asked to self-study with various different resources that are available. And then the classroom, the online classrooms can be converted into discussion forums rather than being a replication of what used to happen in the classroom. That's what we call blended learning. How would we do that? We are pre-equipped with the future of education. We are in compliance with the new education policy. We are already empowering students, teachers, and principals. So everybody comes on a single platform. The education planning is done by us. Teaching and learning happen on the platform. Assessments, which is the most important thing when we talk about the entire education system, happens absolutely on the platform online. And the most important is the administration and the management become a part of the entire education system online. What are the top uses of the online education, online learning? Number one is live classes. What we are doing today, everyone, is thinking that online classes is online learning, but no, that's not. Learning is a huge concept, a bigger thing than just live classes. Taking a class on Zoom or maybe a Google Meet is not what online learning is. We need to attach a few more elements to it. Like, once the class is over, once the teacher has taken a class, the teacher should be able to assign a task to the students. What happens when the teacher goes out of a classroom? So, you can assign homeworks through the application that we're talking about today. The next important thing is assessment. If you've assigned a task, if you made students learn, you need to check if they've actually learned. And hence assessment becomes the next important wheel of this entire car. And the most important thing is communication with stakeholders. The parents these days, with the entire change in scenario, are very comfortable because they can anytime see what's happening. There's a transparency now. Parents can see how the teachers are teaching, what is their student doing, and they would want to continue with this. And hence, the system that we have built involves parents, students, teachers, administrative staff, and the principal together on a single platform, making it absolutely transparent for everybody. Just a moment, everyone. All right, so in the last 120 days, what we've done, we've taken over about 300 schools on board where we are running our program. We now have more than 3 lakh students who are using our application, and more than 15,000 teachers who've been trained diligently on using this application. For solutions, when we talk about our application, we've built it very, very carefully. We understand when we talk about a place like India, this application will have to go places. We can talk about rural areas, places where internet bandwidth is really, really low. And hence, we say, if your WhatsApp runs in a particular area at whatever bandwidth, FlipLearn will be able to survive in the same bandwidth. So bandwidth is not at all a limitation. It is a platform agnostic device application, which means the students or the parents might be using any kind of platform. They might have a Windows, iOS, or Android platform. The application seamlessly runs through all of these. Apart from that, it is a device agnostic application as well, which means that the parents, the teachers, no one in the entire system will ever have to invest in a new device. If they have a phone, which is a smartphone, they can use it on it. If they have a tablet, a laptop, desktop, or maybe a smart TV, the application runs absolutely fine. The program runs absolutely fine on any of the devices that's already available with any of the stakeholders. What we're trying to do over here, we're trying to bridge a gap between the teacher and the student digitally in a way that all the features of education system, the entire 360-degree of the education system is covered, not just online classes. When we say online education, we talk about each and every aspect of it, starting from self-learning, going on to teacher-enabled classes, going on to assigning tasks, going on to doing weekly, monthly, yearly assessments, and then most importantly, for all stakeholders, keeping a track of what's happening. As I said, we do not just include students and teachers. We have school heads, teachers, parents, and students. So all the stakeholders on a single platform is what we are talking about at the moment. Some of our features, live classes, obviously we really cannot go without it. We can assign homework. As I said, we can create our own tests and questions. Very important. It is really important to empower teachers, not just serve something to them on a platter, although we have a huge question bank that we provide. But apart from that, we allow teachers to create something of themselves and then keep it with them year on year. Not just questions. The next point, if you see, we allow teachers to create their own content and build up a repository on our platform, which is exclusive to them and their schools, which means that, tomorrow the teachers might, keep their content over any other content, on the internet, and the students will learn through the way the teacher wants them to. Similarly, the performance of all classes can be checked, through tests and assessments. You can do that very, very regularly. Score question-wise reports. So, detailed reports have been prepared not for just for the students, but for self-practice and for teachers and classrooms. So a principal can have her own dashboard, a teacher can have her own dashboard, an administrator can have her own dashboard, and a parent can anytime peek into the dashboard of the student as well. Restrict access to content, which means that, although we've served a lot of resources on a platter so that the self-learning can take place at any time, at the student's pace and space. But if the teacher wants, the teacher has a complete control to restrict what the student will see, when the student will see, and in what sequence will the student see. So the complete control of the entire application remains with the teacher, just like it used to remain inside the classroom earlier. And then one of the main features that we talk about today is that our system, our program, just not checks the objective type of questions and eases out the pressure of a teacher. It also suggests and checks these subjective type questions that the teacher creates. So a lot of burden from the teacher on the administrative work is taken away, and we empower the teacher to use her creativity, use the features of the entire application, the program, to enable teaching learning process and not get into the same paper checking things and waste your time. Some features for students, all classes are covered, which means KG to 12, whatever they want to study at their own pace and space is there. All subjects are covered as written over here. The entire system is made in a gamified manner. We also have gamified quizzes wherein the students can play games, select subjects, chapters, play games. If in case they score well, they can go ahead and challenge their peers, and in a very healthy competitive manner, go about learning various different concepts. Performance dashboards, as I said, students have their own performance dashboard wherein they can have a sneak peek to how well are they performing, where are they lacking, and then work on their shortcomings. Anytime, everywhere, in essence, to an online education, everyone. If it is not 24/7, it is useless. And hence, we are on a cloud wherein the students can use us anytime, anywhere as per his convenience. Free content for 2 grades, an important one. I don't think anybody does that in the industry. If a student subscribes with us through school or individually, whatever, he'll always have access to a class below and a class above, which means, in case a student has any doubts, any gaps from the previous year, he can always go self-learn from the last year repository of contents that we have. And for a progressive student who wants to know what's coming up, he can always go ahead and see what's, in the future for him. Apart from that, we have a proper organized study plan, which means, we do not randomly pick up stuff and give it to the students on an application. It is in a proper flow, mapped to the curriculum the school is following, and sequentially set for them. So they follow a path wherein, they study chapter-wise, topic-wise, subtopic-wise, and they'll not have to waste their time in searching for different contents here and there. Apart from that, study from assigned content, which means that the student can have homeworks to study from, videos, PDFs, and tests taken from various different resources, which will help and enable the student to increase his knowledge way beyond the books that we're talking about. Then, what are we talking about over here? We're talking about devices, we're talking about time management, we're talking about a platform. And when we do that, who's going to manage it? A teacher is going to manage it, a parent is going to manage it, and the management of a school is obviously going to manage it. Manage what? We're going to manage the learning, assessment, and the personalized journey of who? The most important person in the entire education system, the student, everyone. So whatever we make, whatever we build, the entire team of FlipLearn is focused at that one person. The student is always at the heart of everything that we do. And that's how all the resources that you'll see, the entire system that I'm just going to show you up, is based on the ease of use of a student. There are a few awards, everyone, that we've very recently got. So not a lot, but yeah, we are slowly and steadily moving ahead with it. Now, this is an important one. I've talked about so many features of FlipLearn. I've been talking about self-learning. I've been talking about teacher control. I've been talking about tracking mechanisms. One question which comes to everyone, because at the end of the day, we talk in business, what is it going to cost? So everyone, the good news over here is that at this point of time, while we know that we really want to partner with schools and the schools would need such a mechanism to run the classrooms efficiently, the program is absolutely free for all schools. You heard it right. It is free for all the schools. So here are the contact details, everyone. While I'll just shift from this slide and take you to the actual application just for 5 minutes to show you how the actual live application looks like. You all may just note down the details, and in case you want any further details, you can have you can get in touch with us over here. This is Divya ma'am's ID. This is my ID, supreet.singh@fliplearn.com. And you can also reach us at 1-800-103-0362. Dr. Sharma, if I have time, and if you may allow, I will just want to go through the actual live application for like 4 to 5 minutes. Do I have time, sir?
5 minutes. Yeah, sure, 4 to 5 minutes.
So everyone, as I've been saying, it's a device agnostic application, runs on Android, runs on Windows, runs on iOS. At the moment, I'm on my laptop, and all I've done is open up the browser, any browser that you have, and keyed in www.fliplearn.com. Here we are on the login page. Now, everyone in the system, be it a teacher, a principal, a student, or an administrator, all of them have their own unique login IDs and password. I'm just going to log in with a teacher ID to very quickly show you how easy it is for the teacher to use it. We're talking about a student, and I'm going to come on to a student as well. But let's talk about how easy it is for a teacher. A teacher can take attendance right over here. So no paper method any further. The teacher can give notices to the students on their homepage. The principals can send a notice to teachers or students. And the teachers can enable the entire learning methodology from here. The first thing that you'll see, very eased out panel, no hush and push over there, very 3-4 major things. The first thing that you see is FlipLearn Prime. When I click over here, you'll be able to see that the teachers will have access to all classroom content, not just one, irrespective of the class a teacher teaches. She will have access to the contents, the preloaded contents from pre-nursery to class 12th over here. If she wants to access a class, she can click on it. All the subjects will open up. She can click on a subject, all the chapters will open up. She'll click on a chapter and all the topics will open up like this. And the best part is that, we understand, being into the education sector for a very long time, that there are different kind of learners that are there in the education system. And if you give a single kind of a resource, some might understand and some might not. And hence, if you see on the right hand side, there's a number encircled against each topic. These are the number of resources that are available for each topic, so that the teacher can use them and understand and teach the students based on it. If I had to name a few resources, we have animations, obviously, which is a mix of 2D and 3D animations. We have real life application. We have topic synopsis, which is reading material. We have mind maps, which are graphical organizers. We have web links, wherein if the student wants to know more than what is being given in the application, they don't have to go on internet. They can simply use the web links and get to the required information directly without wasting time. We have diagram makers, which are videos which stroke by stroke show how a student can draw a diagram. So pretty much everything that a teacher will need to deliver a topic to a student is already placed over here. Now, a teacher can use this while she's taking a live class, or she can also use these resources while she's assigning tasks like homeworks and assessments to the students. The next thing you see is FPS. That's a dummy name. When we tie up with a school, their name come over here. Then we have the user manuals for the teacher, completely video based, and a few FAQs. If the teacher wants to interact with her class, she can click on the school interface. She'll be able to see only the subjects that she teaches, which means that one teacher can never interfere in the work of another teacher. So she'll only see the classes that she teaches. She clicks on it. The next page, all the students are already mapped to her. So the teacher will never have to find students. The students are mapped to her over here. When the teacher wants to, do something, create anything, all she needs to do is click on one single button which says add an activity or a resource. And as soon as I click on it, everyone, you will see that there are multiple tasks, multiple things that a teacher can do with the students. So as I click on it, you will see another pop-up coming up wherein I can create a forum for my students, a discussion forum. I can create a homework. I can create live classes through Google Meet and Zoom. They're already integrated. I can create an assessment for my child. And, if I want to share any kind of resource with my students, resource in the form of a file that I already have, a folder, a page, which can be a third-party page or a URL, everything is pretty much already put in over here, which means that I say very confidently that today, if the students, teachers, and parents are using our application, they will never have to move out of FlipLearn. All that the entire system requires has been placed at a single point. So that's what a teacher can do. Let's say the teacher wants to create a homework. She can click on it. She can say add, give it a name. And go on. Now, the best thing, everyone, is that a teacher will not have to type over here. If she wants to give instructions, she can record a video or maybe an audio, or maybe, she can use the resources over here to attach for a student. She can just put in anything over here, from her own repository or from FlipLearn, as I said. So anything can be attached inside a homework based on which the homework can be made. Apart from that, the teachers can time the homework to automate, open and close automatically at the time the teacher wants. She can restrict the students to finish this task in a certain point in time, and she can use various different restrictions over here to, for the students, so that they can complete the activity first. They cannot do this activity on a particular date. They can have a test before this, and only if they score certain grades, they can use this homework. The different classes, so a teacher can be teaching more than one grade, sections. So all the section mapping is also done by us over here. So the teacher can choose a section and send this homework to a particular section. The teacher can even use the name of the students and send this homework to particular students if she does not want to send it to every student. So what I'm showing you over here is the depth in which we've already thought about this program.
Thank you, Supriti. Thank you.
I'm done with the time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Sure.
It was wonderful.
Everyone for listening to me. Just to to end this, I would only say that all that I've shown you is just a very small part of the entire program that we're trying to build. And once again, we would want you to get in touch with us, and we would love to be a part of your institution. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma.
God bless you. God bless you. Thank you very much. It was pleasure. It was pleasure to have you with us. Thanks a lot. Very kind of you. And all the best for your future ventures. And Divyalalji, give our blessings to her. She's doing a great job, wonderful job. And we would like to be on board. We are already having, every day you are giving me 5 principals at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and they're doing great job. They're doing great job. We are very happy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move. We have got Mr. Pramod Tripathi ji, the Academic Director, Global Indian International School, Singapore. And he is going to, Namaskar Tripathi ji. And how international collaboration can enhance teaching and learning in schools. And I have got a great bond with Singapore in many, many aspects, not one aspect. While being with the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. We shot the entire movie Krish in Singapore. And Singapore Tourism Promotion Board paid 8 CR to Rakesh Roshanji. That was 29 days shooting. Our one of the past president had been from Singapore, Mr. Karan Singh Thakral, one of the richest NRI.
Yeah.
And then we worked very closely with Mr. Pillai, the India-Singapore Chamber of Commerce, and now he is ambassador to Denmark or some country somewhere, and South Asia Institute, which we have got over there. And then next to our heart is Kishore Mehbubani, and then we have got, what is that gentleman, Parag Khanna. Those of us, those are in education, and if you are interested to know about geopolitical analysis, you must see everything of Kishore Mehbubani, and you must see there is another gentleman called Parag Khanna, both from Singapore. And then, of course, a lot of education, collaboration, couple of other things, Lecon Institute and Singapore Technical University. Great. Pramod Tripathi ji, pleasure to have you with us this afternoon.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be part of this discussion. And you have named some of the people, those who are well established and renowned in this segment. I'm sure you'll be happy to know that Mr. Karan Thakral is also in the advisory board of Global Indian International School. So we work very closely. Last week we had a board meeting. Yeah, so I mean, we are all connected. It's a small world, I would say.
Yes.
So quickly, without wasting any time, I'll just share my screen. Just give me a moment.
No worries, no worries. Singapore is a beautiful country, ladies and gentlemen. Those of us who have traveled is fine. Those of us who have not traveled, let's come with Mr. Pramod Tripathi ji this afternoon.
Anytime. I mean, we are always there to welcome our Indian community, and if it works well, let the COVID situation settle down, and I'm sure that with that, travels restrictions will go off, and immediately, definitely we can start with the show. Let me see why it's not happening. I was trying to put it into a presentation mode.
So Singapore, ladies and gentlemen, immediately after this program gets over at 4:30, and we have got a program from Singapore on water management strategy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. It's a short presentation. I think I'll take some 12 to 15 minutes to discuss about this, and possibly after that we can take up some offline questions or anything which comes to your mind. Before I get into a presentation, quickly I'll just put up who we are. Global Indian International School and Global School Foundation, it operates from Singapore. And we have 3 brands under that. One is Global Indian International School. Second is a One World International School. And third one is the Global Montessori Plus. Under this different brand name, we have schools across the globe. And we are at present with 15,000 students spread into different countries. You can see we are from Singapore to Japan to right on the western side to Middle East, Abu Dhabi and Dubai. So these are our global footprints. This is just a brief introduction about the organization which I represent and which is actually allowing us to grow along with the organization. Coming back to topic, when we say the collaborative learning, let's understand what collaborative learning is and from where it has started. Collaborative learning for Indians, I won't say that it's a new concept. If you Google collaborative learning or origin of collaborative learning or history of collaborative learning, you'll find hundreds of links where even the West believes that collaborative learning's first instance or first example comes from the ancient Vedic civilization. They refers to things like Vedas, Brahmanas, Upanishads, and so on and so forth. So the best example what comes to a collaborative learning as in the format, in the conceptual value, it comes from ancient civilization, not alone from India. But even if you study about a Hongo civilization, you study about a Maya civilization, you'll see even there are certain footprints from which indicates about a collaborative learning. Then came a second phase, the medieval period or something in between, where the whole civilization started moving towards the industrialization. Steam engines have come, and people felt that gaining knowledge is not that important, and more important is to produce the machines in a bulk so that they can earn more money. So importance was given to more of work-related activities, and slowly the collaborative learning and the good things which was available in the knowledge started disappearing from our system. The third phase in the current time, when we talk about collaborative learning, actually we talk about the third phase, where in the recent time, in 20th century, early 20th century, where people started researching, presenting papers on different formats of collaborative learning. And that was something I call it as new lease of life, where they feel that the retention of concept is much better when a person is doing things hands-on tool, learning by listening instead of being passive learner, instead of listening to anyone. If they are doing that activity, the concept remain in their mind for a longer duration of time. And that's how the new concept of collaborative learning, or new concept of education, has started from that era. This is quite interesting picture, which I believe it's very easy to interpret. When you see the first picture, people say it's a traditional, it's outdated, it's something which is ancient. Whereas when you see the second picture, it is trendy, it's giggy, something like a Y2K generation, it's cool, it's new. But concept-wise, both are same. Both are designs. So with this, the traditional thing, it has come into a normal new packaging, and that's what we call it as a new system of education. And one of the system is the collaborative learning. I'll focus more on collaborative learning in this session. When we talk collaborative learning, and specifically the new collaborative learning session, not about medieval and the ancient time, then the first person, these are the 4 people, those who have contributed a lot. You can read about them into various journals, which I have just listed in the down there. These are the areas they have presented their paper, and they have been awarded for their contribution in collaborative learning. The first person who strongly advocated, that is as early as 1938, was a Dewey. He was talking about teaching through discussion. Discussion becomes a part of the classroom. Traditionally, we said that if people are talking, students are talking, that should be considered as an indiscipline. But here, Dewey is proposing that the learning happens better when people talk to each other and students discuss the topic. That leads to a process of problem solving. That was one of the strong propositions in the era when the British kind of a school discipline was existing, where teacher was the only person to talk in the classroom, and rest everyone was supposed to zip their mouth and listen to teacher whatever he is telling. That was not a time of Google or challenging teachers' knowledge. The second person who advocated and professed about the collaboration was Elvin. And he said that social interaction is more important. Interdependence on the society. If you go through the Harvard's new research and recent theory, they also talk about social collaborative learning. And that's the best format when the Harvard places the learning into a sequence from an individual learning to an individual collaborative learning to collaborative learning to a group learning, and group learning to a social collaborative learning, where the the community clubs, the community swimming pool, the community charity drive, the community village fair, all that becomes a center of learning. That's called as collaborative social learning. And child learns from all the sources which are around them, whether it's an open source or it is with the library or certain closed system. Duchess has discussed a little more ahead about, we talked about the cooperation and a competition. He said that teamwork is important. And last one was Patriot, who has talked about social interaction, which is again similar to the Elvin's concept. Now let's keep that little stop to collaborative learning and understand where we are as on today. If you see the situation as on today is coronavirus has spread across the world. It has not spared India. The schools and colleges and all education institutions are closed from April onward. Somewhere in places like Singapore, we had a social distancing norm and things like that in later Feb itself. March, we were under lockdown. Whereas in India, lockdown started late. Some countries are still open. Some are facing early stage. Some are facing later stage. If you see the graph, which is on the right top, you see that India's growth in terms of the COVID situation across. Fortunately, now the graph is turning down. But this has impacted the Indian education system in a big manner, not alone education. The entire economy is being affected by this situation. But it's not all about India. It's about that whole world is passing through the same situation. And that is the reality of current time. When we come down to India, lockdown was announced. The schools were not equipped with many of the things. There were not sufficient funds. Session was changing. Parents have refused to pay the fee. The schools were with very less funds. Resources were not there, hardwares were not there, teachers were not having their own personal gadgets or personal devices. I'm not talking about a big school or elite school, but majority of my country's school people, teachers, they don't have a personal laptops. Schools, they do not issue a laptop to every teacher. The software issues were there. The bandwidth issue of the internet is still a very strong problem in many parts of the country. Software, hardware, funds, there were multiple challenges. But in this challenge, when I see there are certain good things has happened. And one of the good things is about the collaborative learning. The effect of this lockdown is all of us were put into a time machine and we have gone at least 10 years ahead of time. In normal situation, the place where we are in terms of technology, usage of integration of the systems, we are in normal situation. It was expected after 2025. If you read any of the reviews, this was not expected in 3 to 4 months' time. What we see is what was expected in 25 or 2030 is already achieved in 2020 itself. It has given us a lot of leverage to experiment with technology, to work it out with the system, and to see that we manage to serve our students and work out in a better manner so that the learning continues at different locations. So we have moved from evidence-based courses to a scientific-based courses. Evidence-based courses is, we were talking about the assessment. Okay, I have taught you, you take the test. If you have got 90, then you have learned better. If you have got 60, you have learned comparatively lesser. And if you manage to get only 20, then possibly you are not paying attention. So here the assessment methods are changing drastically. Beside this, now intelligence is not the criteria to decide the ability of learning. Ability to learn is very different from the intelligence of a child. The one nice picture which I got it from the Middle East, you can see how when the school opened, that time how students were learning and how they were caged into a small kind of a net kind of a system where they were sitting. These are the younger kindergarten kids, and that's how they started the school. Our situation is much better than any of those territories. We come back and join the first two slides. That is the situation where we are and what is collaborative learning. When we see collaborative learning at a global level, what are we gaining with that? That's very important. What students get benefit from when they collaborate. First point is the knowledge and awareness of the wider world comes with this. I give you a very small example. This is not a new example. This is something like more than a year back, I think almost 2 years back. A group of 15 students from Nagpur visited Singapore under some CSR activity. A team of some Rotary Club volunteers, they brought these students, and it was a part of some CSR knowledge sharing series. When I met these students, they were from a very average family background. Maybe this was their first flight travel and first international travel. They were just from an average family income background kind of a people. And I was having a tea with them, and then the organizer, the people, those who traveled with them. And the student asked that these students of Singapore are so smart and they speak English so well, and there are so many things, the facilities you have shown, these are so advanced. I don't know what we are going to talk to them. And I asked them, look, they may be smart, but they don't know where cotton is grown, how cotton bud looks like. They don't know what are the problem of farmers in Maharashtra. You go and teach them this, they will learn from you. And then the discussion started. And they felt so strong that my knowledge of the local communication is much, much stronger than any of the international student. And then this exercise continued, and they continued with interacting with people, sharing their knowledge, those kind of things. Now, with this, it's not about a small place and a big place. It's about knowledge sharing. In the current time of lockdown, when all of us are on virtual meetings, the interaction between the campuses, between the countries, between the individuals is much, much easier than what it was in the past. Another example I take, which is from the current situation, had it been a normal situation and Dr. Sharma organizing a proper conference in Delhi, people would have taken, a decision whether they can travel it to India, to Delhi, and participate for 2 days, 3 days seminar or not. Since it is a virtual, so it's about a contribution to a certain fixed hours, no travel, no holidays required, no leave required, and you can contribute. So the interaction worldwide has gone much, much higher in current time. The second area is it inspires the creativity. The creativity in terms of we are doing a lot of projects from different countries and different schools, and we are open to do project with any school where the countries share their own culture. They share their updates. How do they celebrate Diwali? What happens in the Ramadan week in Middle East, and what is a charity drive? Why they do collection of money? Or how Diwali is celebrated in Singapore, because Singapore Diwali is very different from what happens in India. We are expected to go to one specific riverside location and burn only sparkles there. No crackers, no big things. So what are festivals of China? What are festivals of Vietnam? We talk about it. We discuss about the traffic issues of Bangalore versus the traffic issues versus the fast means of transport of Japan. So students prepare their own ideas, they pick up their topic, they discuss, collaborate, and then give presentation to each other, they question with each other, and that's how learning happens. And that's how they develop international relations, peer grouping. Initially, when I was a school student, that time we used to have a pen friend concept. We used to write to our pen friends letters, and maybe after 2-3 months, we used to get one reply from a pen friend from Germany or from Spain writing about what they are doing it. So it used to be like 3 to 4 letters in a year. And here, now we are that every day we can connect with them on WhatsApp, on chats, on Meet, on Google platforms, Hangouts, and so on and so forth. Last point is learning through inquiry. The child in this case, he is not based on something which is just taught by the teacher. The child has an exposure to understand how system works in different parts of the world. How if sun rises in the east, then child is supposed to question himself that why should I believe that sun rises in the east? That's the first point. Do I really believe that sun rise or sun is a stationary? There is no rise of a sun or set of a sun. It's about a movement of the earth. So this we put it into theory of knowledge. There is nothing called darkness. It's an absence of light. There is no silence. It's an absence of sound. So child challenges the thoughts, and that's how he learns. Next part is the global presence and interaction. They talk with people. Very important is when you talk to an outsider, you need to understand their culture. You need to understand what you are talking to them, what you are expressing to them. You need to understand in what tone, in what language. I mean, the English, spoken English is different at different locations. When you talk to an individual from China or Vietnam, people say that we can't understand your English, you speak so fast. So you need to slow down your pace. And it's not alone about South Asian countries. It's even some of the European countries too finds that Indians speak English very fast. And they are quite confident about it. So all these things comes through experiential learning and learning from community. If the sugar cane was origin of Indian territory, then we need to understand that samosas were not Indian product, which we eat very happily. Original samosa, which has become a Punjabi samosa concept of India, it has come from Iran.
Yes.
But if you talk to anyone, he says samosa is an Indian material. It's an Indian product. So these are certain things which comes up when people talk with different location people, and when they understand about the other countries, other territories, finding and their knowledge. Huge list of things about do's and don'ts about the facilitators, about the teachers. I'm not going to get into details of this because teachers are aware of it. If required, possibly they can check up these details that you need to when you are into a collaborative learning. I'll just pick up 2-3 points. That when you are into a collaborative learning, you need to encourage people. You need to set a context that every child speaks. When you are forming groups, make sure that groups are not too large, that a shy student is left out and he managed to pass his 30 minutes or 40 minutes in discussion without discussing anything. You need to understand that the concept given to them or a challenge given to them is more or less simpler, and people do understand what is expected from them. If you say apple, someone will understand apple is a fruit. Other person will say apple is my laptop. So you need to be very clear in terms of the instructions. What instructions are you giving? What are you expecting from this collaboration? The system has to be quite clear. Beside this, there has to be clear guidelines on learning outcome. What you are expecting, what you are trying to teach through this activity from your students. And lastly, that make sure unknowingly also you are not biased towards any student. Each teacher has some favorite student, some good student, some known student, and someone who is notorious. Believe it, notorious is the most intelligent student of your classroom. Engage his activity, engage his energy into a positive side, and you will see that he will be the best performer in your class. That's it from my end. If there are certain quick questions, we can definitely take up. Over to you, Dr. Sharma.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Very kind of you. And we can close your presentation. We can close your presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was indeed a very powerful and very, very innovative and creative. And all the points well taken, and all the points are very,
Dr.
very
Sharma, we can't hear you loud, Dr. Sharma. We can't hear you loud.
Oh, okay.
He's tired talking since morning, so he needs little energy.
Okay, so what I wish to share is that all the points which Mr. Tripathi ji has given, they are very futuristic, they are very pragmatic, they are very practical, and I think collaboration is very important. And as it is, I just wish to share with all of you, every Sunday evening, 3 p.m. Indian Standard Time, 3 p.m. Indian Standard Time, there's a special program on education and collaboration between India and ASEAN. And all the countries together, right? Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, Brunei, all 10 countries being taken together. So what I wish to share, all of us is, I always believe, and I'm a strong believer, that one need not to go now to Canada, United States, or Europe. Everything is available in Asia, within ASEAN and India. I think the time has come that teachers exchange, students exchange, faculty exchange, innovation exchange, research exchange, cultural exchange, all that has to take place between India and ASEAN now. And we are very happy. If those of us, those are interested, please go to last Friday. Today is Friday. Yes.
Today is Friday. Today is second Friday.
Yes. Last Friday, go to our ICSI chamber YouTube channel, GS Motivator. There was a live telecast for 2 hours from Singapore. How Singapore changed its strategy with regard to water management. Oh,
yeah.
Mind blowing for all of us, mind blowing. I personally feel there's a lot to share with Tripathi Sahab in future. Education is incomplete as long as it remains aloof and away from our day-to-day life. Education got to be integral part of my day-to-day living, my thought process, my survival, my this entrepreneurship. अरे मैकॉले ने तो बेड़ा गर्क कर दिया हिंदुस्तान का, बेड़ा गर्क कर दिया हिंदुस्तान का मैकॉले ने. And I cannot pardon him even in his graveyard. That man did so much of damage to the entire. When he went to the British Parliament and made a statement over there that, ladies and gentlemen, if we want to stay in India, first let's destroy the education system.
Pardon me, sir. It was more of destroy the Indian culture.
Yeah.
So destroy the culture and you can rule them. And education, obviously, they managed to profess that English is the only way to learn.
So there is a lot to take. And I very strongly believe that the time has come. 19th century belonged to Europe. 20th century belonged to America. 21st century belongs to Asia. All of us, we should be together. And if you are planning to take overseas education, go across to Singapore for a short program, build up your collaborations, whatever you can. You need not to travel all the way, because what you are looking over there, I'm traveling for last 35 years and having all these 30 million, my brothers and sisters, non-resident Indians together today as a Bharati Parvasi Divas, and last program we had in Singapore.
Yeah, in Singapore.
What I'm sharing with all of you is the time has come. Start realizing what all richness exists in this region itself. Tripathi ji, I would make a humble request to you. Kindly share your details in the chat box. So
I'll type in. Just sir, one more point I'll put across. Sure. In terms of Indian education system, people may say anything, but this is a real example which I see. We have a school in Japan, and majority of our students are Japanese there. Around 60% are Japanese and rest are Indians. And when Japanese parent come, they say, please make sure my child sit with Indian student because your English is good, your mathematics is very good. And I'm choosing your school so that you'll allow my child to be with Indians and he can become smarter. And that's how the world is looking towards India.
Thank you. Thank you, Tripathi. Thanks a lot. Wonderful joining us. It was a pleasure to have you with us.
Great. Thank you, sir. Thanks, everyone.
I've already overshot 12 minutes. So I got to go to the next one. It's a privilege. We have got the next distinguished guest over here. Yes. Madam Aarti Khosla. Excuse me. Management System for Educational Organizations. The Holistic Approach. Madam Aarti Khosla is the founder and the CEO, Center of Assessments for Excellence, Noida. Hearty welcome to you. Pleasure to have you, ma'am. And let's have your views.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. I must really congratulate you for all your commendable efforts and the energy with which you are trying to enable this global sharing of thoughts and ideas. It was a privilege to listen to the previous speakers. And I know we have already overshot the time, so I would try to be as crisp as possible. I feel it's an important topic that I'm going to talk about. In fact, in the last 23 years, I've been associated with close to 1,000 educational institutions, including the schools, colleges, universities, the L&D organizations, the coaching segments. And I have traveled across the world, and I must say that they are all doing the same job. We are all doing the job that is called as nation building. If you ask a teacher what she does, she would say, I teach. But I truly believe that's kind of, undermining her work. She is rather creating an environment to foster the learning so that the holistic development of the learner can be ensured. Educators, in fact, they play the most important role in the entire education ecosystem for any country. And about education, I think we all know that. I don't even need to say that it enables the development of not only the intellectual skills and knowledge, but it also leads to an effective growth and development of the economy of any country. So I think this particular sector has a huge responsibility to ensure that our next generations, our learners, they become innovators, they become researchers, they become forward thinkers, critical thinkers, they become problem solvers, and above all, they should become resilient and happy human beings. On this platform today, while I was looking at this, most of the speakers as well as the attendees, they seem to be from the school education. So I will try and stick to the school education. For schools, we all know that there is a variety of stakeholders. Of course, learner is the prime interested party, but then it comes the parents, the guardians, the investors, the teaching staff, the non-teaching staff, the regulators, affiliation boards, accreditation boards, the vendors, and of course, many more. Generally about those education organizations, the views of all these stakeholders, they are influenced by their own interest in the schools. Now here, what I feel it becomes most crucial aspect is how would a school evaluate the degree to which the school is able to meet the requirements of not only the learners, but all these stakeholders. And even if they know that they are meeting the requirements of these stakeholders, how do they improve their ability to continue to do so? There is no yardstick. These schools cannot evaluate their own systems on their own. If we try and put ourselves in the shoes of the schools, I think we would understand that there are several challenges that they need to tackle with. But probably the gap here is that they don't follow a structured approach to address these challenges. Instead, what happens is they remain occupied with the everyday troubleshooting only. And then the same previous problems, they keep cropping up. Most of our schools, I'm not sure if a few of them have done it, but they are not even aware of the risk-based thinking. They would not have ever made an effort to streamline their systems and processes. Even with the use of technology, a lot of schools these days, they're using the ERP systems. But even with that, they've been able to manage only their administrative operations and without putting in a lot of emphasis, on the achievement of the learning outcomes. I had a privilege to represent India at the technical committee called TC 232 at Geneva at ISO. And we at COE, we achieved our accreditation from the National Accreditation Board for certification bodies. And since then, we are trying and evaluating. We've certified some of the schools, colleges, universities, and training organizations in India, as well as a couple of other countries. While I was traveling to various countries, as Dr. Sharma also mentioned, it's the time for Asia. But across Asia, you know, there are, even in spite of all those meticulous processes of the affiliations and accreditations that are there in the schools, still there are a lot of areas for improvement. And India has a very rich cultural heritage, a very rich background of education system. So I'm very happy to know what Mr. Tripathi was sharing, that example of the Japanese school. So people across the world, they look at India as being the educational leader. And trust me, when I represent the country at ISO, it gives me goosebumps. I feel so happy that I'm talking about the Indian education system there. But they're all said and done, there are some glaring improvement areas where a lot of the top managements of the schools, they are struggling. And they don't know what is the structured way to deal with it. I think the number one is they are not able to maintain consistency in the quality of education. Yesterday, it was very good. Now with the change of the staff, with the change of the management, everything undergoes a major change. So maintaining the consistency, implementing the standardized practices, and providing the skill and competency-based education. We can't afford to wait for the skilling to start from the undergraduate level, and we can't wait for the college to own it. It's we at the school level that the vocational skills need to be taught. Another challenge that I have generally come across is that our curriculum and the pedagogy does not aim for holistic development. We are talking about the 21st century skills. We are talking about the reduction in the curricular content to enhance essential learning and critical thinking and greater focus on experiential learning. But at the same time, most of us are still stuck with the rote learning. So I think to build up those 21st century skills, we need to prepare our educators, we need to review our curriculum, we need to review the curriculum in line with the changing needs and trends of the community. Another challenge here is the competence of the educators themselves. We are expecting the schools to change as per the changing trends, but our educators who had probably done their teacher training program 20 years back, 15 years back, they have not been able to upgrade their skills. And they are the main drivers and they are the lifelines of the education system. So preparing them, training them is a task. But also at the same time, you know, defining every key person's roles, responsibilities, accountabilities very, very clearly so that the educators get ample time to upgrade their skills. I think this is one area where most of the schools need to work. Another one is the review of the curriculum. Our assessments are never, directly linked to the learning outcomes. We have not been able to integrate our assessments with our teaching learning process. The assessments can no longer be a standalone process now. Assessment reforms are needed, competency-based regular assessment to test not only the analytical ability, critical thinking, but also the conceptual clarity. So maybe that kind of an integration is required. One last challenge that I can talk about is there is no regular monitoring system. There is no regular evaluation, or if I put it in a crude manner, there is no audit system in the schools. Nobody is there to see whether the overall system is focused on holistic governance, is focused on holistic development. And in order to provide confidence to all your interested parties in terms of the consistency of your systems, in terms of the effectiveness and efficiency of your systems, and defining your processes clearly and regular monitoring mechanisms, putting them in place, I think this is one big challenge that a lot of schools have not been able to do. So what we need to do is we need to manage the risks which can affect the outputs of our processes and the overall results of our educational systems. Now, of course, there are many more other challenges also, but just sticking to a few here in the interest of the time that I have. How do we answer all these challenges? I think standardization. In the morning also, I could attend the session for a few minutes. Somebody was talking about standardization. I think standardization is the answer to all these challenges. I am not sure how many of you are aware, but there is a global yardstick that's available. In the last 23 years, all these schools, colleges that I've been associated with, I've been trying to help them in putting their standards in place, their systems, their processes in place. And now just 2 years and a half, we got a new standard. It's called as the global standard. It's the international standard for management systems for educational organizations. It's known as ISO 21001. I'm not sure how many schools are aware of it. This is being followed by almost around 163 member countries across the world. ISO is the biggest standard development body. And this is for the first time that they have launched a standard for the educational organizations, not only the schools, but every educational organization that is involved with the delivery of the curriculum, which is involved with the teaching learning process. So this standard can be used as a yardstick to know where we are. This evaluation framework provides a new perspective to the educational organizations. In fact, let me tell you that during the pandemic situation, we all know that a lot of schools and higher education institutes, they've initiated a lot of innovative technology-based learning models, of course, for the sake of effective and continued delivery of education. However, there is still a huge need to focus more on the practices that can tomorrow compensate for all the lost instructional time, that can strengthen the pedagogy, that can be built on the hybrid learning models, maybe the integrated approaches in remote and distance education. So schools who have already implemented this standard, I am myself aware of a lot of schools in India and of course a lot of other countries who have already done it. They are the ones who have very seamlessly been able to respond to the pandemic situation, because the risk-based thinking, the process approach, engagement of people, all this was already ingrained into the systems. They have been able to kind of change the old mindsets of the staff as well as all the other beneficiaries, including learners, the parents, the regulators. For India, I think the current phase is the most important time in the Indian education sector. A complete transformation will probably happen through the new education policy, because this policy is focusing more on changing the mindsets, and standardization in the school segment has a special mention in the policy. So the standard that I'm talking about, EOMS standard, this is fully in line with the framework of the NEP 2020. And the standard covers not only the educational aspects related to quality of the system, but also the other compliances like health and safety, risk management, information security, the sustainable practices, food safety, the ethical practices, business continuity. In case of a pandemic situation like this one, how do you ensure that your operations continue and your business continues? Dr. Gulshan, I hope I have another 5 minutes.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So the key principles based on which the whole standard has been designed and developed, the first and the foremost principle is learner focus. So whatever activities we are implementing in our schools, they have to be focused on the learners, and everybody's thought process needs to be around the learners. The second important principle is the visionary leadership. So your leaders, whether it's, I'm talking about the school principal or the vice principal or the chairman of the school, everybody has to be a visionary person, has to be able to map the policies and practices with their objectives. They know what their vision and the mission is and how they are going to achieve it. The third important principle is the engagement of people. So engage everybody, all the stakeholders. And how do you do that? The standard has given you enough guidance on it. So standard has given you all those requirements that you can implement in your schools. The next important principle is process approach. So for every process, even Mr. Tripathi was talking about knowing what your input is, knowing what your desired outcome is, and how do you weave it into a process management. The next important principle that the standard focuses is improvement. Next one is the evidence-based decision-making. So whatever decisions you take, all big and small decisions in your schools, even whether you want to go to a hybrid model of teaching learning or you want to come back to the contact classes, take this decision based on the facts, the evidences, collect a lot of data, analyze all that data, and put that learning to improve your systems. Another 3-4 important principles are: number one is the relationship management. So good relations with everybody. Social responsibility, which is very, very important for sustainability and for ensuring the long-term success of a school. In fact, the kind of behavior that we expect to implement these principles and values, it should be known to all our interested parties. Even your parents need to know what is the social responsibility of the school and how is their contribution playing an important role, right? Another important principle that I'm reminded of is the access and equity. So be an accessible school. Be a school that is giving enough importance to all the learners with these special needs also. Ensure the access, participation, ensure their course completion. Learners are coming from different backgrounds. They may have various needs. So understanding their needs and providing them the support in terms of cultural, linguistic, psychological, and educational requirements. The last two important principles of the standard are ethical conduct. So demonstrating an ethical conduct at all the levels, having your policies that are talking about ethical conduct, whether it's related to your admissions, your assessments, your teaching, learning, or the other processes. Maintain integrity of all the research that you're carrying out, maintain integrity of your results. In case people break the ethical conduct rules, what can be the impact? Make it known, make it clearly known to everyone. And the last principle that it is talking about is the data security and protection. So schools, colleges, universities, we all know they are rich in data. And this data often comes from multiple sources. So from the student specific information to the housing information to the research work, the challenge is to bring all that information together. And as an interested party, as a parent, I should have full confidence that my data is going to be maintained with full care and confidentiality by the school. So having all those policies in place, this is what is going to be the focus area if you're implementing the standards. Somebody told me when I started working on this and I got involved with the ISO work at Geneva, somebody told me this is not going to work in India because this is not mandatory. No government tells you you do EOMS certification and only then we'll recognize you that you have sound systems. But, you know, in the last 2 years, thousands of educational leaders, including school principals, the owners, the leadership teams, they have come forward, they have attended our training programs, they want to understand what the standard is so that they can improve their systems. We have already evaluated, audited, and certified a lot of educational organizations. This itself shows that even if something is not mandatory in our country, people want improvement, people want transformation. And education is the fundamental to development and growth. The human mind can make possible all development achievements, from whether the health advances or the agricultural innovations or public administrations or an effective private sector growth. And how can all this happen? Only through transformation. So the standard is the most awaited sector specific tool. I always say that, and it's a powerful tool. In fact, this year, the government of India has also selected education as one of the 12 champion sectors in their plan of action. So we as experts, I'm only trying my level best. It's been more than 2 decades. I've been trying to make standardization an integral part of the education ecosystem, especially, I would say, in the time of this crisis. The standard can help us enhance the adequacy and suitability of our management systems. It can help us develop the skills that will tomorrow drive the employability, productivity, and ensure an overall progress of the nation. That's it from my side. I'll be happy to take up any questions on whatever I've shared.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Do you have any website of yours? You can just let it into the chat box so that we can share with others.
Sure.
We can just reach across everybody. Thank you very much, Madam Aarti Khosla, the founder and CEO, Center of Assessment for Excellence, Noida, that is Uttar Pradesh. Thank you very much. Management System for Educational Organizations. God bless you. Thanks a lot. There has to be a special reward and award for Dr. Deepak L. Vaikarji. He was the first to share this morning his exchange of notes with me. That was so lovely. It was such a pleasure. You were the first person when we started in the morning. And second award will go to Maria Sebastian, because since morning she is attending all the sessions. Very good. She is throughout learning, and by the time the session gets over. Now, Dr. Deepak Ji, Dr. Deepak L. Vaikarji is Edu Energy from Singapore. He's going to share his thought process with us. Why do you need to think outside the box? Why do you have to think outside the box? That is something very important. And then what are the innovative practices and the unique initiatives in educational institutions? So, Deepak Ji, I won't stop you in between because I want to think out of the box. I want to learn something from you as a humble student. And my next webinar starts after some time. But you take your own time, whatsoever you want, you do the justice with the topic and subject, because this is the last topic of the day and I want everybody to enjoy. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I am going to share my slides now. Please give me feedback. Can you see my slides?
Absolutely, sir.
Here you go. Now, I think good to know. Thank you very much for the invitation, Gulshan Ji, and the fantastic work you are doing for organizing this educational summit. Related to that topic you gave me, I am calling it knowledge, skills, ability trilemma. Okay, this is what the out-of-box thinking in the midst of pandemic and beyond. Jnana Kaushalya Guna Yagya. Jnana Kaushalya Guna Yagya. Yes, I am stationed in Singapore, Radio Energy, and recently I'm a chair-elect for Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers Education Society Singapore chapter. Transition is going on. My email address is here, dlviker@gmail.com. My WhatsApp number is also there. So you are most welcome to connect with me after this one. Okay, thank you very much. Let's begin now. Okay, agenda for today is introduction almost has been done. I will first dwell on what is knowledge skill grid, how we can think out of box or inside the box. 1, 2.
And something we both are thinking similar. Let me tell you that our chairman for the media, our chairman for the MSME, micro, small and medium enterprises, he has coined the word Shiksha, Kaushalta and Udyamita. That means education, thereafter skilling, and finally is entrepreneurship, because let's not make fool of children. There are no jobs in future. There are no jobs. You got to go for startup, stand-up, entrepreneurship, whatsoever. So please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the support. Okay. Knowledge skill grid. Then I will share with you how we can infuse ability in knowledge skill grid to achieve whatever the goals and objectives we have. Okay. What are future possibilities and summary and conclusion. So this is the agenda I'm setting, but let us see, depending on the time, how much I can achieve. All of us know that global outbreak of COVID-19 massively disrupted traditional education system in an unprecedented way. Well, that being the case, and two words have been coined, coronomics and coronoeducation. Okay, coronomics and coronoeducation. Now, how we can come out of that, out of box. Okay, that is the theme given to me. And as said by many of the previous speakers, we have to quickly grapple with the situation and resort to online or remote teaching. And this is not new, okay? And some of the speakers have already said that those who have got some experience, they were able to manage better. Those who were not having that, they faced challenging time. So this is exactly, yes. So based on this, I am coining the word remocher for the school or remofacer for universities and colleges. Okay, this has automatically come. If you have got good resources like this faculty member or teacher, you have got more of them, you can deliver maybe better way, I do not know. This young person is surprised when the lockdown was announced and has to go through online and has to face, and not to worry, he is not giving up. Okay, he is not giving up also. Okay, so that was Remo Facer and Remo chair formation at the beginning of this lockdown. Now, obviously, if you come from eminent school, international school, which has got a lot of funds and resources, or eminent institutions, colleges and universities, then with a digital infrastructure, then it is a different story. You as Red standing over here, you have got nice audio video equipment, and there is a support staff there. Probably I'm not that fortunate at present. I had to do myself everything sitting in front of my laptop. But in future, if we want to move into this direction, we have to invest in digital infrastructure. We like it or not, this will be the future. So what is your feeling about the term education 4.0? I do not know, you must have heard about industry 4.0, but if you have heard about education 4.0, please put in chat box, what is your feeling? Whether you like it, don't like it, whatever it is, okay, put that one. And we are at the crossroads now. We are at the crossroads. Some of us were stranded. Yes, I was stranded in India for almost 3.5 months to 4 months. Confused, okay, it's confused. Or we are doing something merry-go-round and we are thinking that we are making a progress. We are merry-go-round. And due to this unprecedented system, we are entangled with so many things, working from home, working from there, and managing with those who are not in the system also, entangled. This is what we are crossroad at now. Now, how to come out of this? To come out of this, one of the ways is go back to the foundation, as mentioned in our national education policy, or what they're expecting from the industry 4.0, how we can do that. Okay, so here I'm x-axis is a knowledge, low to high, y-axis is skill, low to high, and I put it 4 quadrant: green quadrant, yellow quadrant, blue quadrant, and brown quadrant. Not to worry about the colors, but just I given them arbitrarily. Okay, now this is the knowledge skill grid. We have to come out of the box, how we can use it to come out of the box. Okay, yes, when our students come over here, whether they come to schools or colleges or institution or university, we call them amateur learner. Okay, we have a learner's phase, learner box. Then we are here, we are in the knower box. We the professors, we the teacher, we the principals, we are the lecturer. Okay, what we are in this knower box, and then we impart knowledge to the students. For what purpose? So that they can go to industry and get a job and start practicing it. So we want to elevate them from here to elevate. They can go up. Now that has been the current model for us. Okay, and obviously what happened after the national education policy, that they say, okay, now we are going to change everything. You come for first year, complete first year, and if you don't like it, you complete, get certificate. So they are trying to integrate various institution into one institute, one system. So whatever was happening in ITI, I don't know, maybe coming into certificate level. You say, oh, yes, come here, first year you do this program in the particular college or institute. After that, you go to industry. If you feel there is something available for you. Then if you like it, you continue for another year and achieve whatever the level of proficiency, get a diploma, go to industry or wherever you want to go. Okay. Next, obviously, stay for longer period, get a degree, go to industry or wherever you want to go, job or your own one, wherever. In 3 phases also, if you want to start your own, nobody can stop. And they say now you can come back whenever, do something and come back, do something and come back, Go there, do something and come back. So this one, like, okay, you still feel like to learn more, PG diploma, PG degree, skills certification, internship, and you name it, okay, and we go to professionalism. So now where we use the knowledge of the industry, knowledge of the faculty members, teacher, and bring their higher and higher qualification. And this is what we are calling is a new model for national education policy as per this one. Okay, so amateur, knower, doer. Okay, skills, skill doer, and then master. You achieve the master or professional level using this skill, knowledge, skill, grid. And if we practice this one, probably we are moving into the direction what has been proposed in national education policy as well as industry 4.0. Yes, we can add more thing. We need to like conferences and summit like this to learn about it. We can have even higher levels of achievements and making them more and more knowledgeable so that that can create more jobs, okay, and more opportunities. Now, what happened is many of us thought that this is something coming from either Harvard or Stanford or somebody is putting that nice paper and that therefore we want to follow that. Well, interestingly, when I looked at it, it has come from Indian ancient wisdom. Okay, we had this one, bachelor, brahmacharya, jankari, kaushalya, knowledge, skill, brahmacharya, bachelor. That is why you can see everybody is calling all over the world, bachelor of science, bachelor of arts, bachelor of mathematics, bachelor of engineering, whatever you call it, brahmacharya, learning, brahmacharya, this is the one, okay? And that could be here, you learn, get knowledge, knower, jnani. Okay, in India, this is a jnani. Jnani is giving you knowledge. So jnani is giving knowledge. You're learning from the doer, karma yogi, karma, do karma. Okay, we say do karma, kuch karo. Jo, okay, agar नौकरियां नहीं है तो खुद का कुछ करो. That is what exactly, okay, karma, blue, okay, this one. And then we have got master, guru, okay. These are the 4 quadrants which were there with us, with your wisdom. But only thing is, for whatever reason, we have mixed it up. So now we can bring it, whatever we learn from whichever part, we can bring it. And as educational, we can map it. Just now, ISO 21000 something has come. They say 20001. Map it, and then evaluate it. That is exactly where you can do it. Okay. Then, in addition, what happened is we do know that we had master disciple doctrine. Okay. Ancient, well proven master disciple doctrine, Gurukul Siddhanta. That is why we got many Gurukuls, they say, but somehow they were not able to come to the best situation, whatever reason. They say now why it is so. So we have to now, to this knowledge skill grid, we have to add one more, third dimension, out of box. Okay. Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji said to me that, okay, out of box. Third dimension is our guna. We have all of us know that we have got our inbuilt guna, which has been again coming from our Indian ancient system, tamasic, rajasic, sattvic. 3 gunas, okay, 3 gunas. Tamasic, obviously we are learning, we are still coming up. Then those who learn more and more become sattvic, okay, sattvic, knowledgeable. Okay, knowledgeable. But some of them say, hey, kya pad rahe ho? Chalo kaam kuch kaam karo. Do some work, do work, karma yogi, take action. That is why we say, professors, teachers, do something, action. Doctors say, take action. They are, do seva, something, okay? All of them are like that, okay? Engineers want to do action. We want a management, take action. Karma yogi, they want action, rajasic, okay? Rajasic guna, sattvic guna. Now, if we are able to combine this one, what we need in a guru is a rajas sattvic guna. Then we can, once we achieve that mastery, and once with that mastery, if you are able to impart knowledge at the various levels, then this 3-dimensional Janakari, Kaushalya, Jarjar, knowledge, skill, ability, grid can take us to the new height. This is what one of the suggestions I have got, okay, for all of us to think about it, how to implement it. Now, I'm introducing, and some of you may be knowing it, IEEE is looking into education 5.0. What is it? Okay, let me give you some glimpse of that. May not be fully, be still in the work in progress, because industry 4.0, they are telling us that whatever you are teaching in the schools and colleges and universities are not useful to the industry, because industry is moving at a very faster rate. You talk about 5G, AI, data analytics, AR, VR, and smart devices. They say we are moving so fast, and in college, university, you are so behind. So what we can do about it? Okay, we'll say, yes, not to worry. We can use the technology, and then it is possible now. We have RoboFacer, RoboChair, or RoboChair. Those are in school. RoboChair. Okay, RoboChair has been given. Okay, given birth now. RoboChair has given birth now. Okay, almost few years back, but now it can come in a very systematic way. So education file, RoboChair, because a lot of things you want to just give knowledge. Nowadays we say everything, go on Google, find it out. Okay, RoboChair can give you that knowledge. Two, then what we are, okay, RoboChair is we can give to LearnoBots, another one, okay, out of box, LearnoBots. Our students will be LearnoBots. They have got so many devices, they can start learning, okay, using smart devices. RoboChair, RoboProfessor now will be teaching LearnoBots. This is going to be education 5.0. Okay, students learning bot, they will be learning from RoboProfessor or RoboChair. I know some of you might say, then what will be the role of the professor, the teacher, the principal? What will be our role if RoboProfessor, RoboChair are going to take care of LearnoBots? What we will do? Okay, only the question arises. That question, okay, not to worry. There is a scope. Okay, one of the possibilities I am putting over here is, okay, something like this. We have got the role with our domain knowledge, we put into RoboProfessor or RoboChair's, whatever we call, we got the system there, transfer that here, and then continuously 24/7 the knowledge can be sent. Okay, 24/7. Do not have to worry about time difference now with various zones. RoboChair is ready, just you have to quickly charge it and do it. Same way we can also influence this one. There is a two-way communication. Okay, learn, okay, check whatever happened. So this could be our new role. Okay, and I know this is going to be very challenging one. Some of us may not like it, not to worry. Okay, I'm calling it Edu Charmer. Okay, another term. Okay, so now the RoboFacer, RoboChair, RoboChair, RoboFacer, LearnoBots, Edu Charmer. Our role will be now Edu Charmer. Okay, in future, very soon. Presently, we may be doing that, some part of it, but now that will be more and more. And some of them may not like this. Okay, not to worry. We can give latest gadget to our Edu Charmer. That is what Industry 4.0, new technology is coming. Okay, latest gadget through which AR, VR, learning management system, special knowledge, you name it. Okay, all gadget we give that, and do that our Edu Charmer can accordingly put to better use. Okay, better use. Same thing. Okay, more of gadget, analytics, you name it. Okay, analytics, special knowledge, IoT. Yes, we can, because we'll be needing those devices, IoTs, AR, VR, LMS, IoT, special knowledge, everything. Now we are giving all this to our Edu Charmer. All of us will have to learn all this one to integrate it. That will be our role now. Okay, integrate it. Now, some of us may be saying, hey, that's good. You are transferring the knowledge which is available on Google, maybe some books or some research paper. What about the practicals? Okay, we heard about the virtual labs from various places. Virtual labs are there, not to worry. Okay, virtual labs. Yes, we can integrate virtual labs here also. Virtual labs, those lab-oriented science, everybody can get it. So what is going to happen now? Yes, through our knowledge, we are going to train RoboChair, RoboFacer or RoboChair about the virtual labs. We will say that we the professor, we the teacher will be designing and managing this one. Our role will be manage more of the different type of one. Okay, so virtual labs, do the experiment using clouds, 5G, IoT, learnobots will be now learning, doing the experimental work here. Some of the things are already there. Now we have to integrate it, use whatever available, and now if it's not there, we have to develop it. Special knowledge, I mentioned about it. AI can be easily used. Artificial intelligence also. Cyber security will be very important in this case. Okay, cyber security will be required because now everything is integrated. It is ANN, artificial neural network, is like this, looks like this one. Now the role of we, the professor, we, the teachers in future very soon will be like this. Charmer with the
Dr. Deepak ji, it is a mind-blowing effort what you have put in. My compliments to you. I'm sorry interrupting you in between. It's going so well. You take your time, but it is something very thought-provoking for all of us. Wonderful. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, these are the things I have put up together, and I thought I will share with all of you, we the educators. Okay, so this is going to be education 5.0. Some of you say, oh yes, can we cope with it? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. So this is the vision. This is the vision as per the national education policy, as per the industry 4.0, education 4.0, education 5.0. This is the vision all of us have to embrace. We like it or not, it is coming. Okay, my friends. As some of the speakers have said, because of the COVID, some of the things have accelerated. This is coming now, okay, very soon. Okay. Now, another part we have been knowing that, and which has already happened, that students come from home to colleges, universities, and schools. That has been the case. Okay. COVID had changed that. Okay. So this has been the normal. This has been the normal. We say, yeah, this is the normal. We are waiting for that normal to get back to, waiting for a vaccine and everything. Will take time, but it's going to take more time. What we are looking for now, and which has already happened, we used to talk in the past, colleges and universities going to homes and communities. Okay, we are going to homes and communities. That is what we were discussing in education 5.0, which is happening now. University coming to homes and communities. Okay. So what is it? What does it mean? Now we, the Charmer, have got the more influence. Not only we are educating one person in one family, we get chance to educate whole family. Now, like this one, we are now doing online, virtual one. Anybody can sit here and watch this one. They may not get the certificate. I am registered, I will get certification, but others can still learn what we call it auditing of the course, okay? Whole family we got chance to influence. So then literacy rate will be definitely very high. Education is 5.0 is universities, colleges, schools going to homes and communities. Okay, communities. This is the future. Definitely it is happening. It is going to continue. What is the impact of that? Now, national education policy says that now they are going to allow international schools, international foreign universities to set up their campuses in India. I'm going to tell you that there is no need now. They are already coming. They can come virtually. Like I'm coming from Singapore to New Delhi today. Okay, they can come. All the very good universities, they don't need to spend money on those what we call stranded assets. Those building lots, 6 to 8 months, they are closed. Your library, your laboratories, your classroom, they are idle, stranded. That is called the asset which is idle. In industry, they will say, wow, this is going to cost us, divest it. They will say divest it. Now they do not have to come and build big campuses. They might collaborate with some of the good ones, as rightly pointed by RTG, with those who have got ISO certification, good one. They can collaborate with them and say, okay, yes, we bring in our enhanced program. directly to you, and only for limited period you need to come on campus, only for those laboratories or for examination or whatever. Otherwise, most of things can happen virtually online. They are coming to India, okay, live, okay. That is what we want. Now, this will be happening very soon. So is there a scope for hope, or am I talking just a pipe dream? Put in your chat box, okay, is there a scope for hope, or is it a just pipe dream? Okay. At Edu Energy in Singapore, very quickly, I think we work on transforming education. I shared with you, I write thought concept articles, okay, which can be futuristic in nature. I have prepared various models, predominantly for higher education, for polytechnics, for engineering colleges, but they can be easily adopted. The one I presented today, though it is designed for the engineering colleges, polytechnic, and ITS, can be easily adopted for any branch, okay. With a multidisciplinary system, we can do that one. Yes, we do a lot of work in sustainable energy development, okay. Sustainable energy development, I have developed several programs through which the innovative projects can be designed and managed by the students, faculty. Those who want to do research can collaborate with us, okay. So this is my email address. You are most welcome to contact me. I am on LinkedIn, almost 29,500 plus members. Those who are interested to interact with me can join the LinkedIn also, one of the social media through which we interact with the professionals. So what I shared with you, yes, COVID-19 has accelerated remote facer, remote chair. Now, all the institutes, colleges, and universities have to invest in digital infrastructure, you like it or not, okay? We have to do that one. Two, I shared with this one knowledge skill grid, which is based on national education policy. Okay, this is for those coming for school. Also, I can design, not an issue. Okay, if you are interested in for school, I can help you design that knowledge skill grid, or you can use this as a model and design for your school. Okay, for multidisciplinary program also, I will be very happy to help you design that program. Then we have seen that, yes, industry 4.0 telling us you are behind. So we, the educationists, have to come together and start doing a research such that we are ahead of the industry, okay? As used to happen in the past, anything new, they used to come to university, hey, please find out there is a problem with this one. And we carry out the research and tell them what is the root cause and how it can be solved. We can do that. AI has come, yes, we can use this one. Whatever happening in industry, we can use it to enhance our education system. And I shared with you one of the most powerful, okay, one of the most powerful program in which we, the professors, we, the teachers, are edu charmers. Okay, through this all technology, whether it's a machine learning, whether it's IoT, whether it's a 5G, whether it's a cloud, whether it's cyber security, robotics, robots are there everywhere, okay? And some of you might also ask that, oh, if robo is there, what about the feeling? Yes, we can put feeling in robots now, okay? It has come. That is where the AI will come. Can put the feelings also, okay? That is the future mode education 5.0, which is coming. As I mentioned, universities, colleges, schools, they are coming to homes and communities, and we are going to get a greater influence to educate more people, okay? And most important, we had to learn from the wisdom of our rishi munis, our ancient guides, gurus for Gurukul Siddhant to bring into the mainstream, okay, to infuse guna into knowledge skill grade, to make it knowledge, skill, ability, guna, ability. Okay, and this is what the model we can pursue and achieve whatever the goals and aspirations set in national education policy. Wish you knowledge, skills, ability driven, smart and edu charming future. Because Bharat Ratna, Dr. Radhakrishna has given some vision, things have changed. Then came the Bharat Ratna, Sir M. Vishwesvaraya. He has given the vision, things got transformed, changed, transformed. Our former president, Bharat Ratna APJ Kalam, also given a vision, things have transformed. That is the power we have. We, the people, we, the educationists, can bring that transformation and vision. I know it was a long day for all of you, and because of the run rate, I had to increase. Otherwise, I would have shared more. Okay. Before the umpire says, "Hey, now today days is call off," and floodlights still available, but they'll say, "Okay." So, thank you very much for giving me opportunity to share my views, Gulshanji.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Deepak. It was wonderful, very innovative, very creative. And once you close it, then I'll share something with you.
Okay,
And,
this is the way, if they want, they can take a last shot to contact me.
Sure.
Anybody wants to get, my WhatsApp number is here, email address is here. I know you are asking everybody to put it. I'm putting directly that slide to everybody.
I'm so happy.
So I'm following your direction straight away. In the morning, I heard about it. Morning I heard about it. I said I had to have one slide on that. Definitely I added. So that is how dynamically change.
Information to be shared with everybody. What is so secret? There's nothing secret. If anybody is thinking that it is secret, then I don't know which world you are in. There is nothing secret.
Okay, CBI, FBI might say, okay, CBI, FBI, KGB might say secret. Okay, thank you very much.
Sir.
Okay, back to you, sir.
Thank you. Let's close this presentation of yours.
Okay, I will do stop sharing so that you will, okay, we are here.
Wonderful. I'm so happy. So we are back over here now. I just wish to thank you for such a wonderful presentation, such a powerful presentation. And you have taken me back when I was major in the army and I was shifting to United States. I still recall and I go back. That is the time I met a gentleman called Alan Toffler. Alan Toffler was that time taking a break, and he was working in one of the factories to learn and pick up before writing a book. And that book oh my God, it was a smash hit. That was Future Shocks. The book name is Future Shocks. The third edition has come now. It is available on the audiobook also. Anybody can go through. Alan Toffler, book titled, it is called Future Shocks. There is a chapter on education. Can you imagine that gentleman way back in 70s? How could he dream? And that is called future prediction. And that is what Dr. Deepak Vaikar was talking to all of us today. And he was giving some vision. And I was just trying to anticipate and analyze in my mind how the things are going on. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you recall this morning, I discussed with all of you that all principals, all teachers, all students, everybody kindly see a movie called The Social Media Dilemma. Don't forget The Social Media Dilemma. If you don't see this movie, you are halfway through only in education. It means you have not acquired the few concepts. Then, another dimension I'm giving you. Do you know that during this coronavirus, 1.6 billion rupee, that means, okay, let me just put it in a perspective. $1.6 billion US dollars I'm talking about is a loan being taken by students. Those are teaching, those are learning at present in the higher education system in America. 1.6 billion is the loan. I'm not taking the private loan into consideration. This is the government loan I'm talking about. If 1.6 billion is the loan outstanding at present, universities are just interested somehow the students should come back and the corona should get over whatsoever happens, but they should come back. Now, there is a YouTube video I requested you this morning. All of us, we must watch. Every university's worst nightmare. Every university's worst nightmare. And this is by title, the organization is Valuetainment. Because this video, when you will see, your concept would be very clear. And then Those of us who have watched, it's very good. If you have not watched, there are two gentlemen I'm endorsing before I close today's session because my next session is ready. I'm going to share with you is that you must watch the videos of Sir Ken Robinson. If you want to learn education, if you want to teach in education, if you want to be a good teacher, if you want to be a good educator, even if you want to be a good principal, I would strongly recommend this gentleman. When I'm meeting him in UK, I have been meeting in US. We lost him, unfortunately, last month. He died of cancer. Great soul. What a person. What a person. I've yet to come across anybody understanding education, policy, framework, strategist. What is the purpose of education and what is the title of his one of the videos? Do schools kill creativity? Oh, what is the title? Do schools kill creativity? That is something, because somebody gave an example, if I recollect, I think it was Pramodji or somebody who told A for an apple or A for something else. Is it a laptop or is it, are you talking about the fruit apple? Whatever is there, how do you take the different meanings and all? Okay. Another gentleman, you must watch the videos if you are a true Indian. If you have not watched so far, I would request you. The title of the video is Hole in the Wall. Hole in the Wall, H-O-L-E, Hole in the Wall. It is by Dr. Sugata Mitra. He is from IIT Delhi. Thereafter, he went to Massachusetts. He was in UK. He recently retired. And the gentleman is giving lots of, I meant to say, if you'll watch this particular video, you will come to know students and children, they do not need supervision all the time. And in fact, on Google Baba, I'm trying to find out who is the gentleman who introduced the examination system. There should not be any assessment. Sorry. There should not be any assessment world over. We are killing the creativity of the children. Why? You don't require any assessment. Let children grow in a natural process. It is something like bonsai, that you take a plant, you put into a pot, you don't allow that plant to grow. You do not allow it to grow. And that is the bonsai effect. In fact, the other day I was talking to one of my colleagues and my friends in the Ministry of Education, Government of India, Dr. Vinit Joshi. Vinit Joshi ji is an IAS officer. He's from Manipur cadre. He's on deputation. He's the final authority for testing in India today. At present, when you talk about, I wish to share with all of you. We have to find out that sucker who introduced the education के साथ assessment system. First of all, we did the damage in education system. We brought like a factory products, children sitting in a formation on the benches and everything and all that. And the guy is taking an attendance, teaching one-way traffic. Thank God, from a teaching centric, we have come to learning centric. From learning centric, now it should be, I think we got to understand the stats of the world. 30 million parents have already decided in America alone, they will not send their children to schools post-COVID, whether vaccine or no vaccine. They are going to go on the homeschooling. Okay, 11 million girls are going to get premature marriage. They will not be completing their education. Do we know the scenario, what exactly is there? I am for those people who are talking about technology because it will come like a tsunami. And what, Mr. Pramod Tripathi mentioned, that was the key word which I have taken. And education, this COVID has brought 10 years faster. It has come like a tsunami. Our teachers, whatever they have adopted within 6 to 7 months, they were to take it in next 10 years. Totally agreeable. There is no second thought to it. We were having dhila dhala. We were going so lethargic way. Now it has shaken up the whole system because education is totally transparent for future now. So ladies and gentlemen, all the learning platforms, we all learn from each other. We learn every moment from each other. I learned from Mr. Deepak, Dr. Deepak. I learned from Maria. I learned from Pramodji. I learned from RTG. I learned from all dignitaries, those have joined this morning. Since morning, we have been talking about. Before I close, I just wish to say that learning is constant. Technology is going to be there. You cannot go back to January and February. Move ahead, move forward, think about future. What is going to be the future of education? That is the way we got to think of. And slowly and gradually, take my words, because our chamber does a lot of research on that. There'll be no assessment system after some time. You wait for 5 years, because children are so creative and so dynamic. You're not going to have anything of that kind. Things are going to change totally. And world over 152 countries, we are collecting the data of our chamber. I will discuss tomorrow. We will take on the journey because it's a 3 days program. Tomorrow morning, we will be starting with media entertainment industry, ladies and gentlemen. When we start tomorrow morning, it's a radio, television, theater, music, films, and you talk about animation, you talk about augmented reality, whatever you want to talk about, artificial intelligence. Why do we think about artificial intelligence? Why are we not talking about human intelligence? My mind is blowing all the time. We do not talk about human intelligence. We feel so happy when we talk about artificial intelligence. I think there are so many takeaways and there are so many challenges. There are so many glitches and there are so many roads we got to understand, all of us together. Our chamber is not going to stop here only. One is the policy made, then thereafter policy implementation, then policy monitoring. And anybody, if you can give me tomorrow morning also with an authority, I give you 5,000 cash award. Take the whole night. Come tomorrow morning. Just put it into the YouTube and you can put it over there, but I need authority. What percentage of the last education policy of 1986 actually got implemented in India? With these words, ladies and gentlemen, let me go for the next program because it is on water management, home and outdoor water purification systems and technology. Our deepest regards and gratitude and thanks to all of you. If you're interested to understand water management, you can come on the YouTube and you can join over there because people are joining